So I'm under no illusion that our track record on labor is not perfect. But when certain people choose to treat isolated matters as if they're indicative of a trend, then it's simply disingenuous. And while there are a few outstanding matters being actively addressed, either case by case or as a part of the overall labor reform process, we've made tremendous progress across labor. There's no basis to claim that we aren't honoring agreements. A clause or two in an agreement or two that is actively being addressed does not paint that picture. Madam Speaker, a clause or two in an agreement or two. Clear? Clear? These agreements have 30, 40, 50 clauses. So we are honoring agreements. And if there are one or two clauses that are being actively addressed, we are doing our part. You can't speak, Barnabas. Your administration wanted nothing. Madam Speaker, pointing to a minority of cases and attempting to mischaracterize all our efforts on this minority would be much like pointing to the 14 unions that are fully compliant with their obligations legally and painting them with the same brush of the other 35 unions that are non-compliant, Madam Speaker. And let me put that into context. We have 49 active unions in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Only 14 are fully compliant, Madam Speaker. And I want to give kudos to our new Registrar of Trade Unions and her team, who are actively ensuring accountability across all unions. That process is underway. She's begun a process of sending notices to unions, having conversations with them so we can clean it up and ensure that all are compliant. Now, Madam Speaker, there's one union that's not been compliant since 2016. You know, I wonder which union that is. Yeah. It's amazing how the least compliant, Madam Speaker, seem to make the most noise. They're calling out the government, but they really need to call out themselves. They're calling out the government on salary reviews. And Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to call these different entities, and I've been advised that they haven't even talked to the people at AMMC, at UB, at PHA, who have advised that the progress is being made on these matters. But Madam Speaker, I digress. The point is, there are those who talk about issues, and there are those who fix the issues. There are those who complain about the problems, and there are those who solve the problems. There are those who committed to lip service, and there are those who are committed to public service. And you will find, Madam Speaker, that this Davis administration is in the latter group. Madam Speaker, please permit me to give a very brief update on my beloved Golden Gates. We had an amazing summer in our constituency. We still have one more event on the 23rd of August, which is our 4th annual back-to-school slip and slide event and school supplies giveaway. It's the last fun event for the summer where children will be able to cool off, have fun, get their school supplies, and have a wonderful day with their MP. Our Summer Scoops free ice cream all summer long program continues to be a success. We enjoy seeing our children come for their free ice cream, their cool treats, and to play games at the constituency office throughout the summer. I also want to continue to congratulate our graduates who are leaving school and beginning a new journey, which we continue to pray for them as they embark on this new leg of their life journey. And I also look forward, as the summer ends, to reconnect with our seniors and resume our seniors' dates within the next few weeks. Madam Speaker, I'm also excited about launching our Golden Gates Youth Council. We are allowing our young people to lead from the front, finding wholesome ways for them to engage in our community. And if they follow our Golden Gates Youth TikTok page, there's more details coming today. So, Madam Speaker, returning to the bill before us today, the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2025, which represents meaningful change for our voting process. It leverages technology to enhance security and efficiency at a time when global innovation is being led by technology. This Davis administration came to office with a mandate for reform, and we are delivering. The bill represents another milestone as we improve systems throughout the government and across our nation. The Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2025 has the full and unequivocal support of Golden Gates, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member, in our view, just conceded a very important point, Madam Speaker. When we pass this piece of legislation here today, Madam Speaker, because we do support it, right? And if anyone does not adhere to any clause in this piece of legislation to be, you are violating this act. I'm not a KC, but that would reason you're violating this act. So you can't, so the point is, Madam Speaker, the honourable member cannot say that the government is missing their promises, fulfilling their promise on certain clauses, and by virtue of that, that they can be held accountable for not honouring the agreement. The honourable member, Madam Speaker, I wasn't finished. Madam Speaker, let me finish, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. But you'll have a chance, The Speaker's recognized me, Madam Speaker. The honourable member said that missing one or two clauses, paraphrasing, missing one or two clauses does not mean you're not honouring the agreement, Madam Speaker. It does mean you're not honouring the agreement if you... And why in particular, Madam Speaker, is it those clauses that pertains to money that they're not honouring? There is no way you can honour an agreement by not fulfilling 2 and 3 clauses. That means you're not honouring the agreement.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Golden Gate.
May clarify for the final time for St. Barnabas, because he misquoted. Honouring the agreement and the clauses that are not being honoured are actively being fulfilled and actively being worked on. We have to work on it for it to happen. You can't understand that because you all didn't even sit at the table with the unions to negotiate and begin the process. Every union agreement takes a negotiation process. After it has been signed, if there are clauses that need to be addressed, they are actively being worked on. I have called and spoken to entities, state-owned operations myself, who said, well, this is what we're doing, contrary to what was being said on the outside, but no one ever came and asked what we were doing or requested. So these clauses, in order for them to be addressed, we have to work on them together in a spirit of social dialogue. I am informed by the Ministry of Finance and by these entities that these clauses are actively being worked on, and as a result, they will be fulfilled.
So then, Madam Speaker, so my question is the member for Golden Gates, Madam Speaker, and I thank her for clearing it up. My question is for the member for Golden Gates. So why then are these union leaders expressing these concerns? No, we have to ask them. Why we have to ask, you've made a claim. You've made a claim that the union presidents, Madam Speaker, these were once their surrogates. Now you're saying that they are surrogates. Y'all made the agreement. Y'all made the agreement with the memorandum of understanding, and now y'all haven't fulfilled it, and now you want to throw these union leaders under the bus?
Honourable Member. What's wrong with you? Get right out of character sometime.
Madam
The Chair recognizes
Madam
the Honourable
Speaker, it's
Member
clear that St. Barnabas doesn't understand negotiation. It's,
Honourable Member, there's a member on his feet. I didn't acknowledge you, so that's why I didn't cover you. I did not acknowledge you.
let us calm down.
I have acknowledged him. The Chair recognizes the Honourable... Let me say it for him again. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, it's just amazing when folks don't understand trade union negotiations. I happen to be on the trade union side, and if you ever stop complaining, then that's it. But Madam Speaker, I had asked for an extension for Golden Gates to finish, and she's finished, so I now move for a suspension of the business of the House.
Before. Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Honourable Member for St. Barnabas, I have before me the rulings and the findings of the Committee of Privilege. that we shared with you last week. I presume that you would have had an opportunity to view. You haven't viewed the findings in 1 week? Okay, before you leave, I will share it with you, and then we will come back to this on the return of the lunch, after the lunch break. Okay? Thank you, Honorable Member.
Being said, I would move for the suspension to 3 p.m. and when we return Central Grand Bahama, I will take the floor.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be suspended until 3 p.m. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House stands suspended until 3 p.m.
All rise.
Honorable members, at the suspension, we were debating the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill. I presume we are now ready. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to you and to the rest of the Bahamas. I stand today on behalf of the good people of Central Grand Bahama and Bahamians everywhere to make my contribution to this bill that is very important to our democracy. But Madam Speaker, before I delve into the main portion of my contribution, please allow me to mention 3 matters that I consider to be important. Let me first of all congratulate Carnival for opening of their wonderful resort at Celebration Key in Grand Bahama. And they have certainly cut into the unemployment market by hiring, I think, some 600 plus employees on a permanent basis. So that's certainly a feather in the hat for Carnival. And Madam Speaker, the opening was extremely successful. But there's a however. I believe that inadvertently a sector was overlooked or temporarily overlooked because the taxi drivers, who are extremely important to our economy, they are consistently complaining about the accommodation or the lack thereof and the rest facilities. I'm advised that no proper taxi stand was constructed, and they are using two porta potties, joining on the spot, to rest. That's what I'm being told, and I've seen videos as well as gotten report. Being told that Carnival will address it. They are aware of the matter, but I just want to make sure that they do it expeditiously, and also with respect to the guests leaving Carnival site by taxi to go into the city of Freeport, the numbers are low. I believe that it will pick up, but I believe I'm optimistic that it will happen. While they're not making a whole lot of noise and they're not being negative, they just want to bring it to our attention to ensure that they are empowered and they can therefore feed their families. I believe that I was told that on the day that Carnival had some 11,000 guests on site, the taxi line only was able to carry some 63 guests. That's what I'm being told. And in their view, and in my view, the number is low. So I believe we should find ways to incentivize. We know Carnival is going to get the lion's share of the guests on their property, which is very well done. But it'll be good if we have more of those persons moving into the city of Freeport by a taxi, because once they get into the city, they're going to support the local economy, the local bars, the restaurants, the souvenir stores, and perhaps we need to find ways to incentivize the guests to enjoy those taxi rides. And perhaps a partnership can be formed with tourism and Chamber of Commerce and the business community to offer vouchers. When the guests book their staterooms or their balcony rooms, perhaps a voucher can be included in their package to enjoy a taxi ride into the city of Freeport or East End or West End, to encourage them to get out and to support the local economy. So again, while it's not controversial, I want to bring attention to their plight, and I'm being told that Carnival is addressing it, but we want to make sure that it's done expeditiously. Madam Speaker, the second matter that I want to mention briefly is the condition of the residents of Grand Key in North Abaco. I've seen the complaints over and over of the power situation. And this is now becoming a legacy problem for a small, very vibrant community. I've seen videos where the power is on for a few hours a day. And the issue, Madam Speaker, is that when the power shuts off, it affects the telephone system. So the phone system is down, and of course the water system is down. So without the power, they're without water, and they're without telephones. And perhaps, I know the minister has been working on it, but one of the solutions we could perhaps do in those isolated communities is to have the solar system, a microgrid, where you take out the logistics of having to transport fossil fuel to the island and offload it, take it to the generator, service the generators. You don't have a mechanic on the island to do it himself, so it causes a lot of, I guess, uncomfortable situation. So perhaps microgrid could be installed in Grand Key, and if the land is not available, a model was used in Waterkey where the power company used the church roof to put up the solar panels, as well as some of the business industries. One was the fishing lodge, and they had enough solar panel to service the island. So I believe that consideration should be given to putting in a microgrid, a solar system or hybrid system in Grand Key. That will provide clean energy and provide some consistency, because again, when the freezers are off, that's a big fishing community. They can't freeze their so forth. So again, we are hoping that they will get steady power, and I'm being told that steady power is there and hopefully it's consistent, but consideration should still be given to that microgrid as a backup system. And I think, I'm saying that in good faith, and I think those who are in authority to act on it should consider it. Madam Speaker, the third thing is, I love boating, and I have my boats, but those fees, those registration fees are extremely high. And to license these watercraft now, I was hit with a bill trying to register a craft 2 weeks ago, almost $5,000. And that is causing me to not take my boat out. So again, we have to look at those fees. And similarly, I have friends, and again, I'm saying this in good faith. I have friends who visit And I know West Grand Bahama probably jump up on this, Bimini on a regular basis. I had a friend, Marcelo Caruso, and his family would come to Bimini maybe 4 times a month. And on an average, they would spend some $5,000 according to him. On a low, yes, on a weekend. Besides going to the casino, the local restaurant, they go to church on Sundays to pray for their sins, and they offer their tithes to the church. However, with the hike in the fees, he hasn't been to Bimini since March. And there are many boaters who feel the same way. They feel that the marina is empty because while they could afford to come and pay the fees, they feel like, why should we? It's too high. They're thinking that the numbers are ridiculous when they compare it to, let's say, Key West. He gave me an analogy. He can come to the Bahamas. It costs over $400. He can go to Key West. He can go to Key West for $25, and they don't have to worry about customs. Don't have to worry about immigration. We might be getting higher fees at the gate. But of course, if they're not coming through the gate, the money's not going to flow down into the economy. So again, if you get them here, they will spend the money. And I know we're saying, well, over time they're going to come back, but we're doing damage to the economy. In the meantime, we have businesses claiming that services are down, businesses are down, numbers are down in the hotel. So let us consider ways of lowering these fees, getting these boaters back into islands like Bimini, Abaco, Grand Bahama, where they can spend money in the economy. And let's, really consider whether getting that fee at the gate is more important than having the economy, having them into the economy and spending their money on a more wide scale. I do believe that if we get them here and cut them off from going to those other keys, the local economy will indeed benefit more substantially, Madam Speaker. So my only thing is that let us not allow $500 to block 5,000 from coming in. Let us really look at those numbers and see if we can make the adjustments and help with the boosting the economy of these small islands. And like I was saying earlier about Grand Key, we're known in the Bahamas as a small island state. But if we were to use more smart technology, etc., we will now be known as a smart island state, using more clean energy. And again, Madam Speaker, I spoke to this before. When I was driving up to Parliament this morning, looking in the harbor, the smoke, again, that was billowing from the cruise ships. It's just totally, I think they're doing us a disservice. And we need to really find a revenue stream where we can put substations at these harbors, at these seaports, and have shorter ship power where these ships now use the local energy supplied by BPL or whichever power company in the Bahamas, use clean energy and stop cranking up these turbines and creating all this carbon in our harbor. It is an issue, and it annoys me when I see it all the time. So I just want to consistently bring it to our attention to see if we can do something about it, where we can have substation at these marinas, allow the cruise ship to hook up to them, use clean energy, and of course, at the end of the day, we will have some financial returns. Madam Speaker, I now turn briefly and very briefly to the bill. The primary purpose of this bill, Madam Speaker, is to introduce a new biometric voter's card and amend several aspects of the Bahamas' electoral process to accommodate this necessary change. Madam Speaker, looking at the bill, I believe the main point here is that the bill amends the existing law to recognize a biometric voter's card. And I want to thank Golden Gates for breaking it down, explaining to everybody what biometrics is all about. This new card will contain a digitally generated photograph, biometric data, and other security features. And yeah, Madam Speaker, the old card that was, the specimen that was shown by the Prime Minister earlier this morning, we all tired of that. So we have no objections to the nice, clean plastic card which is being proposed to be used. And I will certainly get one of those because we have a choice. Of note, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the biometric cards voters card will have a validity of 10 years from the date of issuance, according to what I'm seeing, unlike the previous card, which never expires. And while I'm talking about that, I'd like to recognize the Parliamentary Secretary, Mr. Harrison Thompson, who's doing a wonderful job, and I would like to say that he's my brother. He's also a fellow Capper. And I want to, he's a fellow Capper. Yeah, that's our sign, yes, he's a Capper. Dr. Volo said the other day he's a Capper. So Capper is right now be ruling. So Prime Minister, when you want to, join the fraternity, just give us a call and we'll bring you in. The Parliamentary Commissioner, Madam Speaker, is granted the powers to initiate a voter verification exercise, which is very important. During this exercise, registered voters may be required to appear in person to provide their biometric data to verify or update their registration details. Madam Speaker, and I'm happy that there are penalties attached. The bill introduces a new offense and penalties for any persons who knowingly provides false or misleading information during the voter verification process. And the penalty is a fine of up to $10,000 or imprisonment for up to 12 months. I don't think anyone would like to be sitting in any jail for 12 months or having to pay $10,000. Madam Speaker, the bill provides for the Parliamentary Commissioner to remove the names of deceased persons, I was mentioned earlier, from the register based on information from the Registrar General's Department, and to use the new biometric data to maintain a more accurate and up-to-date register, which is very important. The bill, Madam Speaker, updates certain definitions and language within the existing act to ensure consistency with the new biometric and digital component of the electoral process. Madam Speaker, in essence, the bill aims to modernize the voter registration system in the Bahamas by integrating new technology to create a more secure and reliable voters card and voters register. Kudos. Madam Speaker, I did some basic analysis. I always try to look for strengths and weaknesses whenever we have this type of legislation. And I, in my view, identify one or two strengths. One is increased electoral integrity. The introduction of biometric data and a new, more secure voters card can significantly reduce the risk of voter fraud, such as impersonation. By tying a voter's identity to their unique biological data, the systems aim to ensure that each person casts only one vote. Second point is it enhances voters' register accuracy. The bill's provisions for a voter verification exercise and the removal of deceased persons from the register can lead to a more precise and up-to-date list of eligible voters. And all of us who are on the ground, we know how important that is. This can indeed improve the efficiency and fairness of the election process. And of course, the third point is that it modernizes the modernization and the efficiency of the system. A modernized, digitally based system can streamline the voter identification process at polling stations, potentially reducing wait times and administrative burdens on election day. And we know the frustration that happens on election day, particularly if it's hot, like the heat wave that we've been experiencing over the last few days. I've seen during the early voters where temperatures really boil because of frustration, the long wait time and everybody bungling up together. And of course, Madam Speaker, there are one or two things that I consider weaknesses. Of course, there's a potential for voter disenfranchisement. The requirement for voters to participate in a verification exercise on the 10-year expiration date of the new card could create barriers to voters. Of course, you may have the backup voting card. Voters who are unable to provide their biometric data, are unaware of the new requirements, or miss the deadlines could be removed from the register, potentially disenfranchising them. That's the way I'm interpreting it. The second is, as I mentioned earlier, privacy and data security concerns. The collection and storage of sensitive biometric data raises significant privacy concerns. The bill does not detail the security measures that will be put in place to protect this information from breaches or misuses, which could erode public trust. I don't see it. Maybe I missed that. Of course, the last point as I get in there, come close to my wrapping up, is the financial and technical burden. Implementing a new biometric system is costly, it will be costly, requiring significant investment in technology, training, and of course, infrastructure. There's also, and we know what's happening with our power system, the risk of technical failures. And I'm sure they will have backup system, which could disrupt the election process and compromise its integrity. And I will say that again. Implementing a new biometric system is costly, requiring significant investment in technology. And of course, we have what it takes, but it's going to cost us some money. And of course, it's going to be worth the money that we're going to spend on it. Training and infrastructure. There's also the risk of technical failures because whatever man make can be broken, which could disrupt the election process and compromise its integrity. Madam Speaker, this bill today is a step in the right direction to real election reform, transforming what we're doing during our election process. But, you know, I have to ask the question, we can even be more transformative in our electoral reform, election reform. We need to also now speak to things that will address term limits, things that will also address fixed dates for election. Those are real transformative moves, because when you know election is every second Tuesday in June, you can prepare yourself for it. So I was in the cabinet before, in the situation before, where when I found out about the election, my head started spinning because I didn't know. It caught me totally by surprise. Now I know the element of surprise, and I'm saying it openly. When I found out about it, I was like, Lord have mercy, I couldn't believe it. So if we are talking about real transformation, real electoral reform, let's talk about term limits. Let's talk about fixed dates. That's a move also that will take us to the next level. So I hope that one day, someone, it's not foolproof, but someone will have the political fortitude, someone will have the fortitude to address this head on and say, you know what, term limits, 2 or 3. We can have a fixed date. The second Monday or the second Tuesday in May or June. I hope one day, yes, of course, the system has to change, and it shows if the system, well, let's do what we have to do. Let's do what we have to do. But that's something that I want to throw in there. If we are talking really about electoral reforms, and you know, there are some questions that was asked from the last election. There were some polling stations where, you know, it's good that we now have a system that is going to be streamlined, because there are some polling divisions where I question, one in Grand Bahama, where there was only, I believe, 25 registered voters, and at the end of the day, there was maybe some 75. And I question, how could we have more than 100% of those who was registered? Then I was made to understand that persons from the early poll, they put them in certain polling division, as well as persons perhaps who voted from overseas, they put them in certain polling division. And questions were asked also from the last election. Well, there's an average of 40 to 50% voter turnout, but in some polling division you had 105%, you had 92%. So the question is asked, where did those numbers come from? And you know, we're very suspicious. We believe that there's some little pattern going on. So with this new system being in place, we hope to eliminate that. We need to ensure that our system is more secure, our system is more progressive. And I know you want to be liberal after that too. But we want it to be more progressive, up to date. So I want to indeed commend the government on this move. We have no issue with the voters card being updated, the plastic card, but we want to make sure that all the verification is done by the Parliamentary Registration Department. The commissioner has a chance to interview and verify, not just take information from the passport department, from the post office. We want to make sure it's all funneled through the right direction so that there is no chance for corruption. So having said that, Central Grand Bahama certainly support this initiative with the recommendation. And I will close like I opened. Please pay attention to the taxi drivers at Celebration Key. Let's see if we can get Grand Key up and running. It's very important to get Grand Key up and running on a consistent basis. And let's see if we can get our boaters to get back on the water and to flood communities like Abaco, and Bimini and those other areas. Once again, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for North Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for East Grand Bahama in his contribution mentioned, Central Grand Bahama. I guess I saw East walking, he's on my mind.
You say it's on your mind?
I'd say if so. He walked in and I'm calling East Grand Bahama for some reason. But I gotta clean that up. So it's Central Grand Bahama mentioned in his contribution, the water issue, the power issue, water issue in Grand Key. I do intend to address in a member statement. Just wanted to.
Before we proceed, the Honorable Member for Long Island, I would like just to revert back to before lunch. I know that we indicated that we would start off with Central Grand Bahama, but I also made a ruling, and I'm referring to Central Grand Bahama. Have you, not Central Grand Bahama, you have me mixing up now. To St. Barnabas, it's all right for me, it's all right, you could be on my mind. Have you made a decision as to whether you will obey the rulings of the Committee of Privilege?
Speaker, I am still, it's still under review and seeking advisement, on the matter, Madam Speaker.
You're still under review?
Yes.
So have you had an opportunity to review the report? Have you had an opportunity to review the report?
Not in its entirety, Madam Speaker. And I haven't had a chance to get the advice on it, Madam Speaker.
Okay, but the chair had given an order for you to take a look and review the report and come back after lunch. That's 2 hours.
After lunch, Madam Speaker?
After lunch break.
I don't recall that instruction, Madam Speaker.
You don't recall that instruction?
That to come after lunch? No, I don't. I'm not suggesting that I don't recall that is what I'm saying to you, Madam Speaker, because if that was the case, I would come here and address the matter.
Honorable Member, you don't recall that I would have said to you to please review the matter and then we return after lunch. You don't.
Madam Speaker.
And I also gave directives
You have nothing to
to the
apologize for.
to the clerk
You're being too sensitive.
to give you a copy
You're being too
of the
sensitive. You all have a
report,
history of
so that
misleading
if you
Parliament.
did not have in hand or in person or on your person, that you would be submitted with a copy of the report.
Speaker, what I'm saying to you, Madam Speaker, is that I do not recall that that was your instruction.
You
Madam
don't recall
Speaker.
that was my instructions?
I'm not suggesting, all I'm saying is that I did not recall. If that was the case, then
Well,
this
well,
one,
well, okay, let me help you with this. I will now, for the public certification and for edification of members of this Honorable Assembly, I will read the committee's findings, so I'll read it into your hearing. And it is as follows. 1, the dispute arose out of the member for South and Central Andros's contribution to the 2025-2026 budget debate, which commences 1st July 2025. His statements were about the transition from quarterly to monthly billing with the support of the smart readers. The member for South and Central Andros statements were futuristic. The member for South and Central Andros made this point when he addressed the matter in the House on the 19th of June, 2025, the day after the dispute arose. The committee has had the opportunity to review the minister's statement and watch the video of the proceedings. The committee has found harmony in both sources of evidence. 2, the committee has also examined the documents tabled by the member for St. Barnabas and found that they clearly referred to matters of the past and do not contradict the statements of the member for South and Central Andros on the matter, which was a projection of the government's fiscal policies commencing 1st of July 2025. Then there's the conclusion. The committee found the request for an apology from the member for the member for St. Barnabas by the member for South and Central Andros reasonable. The committee found the words used by the member for St. Barnabas to be unfounded or unsupported and in circumstances that were unwarranted. In the circumstance, it is the view of the committee and its recommendation that the member for St. Barnabas take the high road and apologize to this House for accusing the member for South and Central Andros of deliberately misleading the House as the evidence he used to support his claim failed to do so. On examination, those documents were irrelevant to the discussion. On
Report?
the honorable member for Engliston, who is the lead of the Committee of Privilege, submitted this report, and she laid this report on the table of the Honorable Assembly.
Of the report?
The signatories on the report was, or are, let me say, the Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin, MP, Chairperson, the Honorable Keith Bell, MP, and the Honorable Iram Lewis, MP, member. Absent was the Honorable Leroy Major, MP, and he also gave reasoning as to his absenteeism as he was out of country, and also Mr. Shannon Don Cartwright, MP. Does that answer your question, Honorable Senator? Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. So, and see, members, we need to understand that these committees are put in place. They're active committees, and they're committees to help this Honorable Assembly govern and abide by the rules, especially when it comes to one member accusing another member of lying. The chair recognizes the honorable member from
Madam Speaker, before the member for St. Barnabas can determine when he wishes to speak to this matter, I recall, Madam Speaker, on multiple occasions, on my feet, looking at the member for Fort Charlotte in the presence of the Speaker and this Parliament, accusing him repeatedly of misleading the House over and over and over again as it relates to the hedge. Mm-hmm. Is there any particular reason that matter was not referred to the Committee of Privilege? Madam Speaker.
Let me say this to you.
I'm
the
just,
member for Fort Charlotte, who you would have accused, never said to myself or to the clerk or put in writing that he, the honorable member for Fort Charlotte, was willing to have the matter go before the Committee of Privilege. But the member for South and Central Andros did. So that's a difference.
So in other words, he then accepted that what we were saying in that case was accurate.
I'm not saying that he accepted that. So don't say that.
Apparently he did.
I'm not saying that. But he has his rights, and he has every member in here, including you and myself, has a right to put a matter before the Committee of Privilege. And every member in here should do the right thing, as we don't set these committees because we think it's just out there and we should do it. The Committee of Privilege handed down a ruling, and where me, as who sit as the Speaker of this Honorable Assembly, will ask the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas to please comply with the findings of the committee.
Speaker, I've listened, I was present during the course of that particular debate, and I've had an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to look at the Hansard related to that. So I'm at loss as to how the committee arrived at that conclusion. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss on how the committee arrived.
And San Salvador.
Well, no, Madam Speaker. The member is out of order. Yes. The committee has made its findings. The issue is no longer to be litigated.
No longer.
Right, the matter is finished. And the committee has said they have made their findings. Whatever may be your view of what you read, the committee obviously had a different view. And that's not unheard of, that I may have an interpretation of a set of facts, and you may have a different. But they have made their rulings as the committee, and that's the end of the matter. We don't need to litigate that.
Madam Speaker, I'm looking at, I believe it's Order 37 that speaks to privilege. And unless I could be guided in terms of
It says, you say page 37?
Order 37.
Or Rule
Yeah,
37?
or Rule 37, that would be page 32, or page 32 and 33. Sub 10, because that's the only place where I see in reference to an apology, or reference to the privilege committee.
And what does it, and what is your understanding coming out of that?
Is that there has to be a ruling of contempt first. And I didn't hear that the committee ordered that whatever was said by the member for St. Barnabas was a contempt. Now, a contempt can be purged through an apology. So I am at a loss in terms of what obligates him and what gave the committee the jurisdiction to give him or to make him apologize. So I'm looking at 10, where it appears to the House.
I'd like him to read it, yeah, so he can
After comparing any report or account of its proceedings published by any member with the official record of those proceedings, that the report or account is a contempt of the House, is being false and misleading in a material respect, the House may proceed against the member by resolution for such contempt unless the member submits to the House and also publishes in a form and manner satisfactory to the House an apology, which the House accepts as sufficient to purge the contempt. So I didn't hear through the ruling that the member, I didn't hear through the ruling that the member's position was contemptuous. So if what I would suggest is that if it was not contemptuous, then there's no obligation for him to purge that contempt. And
Honorable member,
unless there is an obligation to purge the contempt,
let me
then
get,
he can make a...
let me assist you here.
He can
Honorable
make
member,
he can make a decision as to whether or not he is
Honorable
going
member.
to
he can make a decision as to whether or not he's going to apologize.
Honorable member.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
There are many times, there is a rule that indicates that, one, we should not use unparliamentary language, okay? He indicated
Yes.
that the member was lying. That's unparliamentary, okay? Then,
said the word lying.
there is a rule. There's a rule.
said the
There's a, yes. Imputations of improper motives and personal reflections on members shall be dealt with by the chair. So that gives me the autonomy to do this, okay, under the rules relating to the order in the House and in committee,
Yes.
okay? I'm helping you along here. Also, it says, a member shall not use offensive,
Yes.
abusive, or insulting words
Yes.
about either House of Parliament or any member thereof.
Yes, yes.
Now, I'm not an attorney. I'm not. But I understand English. I passed that.
Yeah.
Okay? And this clearly states, see, one rule is you know, we have to blame the writers maybe, but it contradicts another.
But
Okay?
Can I-
And it
can I-
also
can I-
indicates
can I also-
the reasoning behind
Madam
where
Speaker.
the committee would have gotten the privilege from to give these findings.
Yes.
Yes,
But,
sir.
but again, my position is this.
But he's making a point. Why did you let him finish and then you
And number 10, and number 10, and number 10,
finish the point?
and number 10, which you read into the hearing,
Yes.
it says, where it appears to the House after comparing a report.
Yes.
There was no report given.
Yes, but that's my point. My point is the committee made an order for him to apologize. Upon which basis can the committee make that order? Unless, what the point that I'm making is, the committee can make an order saying what he said was contemptuous. And then the
The
rule
committee
says,
did not make an order,
once-
honorable member.
once the committee makes a rule that it is contemptuous, then the contempt can be purged through him apologizing. But there was never an order that what he said was contemptuous.
But you're missing the point, honorable member. Honorable member, I've heard you. I've heard you. Honorable member, let me say this to you. The committee said to him that the discussion, the documents what he submitted was irrelevant to the discussion. They have ruled that the member, the honorable member for St. Barnabas, should not have called the honorable member for South and Central Eleuthera a liar
but Madam Speaker,
because it was indicated in the report.
Madam Speaker, if
It
that's
was
the case-
indicated in the report.
If that is the case, then all of the members who make a point, and someone stands up and says, point of order,
We're
I
not
didn't
talking
say
about
that.
all of the members.
No,
We are talking
but
about
it's equality,
this
Madam Speaker.
particular
It's
point.
equality,
This
it's equality.
is the particular.
It's equality. It's equality.
This,
It's equality.
you're talking about something
Madam
that
Speaker,
happens in the House.
Right.
On this
And the-
occasion,
and the
a
House
member
then-
requested that it be sent
the House then,
before
Madam
the committee.
Speaker-
We're not talking about what happens every day.
Madam Speaker, the House then says, if you want to
The chair
withdraw it, you
recognizes
can
the honorable
withdraw it.
member
If you
for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, Madam,
Honorable member, on the 19th of June,
Madam Speaker.
on the, well, but that should have happened. Maybe that should have happened. Let me say this to you. Let me say that, honorable member, you're trying to overtalk me. On the 19th of June, I was not in the chair, okay? I might have expunged it from the record, but the deputy speaker was in the chair. So it was the deputy, there was the ruling that gives him the authority from this chair to refer it to the committee of privilege.
Madam
Okay?
Speaker,
So
Madam Speaker.
I have to fall in line.
Madam Speaker, you've recognized me, and quite frankly, Madam Speaker.
has already passed.
Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
The rule that East Grand Bahama refers to does not apply to reports of the Committee of Privilege.
No.
It applies to Madam Speaker, he has read it. He has read it. He has read it. And so, Madam Speaker, you have said that you're not a lawyer. I happen to be one.
Yes, you are.
And interpretation of rules is very simple. If you read it, it says where it appears to the House after comparing any report or account of the proceedings, of its proceedings. So when you consider, if you have a newspaper report that reports what happens in here, and they report it erroneously, what the House can do is compare what was reported by the press, look at the record of this House, and if it determines that that report is contemptuous, then it can move to deal with an external person who is reporting about the procedure of this House. It's not unlike what happens in court. I was in a matter with James Jones Sawyer, where the press reported that she sentenced somebody for murder to a term of years when the sentence was still mandatory. She regarded that as a contempt and summoned the reporter. So this is the equivalent power in this House. If somebody reports the proceedings of this House in a manner that amounts to contemptuous behavior, and that is dealt with by the House in terms of referring the matter then to be dealt with under the powers and privileges. What happens here with the powers, with the Committee on Privilege is not unlike what happens with the Committee of Privilege in the House of Commons, which has been known to cause seats to be declared vacant for by-elections. One should, I've said it a number of occasions, Hansard, which we refer to when you look at our rules, is online and free. The committee has simply said, and has not actually ascribed any malice to the members in Barnabas, which is why I don't understand what the headache is. He said he was referring to something that was in the past. South and Central Andros was referring to the future, so there was a disconnect in it. And I would imagine it was simple. I apologize if I misunderstood what you were referring to, and that's that. I really don't understand what all the angst is about. I don't understand that.
Madam Speaker, let me just say this, that I stand here, Madam Speaker, understanding the gravity of what this House has asked me to do. So likewise, my response takes that into consideration, Madam Speaker. The member for Freetown made a very important point, Madam Speaker. He said that I misunderstood. I was the one that asked the question. I asked the question, Madam Speaker. The honorable member answered a question I did not ask. And, Madam Speaker, determination has to be made. Madam Speaker, I'm responding to you. Madam Speaker.
Just continue talking.
Thank you, right? Madam Speaker, nowhere in the Hansard, Madam Speaker, nowhere in this Hansard does it say I use the word lie. Nowhere in this Hansard does it say I used the word lie or called you a liar. It did say that I said that you misled this out. I asked a specific question if there were any fees, that were increased. I didn't qualify when that was. The honorable member took it upon himself to misinterpret or interpret what I was trying to say, Madam Speaker. I asked him a specific question. Right? Asked him a specific, and I know what I said that day. I asked him a specific question, and he answered a question I did not answer, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, I did not use the word lie. I did not use the word lie in this honorable House.
Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for
I take it
Freetown.
he said that to indicate he isn't going to apologize after saying all of that.
Honorable members for St. Barnabas, you know, no, just allow me to say something. The honorable member for Engliston is a notable attorney. The honorable member for Carmichael is a notable attorney. The honorable member, Iram Lewis, is an honorable man. You understand? Members, and when the Committee of Privilege was able to examine and do an investigation into what transpired into the proceedings. Now, you said it was not picked up on the Hansard, but there were members sitting in this honorable assembly who heard every word that came out of your mouth, that heard the words. So, hold on, I'm still talking, I'm still speaking, just give me an opportunity, okay? So you are saying that the committee is telling an untruth against you? That's what you're indicating?
Madam Speaker, what I'm saying to you, Madam Speaker, is as you look at the Hansard, it does not say anywhere
I'm not
that I
asking
call
about
the
the
member.
Hansard, I'm asking the committee,
Madam
about the
Speaker,
committee
this is what
and
we're
their
referring to.
findings.
We're referring to the Hansard, just as the committee would have used the Hansard, I'm likewise doing it. And so, Madam Speaker, for the record, with God as my guide, and my commitment to my principles, I cannot in good conscience apologize, Madam Speaker.
So I'm going to ask you one last time. You are disobeying the rule from the chair as the findings of the Committee of Privilege was requested, who in their view was handed down their ruling, just asking you to apologize. You're not willing to apologize.
Madam Speaker, the members of the committee are not the only honorable members in here, and as a fellow honorable member of this place, who's the subject of this committee, with my duty to my own conscience and the principles that I bring to this, I cannot, in good conscience, give an apology.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, ma'am.
It is the ruling of this chair that the honorable member for St. Barnabas will be suspended upon the next sitting of this House after the summer break. That is the ruling of this chair. And I am handing that down because the honorable member is not willing to comply with the findings of the report of the Committee of Privilege on the matter concerning the Honorable Leon Lundy and himself. Thank you, honorable member. And I will not allow any member to call any committee that is made up of the honorable members that sit in this place to be called kangaroos. This is not a kangaroo court. There are many members that sit on various committees, including members on the side opposite. And if you say it's a kangaroo court, all I can say from this chair is, I hope the cap fits. Now, with that being done, we will now continue with the order of business as we conduct the people's business. And before we move along, we have to remember now, order, rules, regulations apply to each and every one of us wherever we go in life. And I can also say that when members feel like things don't go their way, they call it unequal. And when it don't go their way, they said that you're biased. Okay? So they say many things. But I can say from this chair, sometimes the conduct in this place is always make me to wonder. And I watch the proceedings of the House. I've watched it. I've watched it. Okay? And I will not sit here and let any member call good members who I know are good members. The honorable member for Engliston have served in this place for more than 25 years. And I will not believe for one reason that any member could come to me and then say to me that she will rise to her feet and give something that is unfounded or untrue as a presentation, not just to us, but to country. Thank you, honorable members. We will now proceed with the order of business as we proceed with the people's business. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise. I'm pleased and privileged to rise in this place on behalf of the hardworking, indomitable people of Long Island, to be their voice in this place and to contribute to this debate on the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2025 and its accompanying parliamentary elections regulations, that is, with respect to the biometric voters card. However, before I do so, Madam Speaker, I want to attend to a few matters in my constituency. Firstly, I know that the member for Tall Pines is here. I was told today that 2 doctors are on the island for the next 6 weeks, and I welcome that. I thank the member. I hope that that is made a permanent situation, as it was before. But certainly, I thank you for the 2 doctors being there, one for the south and one for the north. Madam Speaker, I also want to let my people know that we will be having our annual back-to-school extravaganza on the 30th of August, 2025, that is Saturday, the 30th of August. And this is proposed to be the biggest one yet to All Pines. We will have prizes and surprises. You say, invite you to All Pines? I'll invite you to All Pines. Come on down to All Pines. And of course, Madam Speaker, I know that the Long Island Association are carrying out some work right now to the cultural site. So tomorrow, I'll be making a substantial donation to the association to help them advance those works. Got to get it done, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also wish to extend condolences to the family of Don Parker. He's the brother of Ms. Lorna Knowles, and son, he died yesterday. And I also want to extend condolences and give a tribute to Mr. Eugene Pin Marie. It's with heavy hearts and profound sorrow that I pause to remember him, that we all pause to remember Long Islanders and celebrate the life of Mr. Eugene Marie, affectionately known as Pin. He was a treasured son of Long Island who passed yesterday, leaving behind a memory or a legacy of unwavering service, selflessness, and love that touched every corner of our community in Long Island. Mr. Marie was the longtime treasurer of the Long Island branch of the Cancer Society of the Bahamas, where he served with diligence, humility, and a deep sense of duty. His commitment to the cause, to the people he served alongside, and to those impacted by cancer was nothing short of remarkable. He was a steady, reliable hand in our local efforts, and his presence will be missed dearly by, I am sure, the Society's executive team and the many lives he helped to transform throughout the island through quiet but consistent service. But Madam Speaker, Mr. Marie was more than titles. He was a pillar in the community of Grace, where he loved that area with every fiber of his being. He was a pillar throughout various communities in Long Island. He gave of himself, often beyond what was expected. Now, whether as president of St. Mary's Burial Society, or as a devoted insurance agent, or simply as a good neighbor, he showed up for his people, always. He showed up with a big heart, a booming laugh, and enduring generosity. He was also a great businessman. You know, I remember the shopping center. He had a store in Stella Morris called the Shopping Center. I loved going there as a kid. That was our mall. You know, I remember getting my first piano from there, toys for Christmas, et cetera, et cetera. I still associate the shopping center with people like Ann Knowles and Ms. Nora Cartwright, Ms. Ann Knowles and Ms. Nora Cartwright, who are the cashiers there. You know, and even though they've long closed and moved on, that's my childhood memory. He also owned a watering hole, a local hangout, and a hardware store. And I'm grateful to him, Madam Speaker, also because, you know, Mr. Murray was very quiet with his donations, but every so often he would send loads of drinks to my campaign, especially when we were in political season. Sometime in April, I believe it was Good Friday, we were all down in the bush, down at the Cape by the monument. Myself, Sammy Smith, his business partner, and a number of others. And we were grilling fish, and sort of Mr. Murray was there. And you know, Mr. Murray's now gone on, so maybe I could say this. Mr. Murray, he had a mean moonshine mix that he mixed with cinnamon. Mr. Murray didn't just talk about community, he embodied it. On his daily walks in the bite, he just didn't pass by litter, he picked it up. Not because he was asked to do so, but because he cared. He gave fish to those who loved fish. He shared stories, laughs, wisdom, and warmth, and he made people feel seen. And I appreciate him. I truly appreciate him. And so to all of his family members, certainly to all his neighbors, to all of us Long Islanders, we appreciate him as a shining example of what it means to live a life of purpose, service, kindness. Long Island has lost one of its brightest lights, but heaven has gained a noble soul. And though our hearts are heavy, Madam Speaker, we take comfort in knowing that he received his well-earned crown. So I extend my condolences to his family, to Karen and Eldon Marie, Floyd Marie, folks like Melissa Dowell, who I know loved him, admired him, his employees. Rest peacefully, Mr. Marie. You will forever be remembered. Madam Speaker, before I get to the bill, I also want to acknowledge the passing of a legendary figure in Bahamian journalism, Ms. Nikki Kelly. When I wrote a column for the Tribune, she and I exchanged emails often. The conversations were filled with insight, wit, and wisdom. And obviously I was the young buck, so she was advising. I remember when I first started writing a column for the Tribune in 2005, I told the Tribune that I wanted my column to be formatted like hers. And that is how it was done in the beginning, in this box, this rectangular-like box. She offered sound advice, always candid, always thoughtful, sometimes critical as well. And so before I come to the House today, I reviewed some of our old emails, and I was reminded yet again of her brilliance. She always ended her emails by referring to herself as Nikki, and encouraged me, it seemed, to call her Nikki, but for me, she was just Miss Kelly. So Miss Kelly was more than a journalist. She was a fearless truth teller, a national conscience, and a mentor to generations, with an unmatched command of language and a deep sense of duty. She had the power to account and kept the public informed with sharp, unflinching commentary. Her pen was principled, her voice courageous, and her impact immeasurable. So, Madam Speaker, Nikki Kelly's legacy lives on in the standard she set for journalism, the courage she modeled, and the truth that she championed. To her beloved daughter, Catherine, and the entire Kelly family, I extend my heartfelt condolences. I'm sure that her loss is deep. I certainly know it's shared by all of us who respected her or admired and were influenced by her life's work. May she rest in peace. Madam Speaker, at the outset, let me state that the modernization of our electoral processes is long overdue, and I think it's commendable. The Bahamas, like any forward-thinking and forward-looking democracy, must constantly evaluate its electoral machinery to ensure that it's secure, fair, efficient, and most importantly, trusted by the public. Madam Speaker, I'll speak to some of the benefits of the bill. And we can all appreciate that the bill on its face offers some positive innovations. The introduction of the biometric voter ID card represents a major step in modernizing our elections infrastructure. And then, of course, you have some fraud safeguards by linking identity to unique biometric data like your fingerprints or your facial features. That system promises to reduce voter impersonation and double voting, which is a complaint that we've heard for many, many years. Madam Speaker, with a validity period of 10 years, the biometric card may reduce the frequency and the cost of voter re-registration, even though we've now moved to the permanent register. I certainly know if it's electronic, it'll make it easier to make certain adjustments. And I'll speak on that in a little bit. Madam Speaker, I believe that the biometric data can also help to clean up duplicate or outdated entries on the voter roll. And then, of course, there's the electronic poll books. If implemented properly, this can reduce wait times and ease the verification process on election day. Madam Speaker, you've seen countries around the globe adjust in terms of their electoral procedures, electoral laws, from Brazil to Ghana to Estonia. They've all made strides as relates to biometric electronic systems. And I believe that this bill signals the Bahamas' willingness to modernize in line with those examples. I've heard over the years talk about us having a national ID. So you don't have a particular national ID in the Bahamas. We have a driver's license, we have national insurance card, etc. So this, when you think about the national ID infrastructure potential, if privacy and legal frameworks are in place, this database could possibly support future digital government services or national identification systems. And then, of course, Madam Speaker, there's the diaspora, facilitating voting by the diaspora, particularly those persons who have to go to like the consulates and so on. So you have the potential to make that process smoother, particularly if persons are overseas and want to vote from overseas, those who might be there for various reasons, school, government appointments, etc. I think, though, that the next step, the next major step we should look at taking over the years is a move to possibly electronic voting, like we see in the United States, okay? Of course, that's going to take time, a lot of consultation, and you'll have to adjust for any potential hiccups. Madam Speaker, I believe in theory that a transparent and secure biometric system could enhance public trust. A transparent and secure biometric system could enhance public trust in election outcomes. And Madam Speaker, those are all valid and valuable outcomes if done right. That's the key thing. But done right requires getting the law right. So I now turn to what I view as some critical concerns in the legislative package. Madam Speaker, biometric data, that is fingerprints, facial scans, electronic signatures, are highly sensitive, permanent, and irreversible. If stolen or leaked, they cannot be changed like a password. The bill and regulations, I believe, fail to define how this data will be stored, encrypted, protected, or even deleted. There's no explicit data protection regime stated. And I believe the regulations or the bill should seek to have greater alignment with modern global standards, such as the EU's general data protection regulations. It's something that to be considered. Madam Speaker, I heard the member for Freetown speak about specific biometric and personal data being captured from each individual and what would be captured. I understand that. However, if individual consent is obtained to collect and use this data, will that be shared with any other agencies beyond the Parliamentary Registration Department? I'd like to know more about how the legal framework or regulations govern the collection, storage, access, and deletion of biometric voter data. Will citizens be able to access their own data, request corrections, or demand deletion of information. What security measures, Madam Speaker, are in place to prevent unauthorized access or data breaches of the biometric database? Who within the Parliamentary Registration Department or other government agencies will have access to the biometric data? Will this access be tiered? You know, for example, the commissioner is at a certain level, whatever. Will this access be tiered and restricted? That is a concern. I've heard people speak to this as well. And what is expected? What is the expected data retention period? I mean, obviously we talk about the 10 years here, but how long will citizens' biometric data be stored? Is the data encrypted, stored in the Bahamas, stored in Canada, or will foreign service or cloud-based systems be used? We want to know. While the government claims the biometric data or the biometric card, Madam Speaker, will be optional, the real-world experience oftentimes tells a different story. And we've seen time and again how optional IDs become functionally mandatory. You get into the bank and they ask you for a passport, driver's license, NIB, and all these different things. And they only need one. And so, how in future could access to polling stations be subtly restricted? Could pressure be placed on public servants or vulnerable groups? And if the technology fails on election day, let's say you have a full rollout. If the technology fails on election day, what will be the backup? I know that we are saying as it stands, we're going to be using the card. If the card, some people could get the card, and of course you'll have the old paper card. But when that phases out, what happens? If the old paper card is phased out, you now go strictly to the biometric card. What happens if the technology fails? You know, I'm often complaining in here about internet challenges on these family islands. Long Island, perfect example. Madam Speaker, biometric systems around the world, like India's Aadhaar, have rejected fingerprints of the elderly, manual laborers, and disabled voters, excluding them from social services and even voting. So you do have technical glitches, and that Indian system could show that. This bill should include fallback mechanisms, okay? I don't see any manual override panels or human verification if a scanner fails, etc. So set these fallback mechanisms out so we can prepare for those eventualities or potential happenings. Madam Speaker, when it comes to independent oversight and audit provisions, who audits the system? Who owns the biometric data? Who watches the watches? And will government invite international election observers to oversee not only the next general election, but going forward, especially in light of these sweeping changes? Because, you know, there's going to be behemoths who have a lot of questions and concerns. There's no mention, Madam Speaker, of an independent electoral commission or an external security audit or an annual transparency report. And we know in a democracy, any system with this level of sensitivity requires external checks and balances. Madam Speaker, this law proposes, or this bill proposes, to scan, store, and catalog Bahamians' fingerprints and faces. And yet, Madam Speaker, there's been little public education campaign, little to no public education campaign, really. There's been little consultation with civil society. We've seen what's been said in the newspaper or with data rights groups. And what about the Data Protection Commissioner? What's the consultation been like with the Data Protection Commissioner? We see that the vendor, the proposed vendor, I read a letter earlier prior to speaking here from the Prime Minister to the leader of the opposition that spoke to a Canadian vendor, Canadian banknote. Madam Speaker, we know that a general election is on the horizon, and we recognize that voters can still use the old paper cards. But what public outreach, what public education and outreach efforts are planned to ensure that voters understand the new process and how all of this might coincide. I imagine that some folks will be able, or some folks may have the card by then, because I think it was the Parliamentary Commission who said he expects it to roll out, or at least the first set to roll out in some 7 months or thereabouts. If an election isn't called by then, maybe folks will have that. Why is the biometric system being implemented now? Is what you'll hear folks saying in the barber shop. Why is it being implemented now rather than being phased in during a future electoral cycle when more time will allow for deeper consultation and infrastructure readiness? That's the key thing, the infrastructure readiness. And how much consultation, as I said earlier, has been had with the Data Protection Commission regarding the rollout of the biometric voter ID system. Will there be a specific investment or allocation to that commission or in the commission that would assist with monitoring compliance, investigating possible data breaches, enforcing penalties, and providing guidance to the public? All questions, I believe, that people would like to hear an answer to. Madam Speaker, as relates to the complexity of our country, us being an archipelago, and some of our islands a little more advanced than others, and implementing a nationwide biometric system, that's expensive and complex. And so we know that the equipment must be purchased, maintained, and upgraded. Staff must be trained. Connectivity, which is key, must be guaranteed across all family islands, not just New Providence. I'm speaking futuristically as well. And so these internet challenges that we are facing on these islands, we must move to seek to address them. I frankly think BTC, for example, has regressed since it was sold in, I think it was 2011. The service has gotten worse. I haven't seen any improvement in the service. And so system failures, Madam Speaker, must be anticipated, not denied. Not denied. Madam Speaker, we'd like to know how in future this rollout will function in Mastic Point, in Grace, Long Island, Deadman's Key, and other remote settlements. And what is the total projected cost of the implementation of the biometric voter registration and card issuance system? Who has been awarded the contract for the biometric voter registration cards, for the actual cards, the cards itself, the printing of those cards, Madam Speaker? And is this a one-off or is this a long-term service agreement with ongoing financial commitments? Madam Speaker, biometric data, as you can appreciate, can degrade over time, especially fingerprints. A 10-year static card without midterm verification risk false mismatches and wrongful voter rejection. Okay, 10 years is a long time. It really is, if you put it in perspective. And so there's no provision in the proposed legislation for re-verification or review periods or demographic re-enrollment. Madam Speaker, the assignment of a permanent voter registration number tied to biometric markers and other identifiers also raises a few other questions. Will this be used? And this is the thing, again, this is the question many want to know, will this be used across other ministries or is this just with Parliamentary? Will this become a form of tracking? You sit in the barbershop, you hear all kinds of things, all kinds of questions being asked by the public. Will it be shared with third parties? Speaker, again, there are no legal limitations on data sharing or retention. Speaker, my view is, or the question I would ask the government is, why not just do a pilot for 2 or 3 constituencies with independent evaluation and then do a phased rollout, testing to see how it happens. Speaker, in recent time, we've seen a surge in what appears to be citizenship approvals in the country. Almost every day now, certainly every week, we see the newspapers with almost a full page of persons either changing their names, being naturalized, etc. And so, what influence, where will those persons fit into all of this? You know, what happens to those folk? Persons want to know. Because one of the concerns Bahamians have is when they pick up the paper and they see all these pictures and names. I want to change my name from a Russian or a Chinese or a Haitian name to a Gibson or a Rule or a Smith or something like that that's more Bahamian, and all these persons being naturalized. That is a concern for many Bahamians. Madam Speaker, I support modernizing our elections. But modernization without protection, greater consultation, that leaves some concerns. You know, we need more consultation. We must ensure that as we amend, we ensure data protection, fallback mechanisms, and greater oversight. And as I said earlier, Madam Speaker, we should move towards having pilot phases that are conducted and independently evaluated. I support any sensible, progressive legal updates to all laws. Madam Speaker, before I conclude, I want to speak on another matter. This weekend, Madam Speaker, I attended a funeral on Saturday past, right here in Nassau. And the lady who was being funeralized, she had 3 kids, a girl and 2 boys. One of her sons, I think he's serving some time. I know he's serving some time. But what was difficult, Madam Speaker, was that the young man was not allowed to attend his mom's funeral or even attend the graveside, given the finality of death, you know. And I think that we should seek to allow folk to be able to do that, right? Maybe for a mom, a dad, kids, husband, wife. You know, these people are not animals. So, you know, and what kind of people we want to re-enter society? Madam Speaker, I also believe that in the Bahamas, I hear all the talk about building a new corrections facility, right? But as we do that, I think we should advance in the way that we treat persons in custody. So I think, particularly as it relates to married inmates, right? We should look at conjugal visits. How could a marriage last or survive a multi-year sentence? Seriously. In the United States, for example, Madam Speaker, right? Depending on the facility, on the security level, and the nature of the offense, many state prisons allow for immediate family members, parents, siblings, spouse, children. Once there's a formal request, and they're accompanied by corrections officers. You know, there's some restraints, of course, involved, and some inmates may have to even pay for the transport and security costs, but they allow them to attend the funerals or to even have escorted trips to visit dying relatives. I think that's the humane thing to do. And as it relates to conjugal visits or extended family visits, they're also allowed in certain jurisdictions in the United States, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, of course, the inmate must have a legal spouse, a clean disciplinary record, be in good standing, should not be serving any violent or sexual offense, and maybe shouldn't be in maximum security. And as it relates to children, Madam Speaker, as we move to building this new correctional facility, right? I believe that children should be able to, there should be some family-friendly visitation programs where children could maintain that contact and connection with their parents. You know, where there can be some personal contact with them. Children can visit an incarcerated parent during visiting hours, and they can have physical contact maybe at the beginning or the end of that time. These are human beings at the end of the day. And I do not believe at the current time that they have the ability to have that physical contact in a family-friendly space, as opposed to looking through a cage. Madam Speaker, so as we talk about constructing a new prison, I believe these reforms should also be considered. We must look towards bringing facilities that enhance family visitation programs, or settings designed to help incarcerated parents maintain bonds with their children. Madam Speaker, I was speaking to a lady this morning, Linda Carol Strawn, and I'm going to wrap up right now. And she was talking to me about some of the forward-thinking, humane ways that, we could progressively move towards prison reform. And she talked about combining justice with restoration, discipline with dignity, and punishment with productivity. And she said, Madam Speaker, that instead of placing persons with minor infractions behind bars, why not implement a system that enhances or emphasizes, Madam Speaker, I'll wrap up in 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Why not implement a system that emphasizes rehabilitation, national contribution, and skill development? So, for example, and this would reduce prison overcrowding and cut government spending and transform some lives as well. So you think about national beautification and maintenance. You assign minor offenders to clean and maintain public spaces, roadside parks, beaches, drainage systems, provide a modest stipend to promote dignity and responsibility. You put them in some vocational training and service, teach inmates to sew and produce government and school uniforms, supporting local manufacturing. Inmates can be trained to clean and maintain government uniforms through laundry and dry cleaning services. Train the individuals to clean and assist in basic maintenance and repair of government vehicles. And she said inmates can also help to support agricultural work at places like BAMSI, promote food sustainability by enabling persons to grow their own food, eat what they grow what they eat. And of course, I know that the prison, I think, offers certifications now, right? Plumbing, electrical, basic maintenance, and so on. And so, Madam Speaker, that's for those persons who are minor offenders. And then for the medium-level offenders, explore house arrests, electronic monitoring, or structured community service in place of incarceration, and pairing this with certified training programs enabling individuals to re-enter society with real qualifications and job prospects. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I rest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt Long Island, but much of what he spoke about is happening now in the prison. There's a Grow Your Child program where children come in and are met and commune with their parents outside of cells and are able to hug them, touch them. There's up for consultation now, is out for consultation for over 12 months, a conditional release of offenders bill. Inmates now do all manner of things, make license plates, make furniture for government house, learn cleaning, farming, have layers. All of this is happening. We're actually considering conjugal visits, and the inmates are all volunteering to build the conjugal cells. And so all of this is going on now. But that has nothing to do with this bill. But I do stand because while I was out, I heard Long Island ask what will be made of the information held by the Parliamentary Registration Department. They hold a lot of your information currently. They don't let anybody access it because they're the data controllers. They're going to ask to get permission from you to get information from another government agency. So there's nothing to suggest that they wouldn't require the same consent from you to pass on any information. All of the information that's on your paper voter's card is captured electronically and digitized with the Parliamentary Election Department now. They have a server now. They have to involve data security and cyber security now. The only difference is instead of giving you a little paper card written up, they'll give you a polycarbonate card. And instead of having to talk but go down the track road and turn by the juju tree, it's going to be geographic location of where you live. So, well, the Data Protection Act requires consent, and that is why in the survey, in this revision process, they have to get permission to get your information from the passport office. That's already a requirement. And there's nothing that's going to change that. When they get the information, they're bound by the same rules as the passport office. So we need to stop giving the impression that you give the government this information and they'll share it all over the place. If that was the case, why wouldn't he share the passport, photo, and fingerprints directly with PRD without you having to consent? We stress that you're going to have to consent for the passport office to give the Parliamentary Registration Department your information, because it's private to you for the purpose of your passport.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today representing the strong people of Mangrove Key, Central and South Andros, in support of the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2025, because this legislation represents not just a technical upgrade, but a necessary step in fortifying the democratic foundations of our nation. It signals that the Bahamas intends to match global electoral standards while preserving the dignity, rights, and participation of every eligible voter. As technology reshapes governance across the globe, the Bahamas must move purposefully, yet thoughtfully, into the future. This bill is not about technology for its own sake. It's about preserving the integrity of our elections, safeguarding our citizens, and ensuring that every valid voice is heard and counted. Madam Speaker, I want to begin this contribution not with theory or policy, but with a recent personal experience, one that brought the reality of our electoral process into full view. Just last week, I took my daughters Tanai, Lauren, and Jane to register the vote for the first time for the Kalani constituency. It was a proud moment as a parent and as a parliamentarian to watch them step into their role as participants in our democracy. But what should have been a straightforward exercise ended up taking nearly 2 hours. Not because of a lack of effort, but because of the long manual steps involved. Checks, cross-checks, handwriting, paperwork, taping, and also gluing. For new voters, especially young Bahamians eager but unfamiliar with this process, such delays can feel like a barrier. And in today's fast-paced world, that kind of wait risks discouraging the very group we must engage the most. I also want to pause here, Madam Speaker, and thank the two women, and I'm glad that the chief parliamentarian is here for the department, who assisted me that day, Ms. Sheena Stirrup and Ms. Bernadette Taylor. Their professionalism, patience, and customer service at the Cable Beach Post Office venue were nothing short of exemplary. They were focused and grace they worked with, despite the constraints of the system. But Madam Speaker, that's precisely the point. We have good people working with an outdated framework. This is why the Parliamentary Elections Bill is not just necessary, it's urgent. This legislation will usher in a new era for Bahamian democracy, a modernization of our electoral system by introducing biometric voter ID cards and electronic poll books. The bill, tabled by the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, marks a significant leap forward as we strive to protect the integrity of our elections and better serve our constituents. Speaking of constituents, Madam Speaker, allow me a brief moment to speak directly to the families of Andros. On Saturday, August the 30th, we will be hosting the Back to School Fair across all three communities at Queens Park in Fresh Creek, Central Andros, Dorset Park in Mangrove Key, and at the Multipurpose Gymnasium in South Andros. These events are more than just school supply giveaways. They are a celebration of community, of preparation, and of our investment in the next generation. I invite all parents and guardians to come out also. Bring the children, and let's get ready for the new school year together. Madam Speaker, the right to vote
is among the most powerful expressions of citizenship in any democracy. It is through voting that citizens lend their voice to national direction, influence governance, and affirm the legitimacy of public leadership. The electoral process is not just a procedural requirement. It is the living mechanism through which trust is built between the people and the state. That process must therefore be guarded, modernized where necessary, and also rooted in fairness, transparency, and accessibility. Around the world, electoral systems are evolving. Advances in technology have reshaped how voters' rolls are maintained, how ballots are verified, and how elections are monitored. From biometric voter registration to electronic poll books and real-time verification, countries are adapting to meet the modern demands while guarding against fraud and manipulation. But no system, no matter how advanced, can function without the confidence of the people it is meant to serve. That confidence is built when citizens believe their vote counts, when processes are secure, and when access is equitable. Here in the Bahamas, we have long prided ourselves on conducting peaceful, orderly elections. But as society changes and technology advances, so too must our electoral infrastructure. Our responsibility as legislators is to ensure that the systems we put in place today can stand the test of tomorrow, offering both security and simplicity, both innovation and integrity. It is in that spirit that I turn to the Parliamentary Elections Bill now before the Honorable House. Madam Speaker, if we examine carefully, the bill introduces powerful and forward-thinking revisions. First, the introduction of the biometric voter cards. Each card will bear secure polycarbonate material embedding a photograph and the holder's signature. This is the same trusted material currently used in our National Insurance Board cards and bank cards. It is resistant to tampering and built to last. For generations, handwritten voter identification cards have served as the foundation of our electoral process. In an era when access to printing and digital infrastructure was limited, these manually prepared cards provided a basic method of documenting voter eligibility. Each card, issued by hand and signed or stamped by electoral authorities, was seen as a trusted artifact, proof of one's place in the democratic process. They were simple, familiar, and functional in that time. But while handwriting cards may have served us in the past, their very simplicity is now a source of vulnerability. They are prone to human error, whether in the spelling of names, the transposition of digits, or inconsistencies in layout. A misplaced letter or a smudged stamp could easily create confusion on election day, leading to delays, unnecessary verification steps, or even the wrongful denial of a legitimate voter. In some cases, worn or damaged cards become unreadable, especially for older voters who have kept the same paper card through multiple elections. Beyond the risk of error, handwritten cards are also more susceptible to tampering and duplication. Unlike digitally printed or secure cards, handwritten IDs lack built-in safeguards. No embedded signatures, no photographs, no barcodes, and no audit trail. In close or contentious races, this opens the door to disputes, mistrust, and legal challenges. And for our electoral workers, it places an undue burden to rely on memory, familiarity, or manual cross-checking during high-pressure polling conditions. As our population grows and as more Bahamians move between islands, vote abroad, or register for the first time, the limitations of handwritten cards only become more evident. In today's world, where precision, speed, and security are no longer luxuries but expectations, we must ask ourselves honestly, can a hand-filled card still carry the full weight of our democracy? That answer, Madam Speaker, respectfully is no. It is time to evolve our systems, not because we disregard the past, but because we owe it to the future. Secondly, Voter registration numbers will become permanent. Once issued, a Bahamian will no longer need a new electoral identification card for each general election. This single, lifelong identifier will simplify administration while reducing waste and cost. This change will bring greater consistency, not just to the voter, but also to the institutions that support our elections. Currently, each election cycle features and requires a full-scale reissuance of cards, often under tight timelines and significant expense. But by shifting to a permanent voter number system, the Parliamentary Registration Department can focus less on printing and logistics and more on maintaining an accurate and continuously updated register. This allows for better long-term planning and reduces the strain on public resources in the months leading up to a general election. Moreover, a permanent registration number creates the foundation of seamless integration across government platforms. Whether interfacing with national insurance, financial institutions, or other government agencies, a standardized voter ID number ensures greater data integrity and eliminates duplication. It opens the door to faster, safer verification, both at the polls and in the back-end systems that support electoral transparency. At a time when public institutions are under increasing pressure to be both secure and service-oriented, this simple but powerful reform moves us in the right direction. Thirdly, electronic poll books will be deployed in every polling station, enabling on-the-spot verification at the swipe of a fingerprint scan. Madam Speaker, the introduction of electronic poll books marks a critical shift away from manual voter lists, which are often lengthy, outdated, or prone to clerical error. With this reform, poll workers will be equipped with secure, tablet-based systems that instantly verify a voter's identity using fingerprint authentication or other biometric markers. This allows for faster check-ins, reduces line congestion, and most importantly, ensures that each eligible person can vote and only vote once. Finally, the voter verification exercise ensures periodic updates to the register. There are also strong penalties, up to $10,000 fines or 12 months imprisonment for anyone found guilty of fraudulent practice. The opportunity for impersonation, double voting, or exploitation of the current system is dramatically reduced. This move is not speculative. It is grounded in proven international practice. Countries that have adopted electronic poll books, from India to Ghana to parts of the United States, report marked improvements in voter accuracy and public trust. In our context, where some family islands face added challenges in staffing and verification, this technology gives presiding officers a reliable and consistent tool, no matter the size or the remoteness of that constituency. And as these systems are rolled out nationally, they can be calibrated to meet the specific realities of each district while maintaining one national standard. The penalties outlined in the bill also send a clear message: fraud will not be tolerated. The combination of technology and accountability ensures that those who attempt to manipulate the system will face real consequences. A $10,000 fine or 12 months imprisonment is no small matter, and rightfully so. These penalties reflect the seriousness with which we protect the democratic process. For voters who follow the rules, these reforms offer reassurance. For those who might be tempted to compromise the system, they serve as a firm deterrent. Madam Speaker, I am aware that members on the other side of the Honorable House have expressed skepticism about the bill. That is their right in a democracy. But it is our responsibility to not only answer with politics, but with principle. Yes. This legislation is not about party. It is about the people. It is about ensuring that every Bahamian, regardless of color, creed, constituency, or political affiliation, has access to a secure, efficient, and modern voting system. If we can agree that the right to vote is sacred, then surely we must also agree that the systems protecting that right must evolve with the times.
Yes.
The opposition has raised concerns about privacy, timing, and readiness. But let us be clear. This bill is not compulsory. It is not rushed, and it is not careless. It is deliberate, it is balanced, and it introduces biometric voters' cards as an optional enhancement.
You may continue, honorable member.
Biometric voters' cards as an optional enhancement for those who choose to enroll. It includes provisions for public education, secure data handling, and phased implementation. It does not replace the right to vote with a fingerprint. It simply strengthens the process with tools that reduce fraud, speed up verification, and increase public confidence. These are not threats to the democracy. They are guarantors of it. And to those who ask, why now? I would respectfully respond, if not now, when? The Bahamas cannot afford to lag behind while our neighbors move forward. The world is not standing still, and neither should we. To modernize our elections is not to abandon tradition, but to protect it. And if there are genuine suggestions for strengthening the bill on implementation, outreach, or oversight, we welcome them. But let us not confuse critique for obstruction. What this moment calls for is for vision, courage, and a commitment to the Bahamian people, not delay. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, this bill strengthens what matters most, public confidence in the vote. When Bahamians see that their identity is securely verified, that duplicate voting is prevented, and that everyone is held to the same standard, regardless of party or parish, trust in the process is restored. Every citizen, whether in Mangrove Key or Centerville, deserves to know that their one vote counts, just as it should, and that no bad actor can exploit the system. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about politics. It is about progress.
Yes.
It is about protecting the vote, respecting the voter, and building a more modern, resilient electoral system for the Bahamian people. This Davis administration, we are not abandoning the principles that have guided our democracy. We are strengthening them by introducing secure voter ID cards, establishing permanent registration numbers, deploying electronic poll books, and instituting clear safeguards. We are laying the groundwork for a system that is more efficient, more accurate, and more trustworthy. I acknowledge the concerns that have been raised, and I welcome every good faith effort to refine the process. But let us not allow fear to block forward motion.
That's right.
This legislation has been carefully crafted to preserve privacy, respect choice, and ensure no Bahamian is left behind. It is not compulsory. It does not disenfranchise. What it does is offer a pathway forward, one that protects the integrity of the vote while improving the experience of the voter. This is how we build trust, not just in the system, but in each other. And so, Mr. Speaker, I close by saying the strength of any democracy is not in its history alone. It is in its willingness to evolve. The Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill is a step toward a better electoral future,
Yes.
one that honors our past but refuses to be limited by the past. On behalf of the people of Central Andros, South Andros, and Mangrove Key, we proudly support this bill and commend it to this honorable House.
Thank you, honorable member. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I rise on behalf of the great people of the Pinewood constituency. I'm very grateful and forever will be grateful for their continued support. Mr. Deputy, I'm going to be very brief. I would first like to issue my condolences to all residents of the constituency who've lost loved ones. Yesterday, I attended the homegoing service for matriarch Satella Roll, 92 years of number 32 Cascarilla, the aunt of the Prime Minister and member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. And may all those dearly departed souls rest in peace. Mr. Deputy, the monthly branch of the Pinewood constituency will be held, branch meeting will be held on Tuesday, the 19th of August at 7 p.m. at Cleveland Indian School. All residents are invited to attend. Mr. Deputy, with regard to the bill, as I said, I'll be very brief. Mr. Deputy, as a law student, I was told very early on in my training that every voter should be very careful for whom they vote for, because elections and voting have consequences. The persons who you vote for, if elected, can pass laws that can affect every facet of your life, positively or negatively. So definitely the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, in moving the bill, competently laid out the proposed amendments and the reason for those said amendments. The member for Freetown, in seconding the bill, gave further details for the amendments. Mr. Deputy, it was said early on by both members that the OAS had recommended some 18 changes to our voting laws. And this recommendation was made some 8 years ago. So it is fair, Mr. Deputy, to say that these changes are long overdue and that the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador and the government should be commended for bringing these changes. Mr. Deputy, I said earlier that the former administration was responsible for bringing the original act. And so there should be very little controversy in the debate itself. Mr. Deputy, the right to vote is a sacred one. Some may say it is the most sacred right that we have as Bahamians. Choosing those to lead our country in a fair and transparent manner should be a priority of every government. It is the priority of this Davis-led administration. Mr. Deputy, every Bahamian should be willing to accept the results of elections in our country. A transparent voting system can make that acceptance of the elections results much easier. Mr. Deputy, as stated above, the way elections are conducted are constantly changing. This fact is true the world over. A modern electoral system is vital to a transparent democratic process in every country, the Bahamas included. The Bahamas must change and is changing with the times. This bill is included, Mr. Deputy, in the winds of change. We are moving away from paper voters cards and a paper register to biometric cards and digital voters registers. Mr. Deputy, the bill seeks to allow all eligible voters to vote. The member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador also spoke of measures to discourage disenfranchisement of voters, including those who may be mistakenly left off the register. The bill speaks to how that mischief could be corrected. Mr. Deputy, the member for Central Grand Bahama raised, among other things, the issue of fixed terms and fixed dates. Mr. Deputy, as I said, we practice the Westminster system of government. Further, before we get so excited, the system of governance in which we practice in the UK, they tried the same, they passed the Calling of Parliament Act in 2011, the UK Fixed Term Parliament Act of 2011. Mr. Deputy, it was repealed by the Dissolution and Calling of Parliament Act 2022. So a country that's been practicing a system for almost 1,000 years got rid of that same piece of legislation some 11 years later. Be careful what we ask for, because in our system of government, losing a major piece of legislation can trigger a no confidence vote and a return of going back to the people for a new mandate. Mr. Deputy, in closing, as communicated by the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, this bill alone is not a panacea, but a step forward in moving the Bahamas forward toward a transparent, progressive voting process that we as Bahamians could be proud of. I commend the government for this step. Also, as communicated by the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, the modernization process started under the previous administration, so they should be given commendation. And we build on the foundation of others because governments are continuous. Mr. Deputy, targeted and precise are the words used by the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador to describe the amendments. Common sense solution. If the right to vote is sacred, should not the identification used to vote be of high quality and secure? Mr. Deputy, amendments to provide a more clean voters registry is common sense. Mr. Deputy, with those few words, Pinewood rests and support this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmani. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama. Get that right.
Water.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is again a privilege to be able to stand in this honorable place to represent the good and the special people from the East Grand Bahama constituency. I do not take standing here for granted. I give God thanks, and I give the people of East Grand Bahama thanks as well for this awesome opportunity. Mr. Chair, this is one of those rare occasions that I believe I will speak very short in this place. I will do my best to speak under the 30 minutes. But Mr. Chair, elections are important in the Bahamas. I dare say that elections are, and the process of voting is one of the highest priorities for Bahamians. I believe for many, many years, the election turnout in the Bahamas was above 80%, and that speaks to what voting means to Bahamians. They take it serious. And they also, most of them, trust that process. Mr. Chair, I want to start off, though, by commending the Free National Movement for its continued commitment to the electoral modernization through the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Act of 2020. Yes.
that amendment represented a pivotal step towards strengthening our democratic institutions. Under the FNM's leadership, the Act introduced critical reforms, including the establishment of a continuous voter register, eliminating the outdated practice of disregarding the register every 5 years. This shift ensured greater accessibility, accuracy, and inclusion for Bahamian voters. Most significantly, the 2020 amendment laid the legal foundation for the introduction of what we advance here today, the biometric voters' cards, ushering in a new era of what is hoped to be a more secure, fraud-resistant voter identification. These reforms were not incidental. They were the direct result of a principled belief by the FNM that the electoral integrity must evolve with the times. They reflect the Free National Movement's enduring philosophy that democracy must be protected through fairness, efficiency, and the responsible use of technology, always with the people at the center of the process. And, Mr. Deputy, while the introduction of the biometric voters card represents a significant step forward in modernizing our electoral system, it also raises legitimate questions, and those questions, I believe, were articulated already. Questions about data security, privacy, public trust. And Bahamians, again, are, and in most cases, rightfully asking, who will be able to access the biometric data? How will it be protected? What happens if it's lost or if it is stolen or misused? And these are not abstract fears. They are real questions, real life questions. When you go into the barbershops, the food stores, these are real life questions that Bahamians are having. I believe our system of elections has evolved into what is now one of the most trusted systems around the world. I also believe that most Bahamians now trust the system. Therefore, we must be vigilant to ensure that the systems we adopt or the changes we make are secure, that they are transparent, and that they are also subject to independent oversight. The integrity of our democracy depends not just on the technology we implement, but on the trust the Bahamian people have in how that technology is managed and protected. I also heard, I believe it was the member for Long Island who spoke earlier, who suggested, as was suggested in other countries, where they would put forward a pilot project for this biometric, when they were introducing the biometric card. And that they were able to manage it, they were able to review it, and then they were also able to proceed for the national rollout sort of after they had completed that, pilot project. Also, Mr. Chair, the Free National Movement also started the process of creating, as was said by the member for Freetown, for creating the cybersecurity response team. I'm pleased to see that this team has progressed in the national interest. It is hoped that whatever the system is implemented, it will be overseen and protected by this cybersecurity team as well. And I believe the member for Freetown did say that this team will also be dealing with the biometric card and so on. Mr. Chair, also, we've raised the question of the lack of public consultation and transparency to this point. I know that the Parliamentary Commissioner and his team have indicated that they are going to proceed with a robust public education. And so we only say that we support the proceeding with the robust public education.
such a fundamental change to our electoral process, one that involves the collection and transfer of highly sensitive personal data and the use of our electoral process, should be subject to a broad national dialogue. Yet to date, there has been no widespread public education campaign, no stakeholder forums, and we believe that now we should proceed with that public education to, again, bring the public along. Should we be proceeding? Yes, absolutely. We should be proceeding with this biometric card, but we should be bringing the people along with us. If the government, and as was said by the parliamentary commissioner, wants to act in the interests of the Bahamian public, then we must ensure that we bring the public along and that the public understands, the public trusts this process. If the public does not trust the process, then it will not be accepted. But the public has to trust that process. Mr. Chairman, as I take my seat, the opposition also raises concerns about what we see as a delay in the implementation of the National Electronic ID system in the Bahamas. We have a number of different IDs. We have the passport, we have the national the NID card, we have the voter's card, we have a driver's license, we have all of these different pieces of identification, and all of the identification comes from information that the one government, the single government, has in its database, but they are in different databases. So NID has information on you in their database. The parliamentary registration will have information on you in their database. The passport office would have information on you in their database. The driver's license, they would have information about you in their own database. These are 4 different places that has that, and it is the same government that has this information in 4 different places. So what we believe needs to happen, and this actually would have been a wonderful opportunity for us to proceed with the national electronic identification, is for there to be one place that you have this data, and then that one place that you are holding this data is able to verify the information to the passport office, they're able to verify the information to NIB, they're able to verify the information to road traffic, they're able to verify the information to all of the different government agencies. And one other, I believe it was mentioned also by the member for Freetown earlier today, we should be proceeding the way how other countries have proceeded with the policy, the once-only policy, where if a government agency has a piece of information about you, then no other government agency is able to ask you for that information. That government agency will now have to go to the other government agency that has that piece of information about you. Again, it makes doing business with the government simpler. It makes doing business with the government easier. At this point, you know, to take it to the extreme, you gain a passport from the passport office. You have to justify who you are, justify where you were born to the passport office. The passport then verifies that information. And once the passport verifies that information, they issue you a passport. But when you go to the parliamentary registration, if you are not already on the register, you have to provide the same information that you provided to the passport office in order to get your voter's card. Again, you have to go to one government agency to take that information that the government agency gives you, and then give it to another government agency. When you stand back and look at it, it really has almost a sense of being, I won't say oppressive, but it's almost nonsensical that you are getting the information from the government agency, and then you are taking that same information to another government agency to be able to justify you to be able to vote. When if there was an electronic ID that... Point of order. Okay.
The floor recognized Honorable Member for Baines and Grandstown.
Mr. Chair, I didn't want to interrupt the great member for East Grand Bahama. But, Mr. Chair, based on my institutional knowledge and experience, what the former administration did was created an infrastructure. They call it the Great Bahama Bank. But what they didn't do, Mr. Chair, in order to accommodate some of the things that he's talking about, what they didn't do, they didn't create the systems necessary in the individual departments to make certain that these agencies, ministries, and departments can talk to one another electronically. So what happened was, they created a highway, but they didn't create the necessary exits or entrance onto the highway so that the systems can talk to one another. They didn't do that, Mr. Chair. So as a result of that, even though the information is in the Registrar General's Department, the National Insurance Board, the Road Traffic Department, Immigration, and so on and so forth, they don't talk. They created the infrastructure. They created the superhighway, but they didn't create the connection, Mr. Chair. Integration or connection. They didn't create it. So I don't want to allow the Bahamian people to be hoodwinked, to believe that we're not doing what we're supposed to do. But Mr. Chair, on a serious note, we have to make certain, and I understand the concept in which he's speaking. But the reality is, at the end of the day, we have to make certain that all of these systems in place. Another thing before I sit, Mr. Chair, 85 to 90% of the systems in governments are legacy manual systems. So even though you create the superhighway or the infrastructure, because we have so many legacy systems in place, these systems cannot talk to one another. Therefore, we have to go from one agency to the next in order to get these things done. We are looking at moving forward in this direction, but it's going to take some time, Mr. Chair. So I don't want the Bahamian people to think that we're not doing what we're supposed to do. And they did what they were supposed to do, and they didn't. Actually, they created the infrastructure, but they didn't create. Hold on. They didn't. No, hold on. No. I don't want to get distracted, Mr. They like to pull you in, you know. And I just wanted to say that, Mr. Chair. I didn't really want to interrupt him like that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I think you would understand why we have been advocating for the member for Bain and Grantstown to be a minister with responsibility for. We've been saying that from the very beginning, that he ought to have been the minister with respect to this. Because, Mr. Chair, there is very little that I have to dispute what he was saying. And honestly, there's very little that he said that disputed what I was saying. And I believe we believe in the same thing, that we must make this, as the member for Central Grand Bahama says, we must make this happen. We did some work. They are doing some work. But the point that I'm making is, we need to, where we need to move to. I'm not saying that the Free National Movement did everything, and I'm not saying that the Progressive Labour Party did nothing. What I am saying is, we as a country need to move forward to a place where all of these systems are able to speak to one another. We must move to a place where there is an electronic ID. And if you have an electronic ID, then you would not have to be verifying your information at the passport office, and then also verifying your information at parliamentary registration, and then verifying your information at NID, and then verifying your information at road traffic. That is the people working for the government instead of the government working for the people. And that's where we need to go. We need to be a...
Floor recognized. The honourable member for Fox Hill.
The verification will permit. The only persons, because of the law, the data protection law, the parliamentary registration can't go to the passport office and say, send us the information. But it will be migrated over for everyone who agrees, because as present, we don't have an only one system. And the thing that you always can be asked about is your residence, because that can change. It's not permanent like your face, your prints, and that. And, well, even your gender sometimes can change these days, depending on how you look at it. But the bottom line is the ease of bringing over is exactly what we are designing, just that the law now requires you to consent, and once you consent, the systems will talk to each other and we'll get the information. We're seeking to make it easy for the voter at all times.
We are not saying anything different from that, you know. All we are saying is, right now you are moving to a place where you are able to move information from the passport office to move it to the Parliamentary Registration Department, which is fine. That's good. Once it's done in a secure manner, then that takes us a step further. But what we are also saying is, what we need is an integration with all government agencies. We need an integration with the Road Traffic Department. We need an integration with the NIB Department. We need an integration with the Ministry of Health. All of these where you have to verify your identity to a government agency. We are saying that all of the government agencies need to do what is happening today, which is for one government agency to securely transfer the information to another government agency. And again, it is almost as though they expect that I'm saying something critical of them, when the reality is I'm agreeing with what you are saying. I'm agreeing with what you are saying, and what I'm saying is we need to go further. We need to take it to a place where all of the government agencies are able to speak to one another, where all of the government agencies are able to electronically communicate with one another, so that we don't have to go through this process of verifying again, of giving the same information to other government agencies again. And that's the point, Mr. Deputy, that I'm making. There's just, before I take my seat, there's just a question also in terms of, with the principle of the once only, my understanding is the data is owned by the person as opposed to it being owned by the government. And that also means that you are, if data is owned by you, you are also able to access it. You are also able to see it, verify it. And then if someone else accesses it, you should be notified that someone else is accessing your personal data. And I wonder if there's moved towards that area where we can now see who is accessing our data as well. So, Mr. Deputy, as I said, we on this side support this. I'm sorry, there was also one other question in terms of if persons have to verify the card every 10 years, if they have to do some verification every 10 years, if they don't do the verification after the 10 years, will that mean that they can now use their passport to vote, or that if they do not verify, that would prohibit them from voting? Does that mean that I can, if I do not verify, that I can, because right now, if I don't have my voter's card, I can vote with my passport. Does that mean that if I don't verify, that I will still be able to use my passport at some other point to vote? Okay, very well. And so, Mr. Deputy, as I said, on this, we support the proceedings with this. There have been different concerns that have been raised. We would like those concerns to be adequately addressed, and particularly with the concern of public education. We would like that also to be substantially addressed by the Parliamentary Registration Department. And as I said, the Bahamian people deserve clarity on this issue, and they do not deserve empty promises, or bureaucratic issues. They deserve it to be efficient, but they most of all deserve it to be trusted. Bahamians need to have trust in the system, and that's where I believe we need to be heading towards. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmani. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Baines and Grandstown.
Mr. Chair, you better stop. Don't get me fired.
Mr. Chair, I thank you for recognizing me and giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill, which is legacy in the making and further shapes the Bahamian landscape. I rise on behalf of the resilient people of Baines and Grandstown in support of these amendments to this piece of legislation, and I publicly thank them for electing me to serve as their Member of Parliament in 2021. Mr. Chair, I want to send a special shout out to my seniors and stalwart councillors of our constituency. I say thank you publicly for believing in me. Thank you for your prayers and support. And even though I don't see you on an as often basis as I would like to, I truly feel your love and your prayers. Mr. Chair, my mother, my sisters, and my brother, they're watching, and I want to say hello to you all. But I also want to inform the constituents of Baines and Grandstown that our annual back-to-school fair will be bigger and better than the previous years, and we will be held on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the 22nd to the 24th of August, 2025, at various parks in the Baines and Grandstown constituency, to be announced at a further date. I urge my constituents to register as soon as possible at our office on Blue Hill Road. To register on Blue Hill Road and to ensure that your kids are accounted for. Mr. Chair, being a Member of Parliament is an honor and a privilege, and I don't take it for granted at all. I thank the Progressive Liberal Party for its principles and the pillars which undergirds the foundation of this great party. I thank the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the Honorable Philip Davis, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for his vision, his dedication, and his commitment to the betterment of the Bahamian people. I understand that his leadership, it is under his leadership that we as an administration have been able to bring to this House of Assembly legislations that are revolutionary. This parliamentary election amendment bill is groundbreaking, visionary, and proactive, as it causes us to be aligned with international and global standards with respect to electoral reforms. Mr. Chair, I thank my colleagues for their resolve, not only as members of Parliament, but also in their respective portfolios. I say kudos and hats off to you. I urge you to keep your blinders on and let's continue to press towards the mark of a higher calling as we continue to serve the Bahamian people. Mr. Chair, in recent days, we in Bahia and Grand Sound have experienced a number of shootings within our twin communities, resulting in at least one death. And where I am encouraged by the recent crime statistics, which signifies a reduction in major crimes, I am convicted that one murder is one too many. Mr. Chair, I have sent a letter to the Commissioner of Police asking for increased mobile and foot patrols in our twin communities. I am hoping that the increase in patrols will slow down the inherent issues that we experience. But I do subscribe to the old policing adage that prevention is better than detection. I urge the young men of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and particularly within Baines and Grantstown, to put the guns down and to find better means to resolve conflicts. I want to extend sincere condolences to the families of the victims, and I pray that they find strength and solace in the Almighty. Mr. Chair, I also want to extend condolences to the families of Miss Muriel Sayers of Rupert Lane, who lived to see 101 years of age, and Miss Shauna Lee McKinney of Bowler Avenue, both of whom were funeralized this past Saturday. I also extend condolences to the family of Mistress Tiffany Bullitt, the wife of Pastor Mario Bullitt of Nassau Street, who passed away suddenly from a very short illness. Cancer is nothing to play with. May they all rest in peace and rise in God's tender, loving arms. Mr. Chair, I celebrated my birthday on the 12th of July, and on Tuesday of last week, I was surprised by the Progressive Liberal Party branch and the constituents of Baines and Grandstand with a birthday celebration. Thank you very much. I was more than surprised. I also want to thank Mrs. Anne-Marie Davis, First Lady and wife of the Prime Minister, for gracing us with her presence, participating in the surprise, and bringing encouraging remarks for me and the constituents of Baines and Grandstand. And also thank you for the gifts. They're very nice. I also want to thank Minister Vaughan Miller and Minister Clay Sweeting. Minister Sweeting brought remarks, and I thank him for accepting our invitation. Both colleagues were well received in the Baines and Grandstand constituency. Ms. Calverna Small, National Women's Branch Chairman, and her executives were also present. She spoke of the many significant women who hailed from Baines and Grantstown that stood in the trenches and made the Progressive Liberal Party the formidable party that it is then and now. I also want to thank the executives and members of the National Men's Branch for being present and lending their support to the constituency of Baines and Grantstown and its Member of Parliament. Mr. Chair, on Saturday, the 2nd of August, we held another monthly breakfast in our polling division number 4 on West and Dunmore Streets, where we served many constituents with hot breakfast. Next month, we will be in polling division number 5, and I ask our constituents to stay tuned and be ready. Honorable members of Parliament, I don't usually rise in this House to debate on every bill or amendment that is brought before this House. However, Mr. Chair, this bill and these amendments are very near and dear to me. Technology is my thing. Technology is me. And since this is not quote-unquote a technology project, but had a project which is based on technology, and this bill speaks to it, I thought it fitting that I stand and represent and speak on this behalf, in this regard. By way of history, Mr. Chair, and I want you to listen to me carefully. In the summer of 1997, when I was a graduate student at Louisiana Tech University, I was completing a master's degree of science in computer science and taking a course called CSC 521, Advanced Computer Architecture. I was assigned an end-of-term project, and that project was to design a system architecture that would improve one's country or an environment in which one live or work. Mr. Chair, I didn't know as far back as then that I was going to be a politician, but I can recall that the Progressive Liberal Party had lost the general elections in 1992 and 1997. I chose as my project electronic voter registration in the Bahamas in 1997. Upon my return home from school, I came to Nassau and I was able to get an appointment with Prime Minister Hubert Ingram. I presented him the completed project. I presented the reports, the tech specs, the schematic diagrams, including workflows, and the final presentation. Prime Minister Ingram was impressed with the project, but he said, "I'm not sure that the Bahamian people are ready for electronic voting." He didn't turn me away. He sent me to see and meet with Parliamentary Registration Commissioner at the time, Mr. Errol Bethel, and I shared with him the project. He expressed the same sentiments. He didn't believe that the Bahamian people were ready for electronic voting, but electronic voter registration was of keen interest to him. Mr. Chair, some years later, I served as the Deputy National Coordinator for Information and Communications Technology within the Ministry of Finance. And in 2014, under the auspices of the Bahamas Government Online Initiative, we embarked on a number of service-wide ICT improvement initiatives within central government, and converting the current voter registration system to a more modernized system was one of the key big oil projects. As far back as then, ICAO, or International Civil Aviation Organization, had recommended that the government modernize the electoral process. At that time, we completed the review of the system's development life cycle of the current system. We worked with subject matter experts and key stakeholders of the Parliamentary Registration Department to gather system requirements. We finalized the procurement process by issuing and receiving bids for a new system. Vendors were shortlisted. We visited and reviewed voter registration systems in Canada, the United States, and Europe. We went to Montana, to be exact. A final vendor was selected, Mr. Chair, for a modernized voter registration system in 2014. 2014. Some 11 years ago, but we didn't complete the acquisition and the contract signing. I had my doubts as to the reason for the delays and the stall tactics. The PLP lost the election, and the project was stopped, reviewed, and canceled by the former administration upon coming into office. I was in the Bonies at the time. I fast-tracked to the day and this administration, Mr. Chair. I am thankful for the support of this. I am thankful and supportive of this project, as this project was on my agenda to complete, and I am happy to see that the Ministry of National Security is advancing the project today.
You can announce that I said the first time I answered the public.
Because of the technology embodied in this proposed solution, particularly biometrics.
You heard it?
Particularly biometrics, I can very well see that this solution dovetailing into a national digital EID solution, which we purported in our blueprint for change. I think the member for East Grand Bahama spoke about it. But I think that is the natural fit with respect to moving towards a national digital EID solution. Amending the current parliamentary registration legislation today is a step in a good direction. What we are doing today, as you heard from many in this house, is not new. We are just finishing the job that the former administration wasn't able to do. We in the Baines and Grand Sound constituency supports this bill. As we debate this parliamentary elections amendment bill, and as an administration, we must seize this opportunity to demonstrate our commitment to completing the vital work of the electoral reform and reinforcing the foundations of Bahamian democratic process. No system is perfect, Mr. Chair, because all systems include three critical components: people, processes, and technology. And at some point, if not done correctly, can have an adverse impact. I believe that this administration, Mr. Chair, has the wherewithal to do it and to do it correctly. We know the opposition will attempt to turn this debate into a spectacle, raising unfounded concerns and trying to paint our intentions as politically motivated. But we shall not be distracted.
Which opposition?
However, it is critical that we remind the Bahamian people, Mr. Parliamentary Commissioner, that this initiative was originated under the Free National Movement in 2020. Not us.
We said that. We said that. We said that.
I heard St. Barnabas and Long Island speak about security and the security of the systems and the data that is resident within. I also want to remind the Bahamian people, Mr. Chair, that the proposed system conforms to and is ISO and IEC 27001 compliant. 27001 compliant. And if you want to, you can do the research and see exactly what's in relation to it. And we believe, and I know, that Canadian Banknotes is certified as a multinational ICT corporation with this particular ISO and IEC standard. And the Parliamentary Registration Department would be assured that this level of security would be implemented. Mr. Chair, who introduced the legislation for biometric voters card? They did. Point blank. Did they finish? No.
No.
But we will, because that's our mantra. And they established a permanent register, Mr. Chair, but they forgot to complete the process. Don't blame me.
No.
Legislation is one thing, but implementing the systems and processes are another. They failed to follow through with the implementation. Not us, not the PLP. It was them, the F&M, who failed. There was no plan. No campaign centered around educating the Bahamian people. And no system design was in place. It was a good figment of their imagination. The former administration kept everything a secret. But we subscribe to different means of governance. Hence, we are ensuring that the opposition is completely involved. Mr. Chair, now they aim to distance themselves from their own record, claiming that the process is rushed, and that voters are being unfairly removed. The process is not rushed, Mr. Chair. We are only finishing what they failed to do. No voter will be removed from the new system unless, for obvious reason, if a person is deceased or by law is legally not eligible to vote in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, then yes, they will be removed. But as an ICT professional and now a techno-politician, a normal procedure when implemented.
I like that one.
A normal procedure, Mr. Chair, when implementing a new system or an app, we do what is called data cleansing.
PM, you ain't got no space.
Data cleansing. The process includes a comparison of the old and the new data to ensure that there are no duplicates, no incorrect information, and that all of the data in the new database or the new system meets all of the criteria of the intended solution. This is a very thorough process, Mr. Chair. But I am convinced that the Parliamentary Registration Department and the Parliamentary Registration Commissioner and Canadian banknotes will be up to the task. No one's voting rights will be taken away. Once they are verified, they will have the opportunity to vote. If you are Bahamian, and if you are registered in the current voter registration system, at the time of the election, you will be allowed to vote. The current voter registration system is old and archaic. The developer of the current modified system, Mr. Wilfred Delancey, may he rest in peace, did a wonderful job in creating and developing and maintaining an electronic register, but that was it. The system was developed in the 1990s and later modified, but features like GPS and geospatial mapping of boundaries and biometrics for voter verification just don't exist. Other countries in the regions have advanced far beyond and we as a country must now catch up with the new gigatech global ecosystem. Hence, Mr. Chair, my approval of the amendments to the Parliamentary Registration Bill 2025. As Deputy National Coordinator back then, I could recall relying heavily on Mr. Wilfred Delancey when it came to readying the voter registration system before elections, especially after the boundaries have been cut. Hours and hours of grueling modifications and reviews of the register to ensure that eligible voters were registered in the correct constituency and polling divisions. It was a nightmare, Mr. Chair, and with the implementation of this new biometric system and the features, this would all be a thing of the past, a system that Bahamians can trust and will all be proud of. The public sentiments of this matter is mixed, but a desire, a loud cry for electoral reform is being heard. Our young people view the current system as outdated and support biometric voters' card, which they believe will enhance security and minimize fraud. Bahamians are tired of the paper-based voters' card and want improvement. However, they seek reassurance that their voting rights will remain intact, and this administration will do just that. Like my colleagues, I want to lay the affairs of the Bahamian people that you don't have to possess a biometric voter's card, and the voting process will remain the same. They still have the opportunity to vote. However, I would also like to encourage as many Bahamians as possible to verify and ascertain your new biometric voter's card. Your identity is more secure than paper-based voter registration cards. I heard the confusion around the necessity of the biometric card and the impact on those in remote areas. It is proposed that a portable voter registration and verification system will be initiated within the Parliamentary Registration Department, similar to what was done when we rolled out the new e-passport system. So people and our Bahamian people in remote locations in the Family Islands have no need to worry because that aspect is covered. I can continue, Mr. Chair, with reasons why Bain and grandson support these amendments to the Parliamentary Registration Department's bills. But I think I made myself clear, and the Bahamian people are on board. However, before I take my seat, I just want to remind the people that this administration is only finishing what the Free National Movement left incomplete. We are here simply completing the work that was left half done. Furthermore, Mr. Chair, respectful governance is our mantra. Unlike the previous administration, we have treated our counterparts with respect by providing technical briefings and engaging them in meaningful dialogue. We are ensuring that every Bahamian can and will vote. The biometric card is optional, and no eligible voter will be removed unless they are deceased or disqualified by the law. There is a stark comparison of democratic progress. The PLP has always championed democratic advancements. We have a proud history of protecting the vote, and we are committed to continuing that legacy. Whereas the opposition initiated the law, and we are here to make it work. They start and we finish. Their claims of voter suppressions are false and irresponsible. As the parliamentary commissioner is simply following the law they enacted in 2020. If they are now opposed to the process, Mr. Chair, I think they should explain to the Bahamian people their previous support. But I'm thankful that I've seen most of them support this bill. Mr. Parliamentary Commissioner, I'm happy that you are in the House today. Please review and correct the name of our constituency. It should read Baintown and Grantstown, not Bainstown and Grantstown. And I want to thank Mr. Dave Thurston and others in our constituency for pointing that out to me every day. With that being said, Mr. Chair, Bain and Grantstown support these amendments. That the parliamentary registration biometric voters card verification and registration process begins. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. The floor recognizes the Honorable Member for Pine Ridge.
I rise today on behalf of the beautiful people of the Great Pine Ridge constituency to lend my full and unequivocal support to the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2025. Deputy Speaker, this bill is not just a piece of legislation. It is a vision for the future of our democracy. It is a profound statement about our commitment to efficiency and, most importantly, the security of every single vote cast in our nation. One man or woman, one vote. It is a bold, necessary step to modernize our electoral framework, ensuring that the voice of every Bahamian, from Grand Bahama and Abaco in the north to Maguana and Inagua in the south, is heard and protected. And it aligns with our blueprint for change to advance the Bahamas as a digital society inclusive of smart technology. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the meat of my contribution, that will not be very long, I wish to give a shout out to the Backatown community for coming together to celebrate each other at their Backatown annual community beach party. It is always a remarkable display of camaraderie and togetherness, and I applaud the entire committee with special recognition to Councillor Edwin Strawn, the sponsors, and the residents. This year's theme, All We Do Is Win, was on full display and a spectacular example of collaboration. Congratulations. Also, it's almost that time again when kids head back to the classrooms. I would like to remind the kids of Pine Ridge that our annual Back to School Fun Day is scheduled for this Saturday, 9th of August, at the Pine Ridge Urban Renewal Park. So join me as we have a Splish Splash School is Back Fun Day beginning at 12 noon. Deputy Speaker, now on to the bill. When I listen to my constituents in Pine Ridge, and indeed the residents throughout Grand Bahama, two things stand out. A government that's working for them and systems that they can trust. For too long, our electoral process has been vulnerable to questions of accuracy and plagued by inefficiencies that have left many feeling disenfranchised. Out of the gate, let me reiterate, as has already been said, 5 distinct points. Number 1, the biometric card is optional. Number 2, anyone with a valid paper card can still vote. Number 3, no one is being removed unless they are deceased, disqualified under the law, or no longer eligible. Number 4, this process is not political. It is legal and managed by the Parliamentary Commissioner. And number 5, the side opposite initiated that process, left it undone, and we are properly getting the job done on this side. Mr. Speaker, for the Pine Ridge constituency, I am delighted by the introduction of the biometric cards, and in particular, Clause 19 of the bill that enables the Parliamentary Commissioner to conduct a voter verification exercise that goes along with the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2025. A part of my excitement for this process is because in the Pine Ridge constituency, all 13 polling divisions were flooded during Hurricane Dorian, and there were many relocations. This includes areas like Backatown, Sunset Subdivision, Heritage, Freeport Ridge, Hawksbill, Queens Cove, Hudson Estate, Regency, and North Bahamia. In Pine Ridge, there have been mass movements, some to other constituencies on Grand Bahama, some to other islands, and some to other countries. In my door-to-door canvassing, I've come across homes abandoned for over 10 years with individuals still registered. Queens Cove is a prime example of this. I had a poll captain registered in her house with her family, with an entire other family registered in that same home who had moved away over 7 years ago. And then there was the surprise on one of my birthday visits to discover that a group of 8 was registered at a preschool where they never lived. And while it is hoped that the one man, one vote, as referenced by the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, is the order of the day, the paper card system with the marked up insertions and deletions in the year of our Lord 2025 is obviously not the way that we should still be going. Finally, Deputy Speaker, we are moving in the right direction. Something that coincidentally began in 2020 by the previous administration, something they abandoned. They passed the law but did not progress, but they're not like us. We are finishers. Now they want to say that it is rushed. After they legislated it but didn't create the structure to facilitate it. But we on this side know how to get the job done, and we are doing just that. Deputy Speaker, I have consistently spoken about the goal of making the Bahamas the center of innovation for the Caribbean through Innovate 242. This bill is a perfect and powerful example of that vision in action. It demonstrates to the world, and more importantly, to our own people, that we are not just talking about technological future, we are actively building it. The introduction of biometric data and e-poll books is a direct correlation to our broader strategy. It signals to investors, entrepreneurs, and our young, talented Bahamians that our government is committed to embracing modern digital solutions. This effort is not a singular event. Its success in our democratic process will have a ripple effect. The tentacles of this bill reach far beyond the ballot box, touching the very core of how we envision a smarter, more connected Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a statement. We are building a modern, robust, and trustworthy electoral system that reflects the values of an innovative Bahamas. This bill is not just an amendment. It's the beginning of the rebirth of our electoral process. We are not merely tweaking the rules. We are fundamentally strengthening the foundation of our nation's governance. This legislation is a promise to every Bahamian, from the youngest voter to the most seasoned citizen, that their participation in our democracy is protected by a framework built on innovation and integrity. It is an acknowledgement that a strong democracy is not static. It must evolve with the needs of its people and the demands of the modern world. Deputy Speaker, this government is delivering for the Bahamian people a system they can trust, a system that is as modern and resilient as they are. To that end, Mr. Speaker, Pine Ridge supports the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmani. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Oh, Jesus. Why everybody think I come to raise hell? I'm very calm and relaxed today. Mr. Deputy, I attended a service this morning, Love Your Neighbor Service. That was put on, I think, by Urban Renewal, and was held at Church of God on East Street. The Prime Minister was keynote speaker, but I was especially moved by what Bishop Dr. Woodley Thompson said when he spoke about loving each other, respecting each other, and he called it Love Your Neighbor Program and Love Your Neighbor Day, as a matter of fact. And I wonder, translating that here, can I not say today we are speaking about Love Your Country Day? Because this bill demonstrates love for your country once you are here, because you decrease fraud, you improve honesty, you improve fairness, and you allow the one-to-one, one man, one vote principle. So today we are discussing the Love Your Country bill. So I tell you, I'm very brief today. Mr. Deputy, before I get into the bill, I also want to remind the residents of Galani that on the 23rd of this month, we will have our back to school, which is normally held at New Providence Community Church. We encourage all to come. And then the following week, as is usually done yearly, which we normally participate or present for, the Rotary would have back to school in the Gambia Park community on the 30th. And I ask all Gambia residents to come out again and participate, as we would be there. But I rise on behalf of Kalani to make my contribution, to contribute to this Parliamentary Election Amendment Bill 2025. And this legislation is significant in that it affects how we conduct elections in our Commonwealth. And overall, the bill is an effort to continue the modernization of our voting system, which has seen a number of changes over the years. It is part of efforts
first started by the last F&M administration, my administration, back in 2020. And I note previous upgrades by F&M governments beginning in 1992 following the failure of the PLP of the day to modernize the system. And those of a certain age will remember previous problems like the election of 1987 and the many problems with the register of voters, which may have led to a dubious outcome. There's been a long-standing problem of getting a clean and updated register of voters, which often led to irregularities. A focus of the bill is the introduction of biometric voters' cards. They will include advanced security features such as digitized fingerprints, facial images, and digital signatures. The cards will be valid for 10 years, improving the previous system of voters' cards. And the bill provides for a voter verification exercise every decade, which will require voters to provide updated biometric data to confirm or amend their registration details. Additionally, the bill introduces the e-poll book, which will be a secure electronic device containing voter registers to streamline voter verification at polling stations. The goal of these measures is to improve the accuracy, security, and efficiency of the electoral process and reduce the rise of fraud or tampering, bolstering the integrity of the electoral process. These upgrades, Mr. Deputy, are essential and, most of all, critical. The current handwritten voters' card system is obsolete and out of date. It is also more vulnerable to fraud, manipulation, and errors. We should have upgraded the voters' card system many years ago. We have already updated how we issue driver's license and national insurance card, for example. And I listened to talk throughout. If we were to travel to the United States, we have no problem smiling for facial recognition. We have no problem giving our fingerprint. We give those very happily and smile on our way through. I go to the gym every day, and I am very happy giving my fingerprint in order to enter. If I don't give my fingerprint, I cannot enter. There are no complaints. There are certain businesses in the Bahamas. To move from department to department, you must smile and give your facial recognition. You must, and there are no problem. They smile and they're paid monthly. Then, Mr. Deputy, we don't have any problems giving our fingerprints to Mr. Apple or Google. They have it. They have our facial recognition. We do it every day. So what is the problem? We trust Apple. We trust Google. We trust Samsung. We trust the gym. Why can't we trust our administrators? I ain't start yet. Don't get to it. We must trust the system. Through this bill, Mr. Deputy, we move that process into the 21st century. I support this amendment bill, as I support modernizing our electoral system. We must take every opportunity we get to protect and enhance our democracy for the present and future generations. The principle of one person and one vote is a fundamental principle of democracy. In our political system, we believe, and listen to me very carefully. I want the Bahamas to listen to this. Listen to this very carefully, Mr. Deputy. In our political system, we believe that the power and opportunity to govern comes from the people. The power to sit in this parliament comes from the people. Every few years, the people get to decide on who they want to lead them. And very soon, Kalani will decide who they want to lead them. And I am certain and confident that Kalani will decide that I will lead them. Mr. Deputy, we in this House of Assembly are representative of the people. Our power to make legislation is granted to us first by God and second by the people. The people temporarily by those who vote. That's you, the people. Using modern technology to help better organize our voter registration process will help us better protect our elections. We have been fortunate in our history that traditionally a high number of registered Bahamians have exercised their right to vote. Bahamians are engaged with the political process and look forward to coming to the polls to make their voices heard. Additionally, included in this amendment bill is punishment for anyone who seeks to illegally manipulate the process. This is important. We must always be on the lookout for bad actors. A person who knowingly provides false information or makes any false representation during a voter verification exercise shall be guilty of an offense and shall be liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months or to both such fine and imprisonment. This provision, Mr. Deputy, creates a necessary deterrent for anyone seeking to engage in voter registration-related crimes. Mr. Deputy, the key to these changes
will be in how they are implemented by the governing party. This, too, is essential. There is tremendous pressure on the Davis administration to get this right. We need the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security to be focused, which is often lacking on both of their parts.
I know it was just rapping the table. I know it was just rapping the table.
As we have repeatedly seen with our Prime Minister, who is the Minister of Finance, getting a recent budget projection dead wrong. The Parliamentary Commissioner, let me finish, I ain't yielding. Mr. Deputy.
The floor recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey and Salvador.
No, the Prime Minister said, tell him how I get it wrong. I don't utilize my time, but I would gladly engage the Prime Minister in such a debate after I'm finished.
Let's point of order. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to allow it to remain on the record that I got my budget wrong without the member either substantiating it or withdrawing it at this time. Or have it stricken from the record. Tell me how it was wrong. Projections, budget projections. If he could tell me how I got my budget, hear the word he used, projections wrong. You see, again, projections wrong. Whatever, I need him. First of all, he said that I got, let me get it correct. No, he said I got the projection wrong. Projections wrong. Right, so I need to tell me, either he withdraws that, either he withdraws it, because I'm ready for that debate at any time. I will pull up all what I've said and all the numbers, which was open not only to them to review and understand, but for the world and international bodies who look at them to confirm the health of our nation. So I need him to either withdraw it or tell us how it is now, and we can have that debate now.
Honorable member, are you prepared to quantify your statement or withdraw?
I'm not withdrawing anything. At the end of my speech, I would gladly clarify. I am not getting tied down. I am not getting tied down.
What I invite the chairman to do, since he is prepared for us to discuss it at the end of his communication, I'll invite him to withdraw it now and reiterate it at the end of discussion, so it wouldn't be on the record until then. And we could just talk about it then. That's the honorable thing for you to do.
Love thy neighbor. Honorable member for Kalani, will you withdraw until the end of your debate?
I am an honorable man, and I do not want my time to run. I will withdraw it now, and I will bring it up at the end, because I stand by what I said.
Thank you, honorable member.
Bring it up at the end. So, Mr. Deputy, as I continue.
It has been withdrawn.
And I will bring it up at the end. The Parliamentary Commissioner will need to be provided with all the resources he needs to make this new system work. No election is constitutionally due until the fall of 2026. That means if the Prime Minister waits that long, the government could have up to just over a year before the next election. There is time to implement this new system, but it will take good management to ensure the work gets done properly. The Minister of National Security has said that once the legal framework is enacted and a public education campaign is launched. Eligible voters whose biometric data already exist with the passport office will have the option to consent to a secure data transfer, which will reduce the need for in-person enrollment. This is a smart initiative, as it will save a tremendous amount of time and effort. The data that exists will simply be transferred from one state agency to another, rather than duplicating all of the efforts once again. And the government has also said that in the upcoming election, those who choose to keep their old voters' cards will be able to do so. I have no problem with this for this election. However, I think it would be wise to set this election as the last one in which handwritten voters' cards could be used. By that election, there would be enough time to ensure that everyone is on the new system. We should not want dueling systems to exist forever, with one being more secure and the other being handwritten on paper. We do not have two types of driver's license, for example. So we should set a time for the permanent phasing out of the old handwritten cards. Significant work must also be done to keep the people informed. This is key to ensuring the process works. We must make sure that a robust public education campaign takes place regarding these new voters' cards. This is something new, Mr. Deputy. Bahamians will have to be educated as to how the process will work. Conventional media, social media, and in-person meetings should take place to inform the electorate. Information sessions should take place across the country. We must not forget the family islands in this initiative. Bahamians should know what is required of them. They should know what the timelines are for the creation and distribution of the new cards. They should know what will be different about the registration and voting process as a result of these changes. And if the government is not able to communicate clearly and fully on the modernizations, Bahamians will be suspicious of what is taking place. That suspicion could undermine the people's confidence in the next election. The governing party is in charge. If this modernization effort, Mr. Deputy, descends into chaos and confusion, the governing party will be blamed for what goes wrong. No right-thinking person should want this process to fail and end up in confusion. We mostly have a history of free and fair elections. This occurs because the overwhelming majority think that free and fair contests occur between those who offer themselves for office. We must protect the people's confidence in the system. Additionally, just as public education is important, so are the technical and administrative implementation of the new process. We must get the rollout right. we must avoid major hiccups that undermine the integrity of the process. Let us not forget, Mr. Deputy, the previous tremendous mess, confusion, and technology problems at road traffic under this government. And inland revenue continues to be a source of frustration for scores of Bahamians. Mr. Deputy, I have several questions about what is to come. I have several questions. Does the government have the necessary technological support in place to execute this transition properly before the next election? How long will that change take? Does the Parliamentary Commissioner have sufficient staff to ensure this new system is implemented properly? And if he needs more people, how many? Will the government properly test the new system before it goes live? A poor rollout of the new biometric card system and confusion by the public could undermine the confidence in the good electoral system we have built over the decades. Mr. Deputy, I am pleased that we are moving forward with this modernization effort. And as mentioned, these changes are rooted in efforts set in motion by my administration. We were unable to fully execute this part of the upgrades to the voting system due to the national crisis of the pandemic. 2 hurricanes, the first, Irma, where we were successful in doing the first ever air evacuation from the south, resulting in no lives being lost. It is my hope that the current administration will take into consideration the issues raised in my presentation, along with those raised by my colleagues, so that we get these changes right. I pledge to assist the Parliamentary Commissioner with his communication efforts in the Kalani constituency, so that my constituents are well informed of what is coming and what they need to do as part of the changes. Mr. Deputy, I support this legislation. Now, Mr. Deputy, as I can repeat this. Mr. Deputy, I want to put back on the record what I read. I said, who is the Minister of Finance getting a recent April budget projection dead wrong? The PM said in his budget communication that initial reports was that April was going to be $135 million surplus. The Ministry of Finance reports that April was a $2 million deficit, substantially different. What the Prime Minister said was different from the Ministry of Finance report. But Mr. Deputy, carry on. I put on the record, carry on.
The floor recognizes Honorable Member.
It seemed to be that you got, you read a newspaper article, which was which did not reflect the truth. Right? And it is the member of East Grand Bahama who is talking about this, what was done in April. Yes, we didn't say we had a surplus. We never said a surplus in no, he just said it. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. You just see him just now? No. Did you not hear him say that just now? No. No, read what you said. Let him read again. Read it again. But you said right there. Oh, you're disappointing me these days, man.
Mr. Deputy, the Prime Minister has a history of not taking responsibility. No. In 2014, before he was Prime Minister, he threw Christie under the bus. He threw his member for Fort Charlotte under the bus. He threw the member for Exuma and Ragged Island under the bus. He threw the member for Angliston, you know exactly when, under the bus. Mr. Deputy. And now, the row between the Prime Minister and the Nassau Guardian's editor, he wants to throw her under the bus.
The floor recognizes the Honorable Member Cat Island from Key San Salvador.
Row with anyone. I have no row with anyone. I have no row with anyone. The Guardian and whoever writes the Guardian, they have the right to do, they have the pen and they write what they say. All I ask is that they be as, we spoke about Nikki Kelly this morning. Understand the subject matter, understand the subject matter upon which you write. Understand the subject matter upon you write, and do your own thorough research. You see, he said, I predicted a surplus. All right, or I projected a surplus in April. I never projected a surplus in April. And in fact, the concept of the deficit in April was raised by the member for East Grand Bahama. Yes, correct. That he continues to repeat. And what we said was that.
Let him say crazy. Let him say.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but what we said, we are not denying there was a deficit. We're not denying that there was a deficit. That is why, the argument, there's no argument. We never said that there would be a surplus in April. We never said that there was not a deficit in April. We projected what the deficit would be in April, and that projection turned out to be off, which we accept. Right, but it was no, please, man, no. That's not what. No, fine. Okay, fine.
Surplus.
So let's please. If that's all you get up, please get up and say that again, please. I just want you. That's all you said. That's all I need. Just say. Put that on record.
Mr. Chair,
that's all.
We quoted what you said in your budget communication. We quoted that. So there was no misunderstanding as to what we said, you said. We quoted that in the release. If you had read the release that I articulated, I quoted what you said in the budget communication. And it was a projection of what April would have been. And it was off. When you had your Ministry of Finance report, your Ministry of Finance report said something different from what you projected. That's simple. That's all we said. You said something in your budget communication. We quoted it, and then your Ministry of Finance report said something different. That's all we said, and we ask you to explain the difference. That's all.
I recognize the Honorable Member from Cat Island, from Key San Salvador.
See, Mr. Chairman, and you see, all during the course of the year, right, a person who sat in the Ministry of Finance who would appreciate that the finances of the government is up and down. Right? Some months you'll have deficit, and so they will use every time there's a month of deficit, major deficit, forgetting that the year still has to be finished. When I projected that the April, during my budget communication, I projected that there would be a deficit in April. No, never. Never. No.
It would be a $135 million surplus in April. That's what you said in your budget communication. The Ministry of Finance report said it was a $2 million deficit.
$2.1 million.
Again, you earlier said that you accepted, I said, there was a deficit. And now you're coming back and saying, no, it was a surplus. The surplus, no, first of all, and that's where the confusion, no, Mr.
Your budget communication said that you had a projected April $135 million surplus. That's what you said in your budget communication. But in the Ministry of Finance's actual April's report, it had a $2 million deficit. It is a difference of $137 million. That was what prompted us to ask the question.
The chair recognized the member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think my budget communication is somewhere around here. And instead of going back and forth on this issue, let me just say this. The only surplus I spoke about for the year, for the budget year, 2025, there was a surplus. There was a surplus, right? But it was what we call the primary surplus. There was a primary surplus. No, please. I'm not missing up the two. No, I'm not missing up the two. Because I say that to say, I then projected a surplus for the year 25, 26. That's where the surplus is. The surplus I projected was for the year 25, 26. Not for the year 23, 24, 25. Right? And as he's aware, the posting to accounts through the Treasury could happen in a year. For April's postings were still being done in May. When I was speaking in May, postings were still being done, and I was speaking as of the end of April. So some of the postings in May had not yet been posted. So that's why it was a projection. Yes. Right? And so it was a projection. Okay. And the surplus, I said, the only surplus I spoke of for the year 24, 25 was a primary surplus, which means our income and expenditure minus our huh?
You have the actual communication.
Okay, yeah. You have my communication? No.
As you normally do.
The floor recognizes the honorable member from East Grand Bahama.
This is what was quoted inside your budget communication. With strong revenue performance, preliminary data shows April 2025 at a surplus position of $135 million. So that's what you said in your budget communication, that April was at a $135 million surplus position. The actual Ministry of Finance report came in at a $2 million deficit for April. So we asked the question, In your budget communication, you said $135 million surplus. The actual report said a $2 million deficit. It is a $137 million difference. Kindly explain what that difference is. What accounts for that difference? That's what was said.
My communication. No, because I always was aware of a potential deficit in April. Yeah, I'm saying, but I will look at it myself and I revisit it. Yes. But the surplus, I did speak about a surplus in that. And yeah, okay.
The floor recognized the honorable member for Kalani.
We understand now. But Prime Minister, you can make life easy
The chair.
and just say the speechwriter was wrong. But as you normally do. Mr. Deputy, I support the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable member. As many.
House to sit beyond 7 o'clock.
It has been moved and seconded that the House do sit beyond the 7 o'clock hour. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is passed.
As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I dedicate my contribution today, to the late Dr. Bernard Nottage, who served as a Minister of National Security with responsibility for the Parliamentary Registration Department. I served as his State Minister under the Honorable Perry Christie and the Honorable Philip Brave Davis as Deputy Prime Minister. He going. You know where he going. But Madam Speaker, I want to indicate that Dr. Nottage was one of those persons who pioneered, who believed in, he was a forward thinker. I could recall countless meetings, meeting with the Parliamentary Registration Department and the Parliamentary Commissioner, seeking to modernize this parliamentary registration. And so, therefore, Madam Speaker, again, I wish to dedicate my contribution to the late Dr. Bernard J. Nottage. Yes. And wishes his dear wife, his widow, Portia, and the family well, and to let you know that we haven't forgotten him. Madam Speaker, may the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart always be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my Redeemer. Madam Speaker, this morning I started this morning out with, as the Honorable Member for Kalani pointed out, with the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of State in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Renewal, the Honorable Lisa Ramin, at the Church of God of Prophecy, the Big Jumper Church on East Street, where we would have marked Love Thy Neighbor initiative with Dr. Bishop Woodley Ferguson, Thompson, along with Bishop Nad Benaby, and a number of other bishops, along with Bishop Delton Fernanda, head of the Christian Council. Prime Minister was the keynote speaker, and one thing that he did say, the Honorable Prime Minister pointed out to us, is that he wanted us to return to the village concept, to love our neighbor, where it is unfortunate that politics today has become so ingrained that it has sought to divide us. And he pointed out to us that, yes, we could disagree, but it does not necessarily mean that we cannot love our neighbor. I rise today, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the wonderful people of Carmichael to lend my support to the passage of this most progressive and modernizing bill, a bill that touches the very heart of our parliamentary democracy
and the strengthening of the integrity of our electoral process. Before I proceed, Madam Speaker, it is only fitting that I begin by giving thanks to Almighty God for the strength He has granted to me and this Davis-led administration to carry out the mandate entrusted to us. I thank my sons, my grandson, my daughter-in-law, my mother, Patricia Bell, my father-in-law, and of course, the entire Bell clan and Taylor clan. Their love and support continues to undergird everything I do. Madam Speaker, I also wish to express my deep appreciation to the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the member for Cat Island, Ramkey, and San Salvador, for his bold, focused leadership. This bill, Madam Speaker, like so many of the policies introduced under this administration, is about progress, empowerment, and transformation. Let us be clear. This government was elected on a mandate of modernization and accountability. Yes. We inherited a system burdened by outdated processes and plagued by indecision. The people demanded progress, and this bill is yet another chapter in that story of delivery. I want to speak, Madam Speaker, directly to the people of Carmichael, who know that I have never hidden from responsibility. In the darkest days of economic despair, we got to work. We organized job fairs, connecting hundreds of job seekers to opportunities. We fed families through community food initiatives at the Carmichael Farmers Market. We cleared long-neglected parks and reclaimed green spaces. We developed Carmichael to create more safer, cleaner, more united communities. And most recently, we have begun providing new housing opportunities right there in Carmichael. Yes, we're helping families secure the dignity of a safe and stable home. That same sense of duty now compels me, Madam Speaker, to speak in favor of this bill because it is about modernizing whilst protecting something even more sacred, the right to vote. Madam Speaker, as I reflected on the significance of this bill, I was reminded of the words of St. James in the first chapter of his epistle, James 1:5-8. In that chapter, St. James was writing to the early church, scattered, persecuted, and enduring trials, encouraging them to remain steadfast. He said, "If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask God." But then he offered a warning that speaks directly to the moment before us. He said, "But let him ask in faith, not in wavering. For he that wavereth is like a wave of the sea driven with the wind and tossed. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways." A double-minded man, Madam Speaker, is unstable in all his words. A double-minded man, a double-minded party, a double-minded, Madam Speaker. That, Madam Speaker, is precisely what came to me as I considered the opposition's shifting posture on these and so many long overdue reforms. Madam Speaker, perhaps the most disturbing part of the opposition's rhetoric is not just the contradiction, it is the fear-mongering. The implicit suggestion that the Progressive Liberal Party today or ever would introduce any reform designated to marginalize, restrict, or subvert the voting rights of Bahamians. That, Madam Speaker, is not only false, it is offensive. History will show that from the moment of its formation, it is, not was, the Progressive Liberal Party that has been in the forefront of every major expansion of voting rights in the Bahamas. While the struggle for democracy predates us, it was the Progressive Liberal Party, Madam Speaker, that transformed agitation into legislation and turned aspiration into national reality. Madam Speaker, it was the Progressive Liberal Party that opposed and acted decisively to fight for and seek to the abolition of the company vote, a shameful relic of the merchant class that allowed them to cast votes on behalf of their companies in addition to themselves. That system entrenched a small group of white elites with complete control of our country and warped representation, particularly in Rhode Island constituencies, where companies outvoted the local population. It was the Progressive Liberal Party, Madam Speaker, who fought for the abolition of the property-based voting requirement. That reform ended decades of exclusion rooted in race and wealth and cleared the path for the most consequential democratic expansion in modern history. It was the Progressive Liberal Party, Madam Speaker, who fought for universal adult suffrage, where every Bahamian, regardless of income, gender, or race, was granted the right to vote. This included the long-denied empowerment of the woman's dam.
That's right.
That breakthrough, Madam Speaker, was not handed down by colonial benevolence. It was wrestled from the establishment by a determined progressive liberal party. Madam Speaker, it was the Progressive Liberal Party that made full equality at the ballot box a national demand. It was the Progressive Liberal Party that lowered the voting age from 21 to 18, ensuring that the voices of young Bahamians who would inherit the nation were respected at the ballot box. It was a forward-looking reform that reflected the PLP's belief in youth empowerment and democratic participation. Madam Speaker, at every critical juncture, abolishing property qualifications, ending the company vote, lowering the voting age, modernizing the voting processes, the Progressive Liberal Party has simply led the way. And in 1992, Madam Speaker, it was the Progressive Liberal Party government that introduced the Parliamentary Elections Act of 1992, a comprehensive statute that has governed free and fair elections ever since. Whilst it has been refined and adjusted over time to address evolving needs and challenges, it has stood the test of time, reliably saving the nation through successive administrations. Madam Speaker, we in the Progressive Liberal Party have not just expanded access, we have protected it. We have not just modernized the system, we have defended its integrity. And now, with this bill before us, we are doing it again. Earlier, Madam Speaker, as I began by speaking to the words of St. James and the issue of double-minded men, those who are unstable in all their ways, and I want to start my review of this legislation against that particular backdrop. The key reform of this legislation is bringing forward, Madam Speaker, what some have sought to create mischief out of. That is these voters' cards. Madam Speaker, this is handwritten paper card with a photo applied with Elmer's glue and tape. And you could see the tape all around it. That's what it is. In 2025, this is what we are debating, the adequacy of this. Can you imagine that? The adequacy of Elmer's glue and tape. Madam Speaker, a document which can be legally used as identification to open a bank account, to prove that you are a citizen of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Are there really people who believe that this should remain a standard? Let's not run and dance around the issue here, Madam Speaker. We are debating changing this outdated, insecure, and frankly embarrassing paper card. This bill aims to replace this relic with biometric voter identifications that will help protect every Bahamian voter. This is about modernizing our electoral process, and the Progressive Liberal Party is not backing down from the hard work needed to get it right. What is even more troubling, Madam Speaker, is that much of the mischief surrounding this reform is coming from the very same people who passed an amendment in 2020, which clearly paved the road for this reform. Madam Speaker, in 2020, the FNM passed legislation explicitly laying the groundwork for biometric voter registration and voter ID cards. Marvin Dames, the then Minister of National Security, led the charge. In his statement to Parliament, he said, "This amendment will bring our electoral system into the 21st century by ensuring we have the most secure, reliable, and transparent system of voter registration. Yet, Madam Speaker, while they made this statement and passed the law, they did not do the work to implement it.
None.
This, Madam Speaker, this is what they left. Beautiful speeches and simply nothing. Reminds me of their housing policy.
None.
A housing policy that did not deliver one single home.
Not one.
Or their VAT plan, where they promised to eliminate VAT, only to increase it by 65%.
Wow.
Madam Speaker, you know, in this context, I must commend our Honorable Minister of National Security for getting the work done.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, what is even more striking is that this has been a work in progress for years. Almost 2 years ago, in October 2023, the acting parliamentary commissioner publicly confirmed that the Parliamentary Registration Department was well on the way to modernizing the voter's card. He laid out a clear, forward-thinking plan to transition us from this outdated paper document to a more secure biometric card to the Bahamian driver's license. And Madam Speaker, what is so significant about this is the opposition continuously talk about more time needed, consultation needed. What is the rush about? It's you. This is you. So, Madam Speaker, the acting parliamentary commissioner was out there a long time talking about this. So ain't no rush. This was something well on the way. He explained that applicants would be able to register online, upload their documents, and simply come in to confirm their biometrics, including facial recognition and possibly fingerprints. He also made it clear that persons already on the register would not need to re-register, but only update their biometrics. This isn't new. It is responsible governance fulfilling a process that has been unfolding in plain view for years. Now, all the talk about bringing our electoral system into the 21st century, and they did absolutely nothing. They failed to follow through on the very reforms they themselves said were critical. And now, these same individuals who were in power and did nothing want to criticize the work and progress that this government is making to actually deliver on those reforms. They want to sit in the shadows making noise, while this government is pushing forward, taking responsibility and getting the job done. Madam Speaker, we must also ask, where was the FNM when this matter was being discussed publicly almost 2 years ago? Acting Parliamentary Commissioner Arthur Taylor laid out the modernizations plan with complete transparency, and yet at that time, no one from the FNM, at least not the deputy leader and the member for St. Barnabas, was raising alarms. Fast forward to July 2025, and what do we hear? The member for St. Barnabas voices loud concerns over a rush to introduce biometric cards, only in the mind of a government who is all about talk and not work. It is striking that only now, in the heat of political theater, we see some members opposite criticizing the same reforms that they began. Madam Speaker, where was the outrage when accountability, consultation, and progress were already underway? This is not principled criticism, it is partisan spectacle. Madam Speaker, this bill is a simple common sense reform. Clause 2 of the bill provides new definitions, including that of biometric data. Clause 3 make amendments to Section 8 of the Principal Act, empowering the Parliamentary Commissioner to collect and use biometric data for voter identification. Clause 4 amends Section 17 of the Act to provide for electronic verification of voters on polling day. Clause 5, Madam Speaker, provides for the issuance and renewal of biometric voters' cards. Clause 6 introduces a new Section 38, which establishes the procedure for challenging or objecting to the inclusion or exclusion of a name on the voter's registration. Clause 7 of the bill deals with consequential amendments to the Principal Act to bring it into alignment with the biometric framework. And finally, Clause 8 provides for the creation of regulations for the effective implementation of these provisions. Madam Speaker, we have now examined the key provisions of the bill. Let me now address one of the concerns that has been raised regarding the use of biometric data in our electoral process. It is a system that we understand the security and reliability of biometric technology, particularly given the trust we have already placed in similar systems. Madam Speaker, the public should be aware that the current passport series used by the government are biometric passports. These passports have been in use in the Bahamas for almost a decade and have significantly enhanced the security of Bahamian passports against fraud. Madam Speaker, I can recall in my days of fraud, the fraud squad in the police force in CID, and you would recall you were there too, some time ago, a number of years, not too long ago though, that I could recall we investigated a matter at the passport office where thousands of passports, new passports, were stolen. And we had to work 24/7 to ensure that those passports didn't get in the wrong hand. And again, we had a number of investigations coming out of the Parliamentary Registration Department. And so, Madam Speaker, what we are doing here is significant. We would regularly handle dozens of cases involving stolen passports. Back then, our passports were more much like our current voters' cards and were vulnerable to forgeries and duplications. They featured photographs glued onto paper and were handwritten, making them incredibly easy to falsify. We saw it all. People changing pictures, altering names, even switching genders. You name it, they tried it. And why? Because the document simply wasn't up to par. It lacked the security features necessary to withstand fraud. Now, that all changed with the introduction of our biometric passports. Yes. Since the introduction of the new biometric passports, incidents of passport theft for the purpose of passport photo tampering and fraudulent alterations have virtually disappeared. This is because the passport is electronically protected by the biometric data of the true holder. The very same biometric technology being proposed for the voter ID cards. If we have entrusted this technology to secure our passport, what is the fundamental opposition to the same technology being used to create modern forgery-resistant voters' cards? So, Madam Speaker, let us recognize that this is not a leap into the unknown. It is an extension of a trusted system we have already used for nearly a decade with our passports. Yes. Another point, Madam Speaker, is that has attracted attention and deserves clarification is any potential to alienate or marginalize voters. And this is why I'm saying that the opposition, some members rather, they are dancing around the issue or seeking to create mischief. Some have suggested that the introduction of biometric voters' cards might prevent Bahamians from voting. But that claim is simply baseless and unfounded. Let me be clear. This bill protects the right to vote for every eligible Bahamian. Clause 5 of the bill specifically states, when a biometric voter card is not available for any reason, the Parliamentary Commissioner shall establish a procedure for the manual verification of the identity of the voter to ensure that no eligible voter is disenfranchised. This means that if a voter cannot present the biometric card, they will still be able to vote through a manual verification process, ensuring that no eligible voter is turned away. So, Madam Speaker, despite the fear-mongering and misinformation, this progressive reform does not deprive or impede anyone of their right to vote. Madam Speaker, this bill is straightforward in its purpose to modernize our electoral system, enhance voter security, and safeguard the integrity of our voters' cards. With the introduction of the biometric voter ID cards, we are replacing an outdated, insecure card with one that is both secure and efficient. This reform is long overdue, and it is the Progressive Liberal Party that is delivering where others have failed. Madam Speaker, Let us not be fooled by those who now want to hide from the shadows and stand in the way of progress. The same individuals who passed the 2020 amendment that laid the groundwork for this reform are now trying to play the role of critics. They promised change, but did nothing to implement it. They want to sit on the sidelines making noise, while this government is taking action and delivering real results. It is time to call out their hypocrisy. They want to talk about change, but when it comes to actually delivering it, they fail. But, Madam Speaker, to understand why voting matters so deeply, we must remember where we have come from. Just a few years ago, under the last administration, the Bahamian people endured economic turmoil and uncertainty. The economy was in crisis, businesses were shutting down under heavy-handed and often arbitrary restrictions, and thousands of hard-working Bahamians, especially communities like Carmichael, were left jobless, hopeless, and hungry. But oh, what a difference voting makes. What an election makes. Today, Madam Speaker, the economy is thriving with opportunities abound. Under this Davis-led administration, we have increased minimum wage, reduced VAT, strengthened our fiscal position, and transformed our electricity grid. We have implemented much-needed land reforms, and we are in the process of transforming our urban communities. And yes, Madam Speaker, we are also building houses for Bahamians, real homes for real families, as we promised. Madam Speaker, as we look toward the future, let us not forget the importance of choice. At our next election, Bahamians will once again have the opportunity to decide the direction of our nation. There are those who believe in default, in staying stagnant, in avoiding the hard work of progress. Great speeches, but no action. But, Madam Speaker, we know better. We know that real gains are hard fought, and that progress is not a slogan, it is a record. Under the bold, focused leadership of Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis, this administration is not just talking about change, we are actually delivering it. We are transforming our economy, modernizing our institutions, empowering our people, and protecting our democracy. Block by block, reform by reform, we are building a stronger, fairer Bahamas. And with a Davis-led Progressive Liberal Party government, that work will continue. We will not be distracted. We will not be deterred. And through God's grace and mercy, we will continue to grow. We will continue to build. And above all, we will continue to deliver on jobs, on housings, and on opportunities for every Bahamian. My fellow Bahamians, the choice is clear. You can choose to remain stuck in the failures of the past, or you can step boldly into the future with the Progressive Liberal Party. I'm going to do a Marco City. With this government, there is no turning back. Carmichael stands with this bill, and I commend it to this honorable House. May our God continue to bless this great Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise in this honorable House on behalf of the people of Elizabeth to speak in support of the amendment to the Parliamentary Elections Act that will introduce biometric voter cards to our electoral system. This amendment is not merely a procedural change. Rather, it is a significant step forward in our nation's digital transformation journey. As we debate this amendment, we must recognize that we stand at a pivotal moment in the evolution of our democracy, one where we can embrace modern technology while preserving the sacred integrity of our electoral process. Not only has the Bahamas always prided itself on being a beacon of stable democracy in our region, but in the world. It is a fact that our electoral process has never disintegrated to violent protests that some of our Caribbean counterparts have experienced. Indeed, the results of our most recent elections, going as far back as 30 years, have never been disputed. Madam Speaker, in the aftermath of our most recent general election, our country received complimentary feedback from the United States, CARICOM, and other international organizations. In fact, the head of the Electoral Observations Mission from the Organization of American States, better known as the OAS, declared in 2021 that no red flags were observed. While our electoral system has served us well, and Bahamians have demonstrated a consistent pattern of political maturity, we must, in this rapidly evolving digital age, recognize the need to adapt and modernize to ensure that our system remains robust, secure, and accessible for all Bahamians. In its report dated 11th of May 2017, the OAS recommended that the Bahamas consider monitoring its processes by digitizing registration procedures and voters' cards, which include citizens' personal data, photo, the administrative information required for voting, and security features. As an observer of international elections and a student of political science, it is my firm view that the introduction of biometric voter cards with their advanced security features, including digitized fingerprints, facial images, and digital signatures, is a step in the right direction and representative of the kind of forward-thinking innovation our nation needs. Madam Speaker, before I speak to the benefits of this amendment, let me highlight two very important observations that I believe should not be overlooked or downplayed. Firstly, the voter registration is not the same as it was some 33 years ago. In 1992, the Bahamas had under 150,000 registered voters. In 2021, that figure stood at 194,524. The second observation is that in 1992, all voting activities took place in the Bahamas. However, in 2011, we rightfully made provisions for overseas voting at polling divisions at Bahamian embassies and high commissions. These two developments must be considered and, in my opinion, demands the introduction of biometric voters' cards. Madam Speaker, I now wish to speak plainly about the substantial benefits of biometric voter cards. First and foremost, biometric voter cards can significantly enhance the security and integrity of our elections. The inclusion of digitized fingerprints, facial images, and digital signatures makes these cards virtually impossible to counterfeit or misuse. This technology effectively eliminates the possibility of voter impersonation and substantially reduces the risk of electoral fraud. Each card will contain multiple layers of security features, a unique digital signature that cannot be replicated, encrypted fingerprint data that requires specialized authentication protocols to access, and facial recognition parameters that are stored using advanced hashing algorithms. These features work in concrete to create a multi-factor authentication system that is exponentially more secure than our paper-based cards. My colleague raised earlier. The technical specifications of these biometric voter cards are impressive. The fingerprint data will be captured using high-resolution scanners capable of detecting minute ridge patterns and stored in an encrypted format that uses AES 256 encryption. the same level of security used by financial institutions and military applications. The facial recognition component utilizes over 80 nodal points on the human face to create a unique digital template that cannot be reverse engineered into an actual image. Additionally, each card contains a cryptographic digital signature generated using a secure hash algorithm that creates a unique identifier linked to the specific voter. Madam Speaker, we need not look far to see the success of similar systems in our region. Jamaica implemented biometric voter identification in 2007 and has since reported significant improvements in electoral integrity and efficiency. In fact, the Jamaican Electoral Commission documented a 35% reduction in voting time and virtually eliminated cases of voter impersonation. Similarly, Trinidad and Tobago introduced biometric voters cards in 2010, resulting in a marked decrease in electoral disputes and increased public confidence in their voting system. Dominica and St. Lucia has also successfully adopted biometric voter verification systems, demonstrated that Caribbean nations can effectively implement and benefit from this technology while maintaining their democratic traditions. Madam Speaker, it is also worth mentioning that the use of biometric cards will introduce e-poll books, which will streamline the voting process. These secure electronic devices containing voter registers will make voter verification at polling stations more efficient, reducing wait times and improving the overall voting experience for our citizens. Further, the days of manually searching through paper registers would soon be behind us. The e-poll books utilize encrypted flash drives as specified in Clause 8 of the bill, ensuring that even in the unlikely event of device theft, the sensitive voter data remains protected and inaccessible to unauthorized individuals. These e-poll books operate on a closed system architecture with no internet connectivity, eliminated the possibility of remote hacking or unauthorized access. They also employ a dual verification protocol where both the biometric data and the voter's information must match before access is granted. Further, the system maintains a comprehensive audit log of all verification attempts, creating a transparent record that can be reviewed if any concerns arise. So you know who logging in, when they logging in, what time they logging in, when they log out. Madam Speaker, another benefit of the transition to biometric cards is the 10-year validity period, coupled with the decennial voter verification exercise to ensure that our voter rolls remain accurate and up to date. By requiring voters to periodically confirm or update their registration details, we will ensure our electoral system reflects the true composition of our electorate. Also included in the amendment are robust security provisions, making it an offense to improperly use, access, share, or alter the contents of an e-poll book without proper authority. As a strong deterrent to persons seeking to misuse e-poll book, a fine not exceeding $10,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months or both fine and imprisonment is clearly outlined. It should be noted that the punishment provided for in this amendment is on par and in some instances stronger than the penalty provided for some Caribbean countries that have already implemented biometric voters cards. I therefore strongly believe that these protections will ensure that the personal data of Bahamian voters remains secure and is used solely for its intended purpose, which is the facilitation of free and fair elections. Madam Speaker, let me be clear. This amendment does not exist in isolation. Rather, it forms part of a comprehensive vision by the Davis administration to advance the Bahamas into the digital era. Since taking office in 2021, our government has been doing the heavy lifting required to modernize our nation's infrastructure and services for the 21st century. The Davis administration has consistently demonstrated its commitment to digital transformation across all sectors of our society. We have implemented a groundbreaking digital payment system for government services, significantly expanded broadband access to underserved communities, and launched the Digital Bahamas initiative to train thousands of Bahamians in essential technology skills. From expanding digital government services to improving technological infrastructure, we have been working tirelessly to position the Bahamas as a leader in the digital Caribbean. Therefore, this electoral modernization initiative aligns perfectly with our broader digital agenda. And we recognize that in today's interconnected world, technological advancement is not optional, but essential for national development and competitiveness. By introducing biometric voters cards and e-poll books, we are applying this same forward-thinking approach to our electoral system, the very foundation of our democracy. Our administration understands that true progress requires more than just words. It demands concrete action and implementation. While others have merely talked about modernization, we are delivering it. This amendment represents another fulfilled promise to the Bahamian people, a promise to bring our institutions into the modern age while preserving fundamental integrity and purpose. Madam Speaker, it is both curious and revealing to observe the position of the opposition on this matter. The Free National Movement, before being removed from office by the Bahamian people in 2021, was itself moving forward toward implementing biometric voter technology. Yet now, faced with our administration's concrete action on this front, they appear to have developed a convenient amnesia about their stance. The inconsistency reveals a troubling and disturbing pattern. Support for modernization when in government, but opposition to the very same initiatives when proposed by others. This is not principled opposition. It is political opportunism at its most transparent. The Bahamian people deserve better than such inconsistency on matters of national importance. They deserve leaders who maintain consistent positions based on what is best for our nation, not what is politically expedient at any given moment. To be specific, the previous F&M cabinet minister with responsibility for national security is on record as having indicated support by the then cabinet for this implementation. And I wish to remind my colleagues across the aisle that modernizing our electoral system should not be a partisan issue. The integrity of our elections and the efficiency of our voting process benefits all Bahamians, all, regardless of political affiliation. Madam Speaker, despite the clear benefits of biometric voters cards, our administration recognizes that some citizens may have concerns about providing biometric data. Therefore, a crucial aspect of this amendment is provision that preserves voter choice. I want to emphasize this point strongly. No eligible Bahamian voter will be disenfranchised by this technology. The amendment explicitly provides that if a voter chooses not to provide biometric data, they will still be able to vote using the regular voter's card. This is not a secondary consideration or an afterthought. It is a fundamental principle of our approach to electoral modernization. We believe that technological advancement must never come at the expense of democratic participation. Every eligible Bahamian has the constitutional right to cast their ballot, regardless of their comfort level with new technologies. Furthermore, the amendment includes specific provisions to address potential technical issues. Section 57 has been amended to outline comprehensive procedures for handling biometric voters' cards that fail to produce a reading, ensuring that eligible voters are not disenfranchised due to technical difficulties. The legislation explicitly states that if any biometric data and features are not shown when the voter appears to vote, this shall not prevent them from exercising their democratic right. We have also mandated extensive training for all election officials to ensure they can properly assist voters who may be unfamiliar with the new technology. A help desk will be established at polling stations to provide guidance, and educational campaigns will be conducted well in advance of elections to familiarize citizens with the new system. This approach reflects our administration's fundamental commitment to both technological advancement and democratic inclusivity. We believe these principles can and must coexist. By providing options and contingency measures, we ensure that our electoral system remains accessible to all Bahamians while still benefiting from technological improvements. The right to vote is sacred, and we will never implement any system that might jeopardize that right for any citizen. Madam Speaker, as I prepare to take my seat, I ask my colleagues to envision the future of our democracy, a future where our electoral system is more secure, more efficient, and more resilient against fraud. A future where technology enhances rather than hinders the democratic process. A future where the Bahamas stands as a regional leader in electoral modernization. The constituents of Elizabeth can attest to the remarkable progress in the Elizabeth constituency, where they have witnessed their MP and Team Elizabeth Matters leading exemplary efforts to increase voter registration and digital literacy through community outreach programs, and educational initiatives. My team and I have assured that constituents understand both the importance of participating in our democracy and how to navigate our increasingly digital government services. Our work exemplifies the Davis administration's commitment to bringing all Bahamians along on our digital journey, leaving no man behind. This amendment to the Parliamentary Elections Act represents a significant step toward that future. It embodies our administration's commitment to bringing the Bahamas fully into the digital era, while preserving the core values of our democracy. The introduction of biometric voters' cards, with their enhanced security features and 10-year validity period, will strengthen the integrity of our elections for generations to come. The implementation of e-poll books will streamline the voting process, making it more efficient for voters and election officials alike. And the preservation of traditional voting options ensures that no Bahamian is left behind in this digital transition. I urge all members of this chamber to support this amendment, not as members of political parties, but as representatives of the Bahamian people who deserve a modern, secure, and accessible electoral system. Let us move forward together in a digital future that honors our democratic traditions while embracing opportunities of the 21st century. Elizabeth supports this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to give thanks to Almighty God for yet another opportunity to rise in this place and speak on behalf of the people of Marco City, who I appreciate and love and pledge to continue to work tirelessly to help every family realize their dreams and aspirations. Madam Speaker, as always, my heart goes out to so many families who are grieving during this time that we are here in this House, who have lost loved ones recently, and to extend condolences and to remind all of us that God has a way of providing healing in the midst of our sorrow. I'd like to pay special tribute to Nikki Kelly, who all of us as young activists looked forward to reading her articles, and we looked at her and her daughter, who always spoke truth to power regardless of the political organization. She will be missed, but she has set a standard that clearly a number of younger political pundits who are now working on various social media platforms, the traditional media, print and electronic, are continuing that tradition, and we value them even when we disagree with their commentary. Madam Speaker, I rise today to lend our voice to this debate on the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2025, and join all of my colleagues who have indicated that we support this amendment. Madam Speaker, the side opposite is committed to shadow boxing. They create a phantom enemy, and then they start fighting that enemy by trying to convince the public that we are that enemy. The truth is, we support this bill, but all of the presentations have sought to tell an untruth to the public, that the Free National Movement does not support the very thing that we played a pivotal role in giving birth to. Their position, Madam Speaker, is truly an example of politics.
Yes.
So there is no confusion, Madam Speaker. Let me say here, we support the modernization of our electoral system. And so, Madam Speaker, today, we simply wish to make the point which has been effectively made by my colleagues, that our role is to evaluate not only what the government is presenting, but how they are seeking to implement it. And we have had enough experience in this Parliament to recognize that even when they are building on a good idea, they have found ways to squander opportunities. And so we are not only within our right, we are discharging our responsibility to offer an evaluation of the work that they claim to be doing. But more important than what we perceive we're doing, we are sent here by members of the public who ask questions about policies, pieces of legislation that come forth, and the questions my colleagues have asked, Madam Speaker, are many of the same questions members of the public are asking. And so we've reduced it to writing. In writing the Prime Minister, we've come here today to further raise those questions as we lend support to this piece of legislation. We in the FNM have always believed in forward progress. Many do not know that when our former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Hubert Ingraham, first came to the FNM, he insisted upon the introduction of indelible ink in the election process, in part because of the perceived skullduggery that was done by the Progressive Liberal Party in the 1987 election. As early as 2011, during a debate in this very House, it was an FNM government that first called for biometric and voter identification. The then FNM chairman Carl Bethel, urged this Parliament to retire the flimsy voter cards and replace them with secure, tamper-proof biometric ID cards. He made it plain. You can't fake fingerprints. He also argued for a permanent voter registration, a bold departure from the outdated system of rebuilding the voter roll every 5 years. Though the 2011 legislative changes focused on overseas voting and constituency clarifications, the F&M used the moment to introduce biometric reform as the way forward. We planted the seed. Fast forward to 2020, when the F&M returned to government, and we didn't just talk about biometric voting, we passed the law to make it happen. The government would give you the impression that all of the critical steps to operationalizing this particular innovation was done by them. That year, we introduced and passed the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Act of 2020. That law did two major things. It established a permanent register, voter register, allowing for continuous registration, removing the need for mass re-registration drives every 5 years. And it paved the way for biometric voter ID cards to replace the traditional voter paper. This was not a theoretical policy. It became law. And the changes meant that for the first time, voter information could carry forward from election to election, modernizing how we register, how we vote, and how we secure the ballot. These reforms, Madam Speaker, were not rushed, contrary to what the other side is contending. They were carefully considered, especially in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. Our then Minister of National Security, Marvin Dames, who had carriage of this electoral process, noted that the biometric voting and a continuous register would improve efficiency, reduce costs, and protect public health by avoiding long lines. He called the transition to biometric and continuous registration inevitable. Today, Madam Speaker, as much as they love to criticize our brother, he was right. While it is true that the biometric cards were not yet distributed before the 2021 election, measurable steps had taken for wider reform to occur. Madam Speaker, it's always interesting when the PLP is on the ropes, the theoretical or or let's just say the ropes. When they are on the ropes, they always like to have us join them, you know? So very few times they would give credit to the work that has been done by the Free National Movement. But given what they're going through at the moment, Madam Speaker, they were quick to acknowledge that significant amount of work has been done in advance. It's sort of similar to what's happening with them and their bullying of the Jonkunu community, Madam Speaker. They look to rope us in as they, again, put politics over the creative arts. Madam Speaker, while it is true that biometric cards keep politics out of Jonkunu, while it is true, Madam Speaker, that the biometric cards were not yet distributed before the 2021 election, it is undeniable that we made substantial progress, and it is untrue that the work we did, Madam Speaker, was at best just preliminary. We made progress, and they had a file to work with when they came to office, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, let no one in this chamber or outside be confused. The F&M started this progress. The F&M led these reforms, and the F&M laid the legal and technological groundwork for secure, modern biometric voting system. Now the PLP seeks to build on what we have created, but their track record, Madam Speaker, when it comes to following the rules is painfully lacking. This is why we're asking a lot of questions. This is why the public is asking a lot of questions. Their history of not following the laws they helped themselves to pass has weakened the confidence of many Bahamians, even when they come up with what sounds good when they read it off the paper. And that is why we challenge them and hold their feet to the fire, Madam Speaker. Progress is needed. We support progress, but it must also be done the right way. Because when it comes to the sacred right to vote, it is not just about technology, it's a matter of trust. And the Bahamian people are quickly finding that this is a difficult administration to trust. We are here debating a bill, Madam Speaker, that introduces significant reforms. Optional biometric ID cards embedded with fingerprints and facial recognition, electronic poll books, mandatory verification exercises, and stiff penalties for fraud. At first glance, these are commendable goals. But let us not mistake a good idea for a good process. And it is here that this government has failed the Bahamian people on numerous occasions. Where is the transparency and the consultation? We hear these constant comparisons between what happened a few years ago and what they are seeking to do now. We keep saying, you say it's a new day over there, it's a new day over here. So at the end of the day, we reserve the right to critique anything that you are doing or have done over these last 3.5 years. And we do so because it's our job to do so on behalf of the Bahamian people. This administration is attempting to make sweeping changes to how Bahamians register and vote without first explaining to the public how their most personal data is being handled. Madam Speaker, we've participated in at least 2 of the processes that have taken place with the Parliamentary Registration Department. There are tens and tens of thousands of Bahamians who've not been afforded that opportunity. So even now, as this government touts its commitment to consultation, the reality is many Bahamians still are unclear on the process. And we wish to join the government in removing any suspicion on an innovation that can provide a way forward for us in terms of the voting process. So no detailed privacy safeguards have been published. No clear protocols for protecting digital fingerprints or facial scans have been laid out. No explanation of how this data will be stored, accessed, or audited. In fact, one of the questions we've asked, how will the government go about gaining consent from the hundreds of thousands of Bahamians who have already provided their personal data through the passport office? Madam Speaker, this is not a small administrative tweak. This is substantial. This is a transformation of how we exercise one of the most fundamental rights we enjoy as a people. And that transformation cannot happen behind closed doors or the government attempting to bully others into silence. In other words, just shut up and accept what we say, because we have your best interests at heart. And there are too many examples where we know that is not true. The process, in that sense, Madam Speaker, is flawed. The government should certainly be open to broader consultation on something so fundamental. We can do better, and we must do better. Madam Speaker, no amount of commenting about your experience with past administration lets you off the hook this go around. No amount of talking about all of the work you have done traditionally, again, will bully us or lull us into complacency. Your job is to educate and to consult with the people you work for. In the FNM, we understand we work for the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, to be clear, we just have problems trusting the PLP. Their approach is once again top-down, rushed, and dangerously vague in some respects, Madam Speaker. This government is asking Bahamians to hand over their most personal data, fingerprints, facial scans, digital signatures, and yet they offer no detailed plan, no clear safeguards, no honest conversation with the public. Now, Madam Speaker, we have done this before in terms of providing this data. We are simply saying to the government, just talk to the people. You say they love you, you say they support you, just talk to them, explain and answer the questions that are being asked. They want us to trust when the truth is they have squandered opportunities to genuinely earn the Bahamian people trust. Madam Speaker, let me support this assertion that I'm making about they have behaved so often in an untrustworthy manner that the last thing we need is a series of conspiracy theories about what they are up to in the Parliament. Madam Speaker, there's a clear pattern of behavior by this administration that has led to why so many do not trust what they do and often what they say. Madam Speaker, we don't trust them because we saw their attempts to silence the press on more than one occasion. Even though, Madam Speaker, they've hired the vast majority of the press, Madam Speaker, to distribute in various ministries, to create a unit in the office of the Prime Minister, and yet they disrespect the remaining members of the fourth estate whose job it is to hold them accountable. Madam Speaker, they want it all, Madam Speaker, and they want all of us to be silent in the face of all that they do and say. We don't trust them because they still haven't come clean on a number of the contracts that they have signed, multi-million-dollar deals, multi-year deals, Madam Speaker, some of which we still don't know what the terms are. We still don't know what the interest rates are, Madam Speaker. We don't trust them, Madam Speaker, because it has now been 83 days since, actually probably a little bit more, but let's say 83 days, Madam Speaker, give or take, since the sale of the Grand Lucayan was announced in that PLP rally. And we still don't know, Madam Speaker, if the money is in the bank. The government's silence on this matter is deafening. You remember the Deputy Prime Minister? He was apoplectic as he talked about $120 million in the bank. He was enthusiastic. In fact, we have warned him historically, stop over-promising and under-delivering. But, Madam Speaker, he said $120 million was in the bank, and the Prime Minister to date have not been able to confirm it. Madam Speaker, it is not an abuse of one's privilege to say that he is either grossly overstating or overselling, or he is patently wrong, or he is spitting out untruths. We do not believe the 120 is in the bank. The 120 million, we hope it is, in the interest of the people we love and serve in Grand Bahama, but we know as much as they like to brag, if the 120 was in the bank, the Prime Minister would have already confirmed it. And so we want to know, why are they so silent, Madam Speaker? We don't trust them because we won't forget the SpaceX debacle, a major technological opportunity squandered because the government failed to properly coordinate or communicate locally, and in many cases on the world stage, what the plan of action was in terms of solidifying that relationship. Madam Speaker, we don't trust them because the Carmichael Village Project Development Company, you know that company that none of them seek to answer, the member for Carmichael and the member for Elizabeth should be jumping up to explain to the public, Madam Speaker, how it is possible for the government to make available $10 million to this company, how this company apparently seemed not to have been on the register, and why the Bank of the Bahamas should have canceled them if they were not a going concern, etc. We want to understand. We don't understand it. The Bahamian people who need that $10 million to do a wide range of things do not understand what that is all about. We don't understand why $20 million loan, Madam Speaker, was borrowed by the minister with responsibility for housing at the time, now the Minister for Energy. And the KCs on that side, you remember, Madam Speaker, they huddled together to convince the public that the member was a corporate soul with borrowing power when we know it was untrue in law. So did the member then borrow the $20 million? And if they did, we want to know why less than $10 million of houses are in the ground. We are hearing it's much less than 10, maybe as low as 5. We really don't know. We just know it's low. We just know, Madam Speaker, that they are unable to produce the results. Now, we won't say that entirely. Let me amend that, Madam Speaker. We believe that the member for Carmichael can answer the question, because we believe the member for Carmichael has conducted a report after he came to that ministry just to make sure he's fully covered for how that money would have been dealt with. But he refuses to lay the report. We know that his predecessor was not going to lay the report. In fact, she's not going to commission a report. And so, Madam Speaker, we want to understand the Carmichael Village Project Development Company. We want to understand what happened to the $20 million that had been borrowed. It is our understanding, Madam Speaker, that just maybe, the government may have loaned $10 million to some company in order to cover the fact, Madam Speaker, that the houses that were supposed to have been built, that those houses, regular citizens like those in Marco City and St. Barnabas and East Grand Bahama and elsewhere, that they would have been able, well, Carmichael, that they would have been able to get loans, Madam Speaker, and they would have been able to finance those homes. And then the $20 million that was borrowed, we understand, from overseas, may have been able to be repaid. But they didn't build enough houses to get mortgages in order to service the loan. And would you believe it's possible that a government could have loaned them $10 million to cover, Madam Speaker, what has happened? Madam Speaker, it is an absolute disgrace to this government that wants us to trust them and not prepared to clarify this important bit of details. Madam Speaker, we don't trust them because, again, when you turn to Grand Bahama, we have the airport stalling time after time after time. You remember we said to the member for Exuma and Ragged Island, stop over-promising and under-delivering. That's precisely why we understand the member for Cat Island sideline him and work completely around him in the Grand Lucayan debacle. In this case, both of them look like they're in trouble, Madam Speaker, in Grand Bahama. But Madam Speaker, in terms of the airport, this is the part, Madam Speaker, that troubles me. Madam Speaker, you have ministers. We are advised, Madam Speaker, and if we're wrong, I'm sure they'll clarify it. We have ministers in the government because of their conflict in terms of managing projects, in particular the airport project. It is being delayed because of conflicts among ministers, holding up projects for all kinds of reasons we will not speculate on at this moment, Madam Speaker. But what we would say, Madam Speaker, that they have an obligation as a cabinet to work in harmony with each other in order to ensure that the needs of the people of Grand Bahama are met and the airport finally sees the light of day, Madam Speaker. But again, we have to wait and see. Well, like I was saying, Madam Speaker, we don't trust them because they don't give straight answers. They won't give straight answers even on the Golden Yoke program. And Madam Speaker, this administration, I pointed out before, for all of their talk about the incredible work, Madam Speaker, that they would do in agriculture, Madam Speaker, they've fallen short. And I was pulling for them. Madam Speaker, I said to the Prime Minister, I said to the Minister of Agriculture, the former Minister of Agriculture, the synergy, the connection, you can talk about that all you want, my brother. We can talk about land sales in Andres. So, Madam Speaker, I said to the Prime Minister, and I also said to the Minister who was responsible for agriculture, and I said the relationship that they enjoyed gave the country an opportunity to do some transformational things in terms of agriculture. And Madam Speaker, with no disrespect to the sitting minister, the Golden Yoke, which was conceived well before he got in the chair, Madam Speaker, we want to understand what happened to the $15 million that was allocated. How much of it has been spent on the initial work of acquisition of the chicks, of the construction of the feed mill? I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, the feed mill is not yet constructed with the new equipment they got. My understanding is the equipment may be out rusting. And then how is it, Madam Speaker, that the government, while pushing this idea of self-sufficiency in poultry, whether both meat as well as eggs, is in fact supporting a number of other projects that will be in direct competition to what they are pushing? Madam Speaker, our position has always been the government should not be in this business. It should be private sector. But we are curious about some of the announcements they have made recently, and we'll talk about that in the not too distant future and provide the public with some details. But we are owed an explanation on the $15 million and the way forward for the Golden Yoke program. Madam Speaker, we can't trust them because they keep giving us dates about when A&E is going to be completed. I believe July was the last one given. We're still not there yet, Madam Speaker. We can't trust them because they're not good at prioritizing spending on the most important needs of the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker. Think about this, Madam Speaker. I believe our revenue is north of, somewhere in the vicinity of maybe $3 billion or thereabouts. And some of the most basic needs that Bahamians have cannot, in fact, be met, Madam Speaker. We just came back from South and Central Eleuthera. Eleuthera is one of the 4 juggernauts in the Bahamas. Tremendous potential for revenue generation for the country, tremendous amount of talented Bahamians who have come from their booming tourism industry, yet instability in electricity as well as water and connectivity. One would think that if you are balancing how to spend 50 million, 60, 75 million, you would prioritize those areas to correct, Madam Speaker, but we can't trust them because their money management skills, Madam Speaker, is problematic, despite their rich body of experience over these many years, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, we are concerned. We are deeply concerned about, Madam Speaker, why is it that in almost every department, Madam Speaker, that you can identify in PEHA, that there's a problem with scarcity of supplies, Madam Speaker, for government that's boasting of a surplus that they expect. And I watched for a moment the member for East Grand Bahama had the Prime Minister tremendously animated as he sought to defend the indefensible, Madam Speaker. If you are headed for a surplus, how do you explain to hurting families that the most basic supplies needed in the hospital or the clinics you don't have? How do you explain to families that the equipment required are not working? Hence, some of the theaters that we have or operating rooms cannot be used. How do you explain to families that they have to then go to another diagnostic lab, the money they cannot afford? I mean, how do you explain it, Madam Speaker? If we're headed for surplus, if you're earning $3 billion or thereabout, and you multiply that over 4 years and call that $12 billion, and some of the most basic things that struggling, vulnerable Bahamians who this administration claims that they're serving cannot get the most basic needs met, Madam Speaker. That's why we can't trust them. They're not paying their bills. Madam Speaker, there is a problem if you're earning a tremendous amount of money and you're not paying your bills. But we know it isn't that. We know that that's just a rosy picture that they are painting because they pump faking. I mean, a few of them play basketball. You know, you just grab the ball and you pretend you pass. They pump faking. Madam Speaker, the resources are simply not there. And when they prioritize payment, many of the local vendors and now international vendors are not being paid. In fact, they're sending letters threatening this administration. You know the way they threaten us and other Bahamians who speak up, threatening them. Do something but this bill, or we will embarrass you locally and internationally. You'll become, in a sense, a pariah when it comes to sourcing material. That's the real story of this administration. We don't say it with pride. We say these are the facts. And the Prime Minister has not had the courage to have a sober conversation with the public about the dire state that we're in, the crisis that we are in some of our facilities, Madam Speaker. Their priorities are wrong. Building 2 new hospitals when they can't service 2 existing hospitals, Madam Speaker. And the experts advise them, but they know better because of their rich and extensive experience. And the prefixes in the front of their name and the suffixes in the back, you know, those titles, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, today, as we support these amendments, we know that one of the greatest challenges this government is having, that even when it comes up or supports a good idea they've met in place, they have a trust deficit with the Bahamian people because they act in their own interest. Most decisions being made are motivated by politics, Madam Speaker, and not by an abiding, Madam Speaker, affection and passion to change the most vulnerable Bahamians' lives in this country, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, I want to say, Madam Speaker, that while we support the amendments, because quite frankly, we are considering whether or not but yeah, I guess we're co-parenting these innovations, Madam Speaker. But the reality is, we are concerned as to whether or not they will fully implement. Here's the interesting, Madam Speaker. They are good. They are good at starting things. I've never seen so much a flurry of breaking grounds, Madam Speaker, a flurry of signing things, but they just can't seem to get to the finish line. Project after project after project, Madam Speaker, they're good at breaking ground. But concluding many things, Madam Speaker, they have a problem, Madam Speaker. They have a problem. What's wrong with publishing the 15,000 names that have been removed from the register? It's not an accusation. Just publish them. Let people check to see whether or not there are any challenges. Just publish. Just answer the questions that we are asking, Madam Speaker. We've asked questions in here, they duck in. We ask questions in a press conference, they duck in. Madam Speaker, this is the most verbose group of leaders I've seen in a while. But on matters where you ask them to be transparent, mum's the word, Madam Speaker. And so we believe that in short order, the public will answer on their behalf, that enough is enough. With those few words, Marco City and the Free National Movement support this amendment, but we do not support the Progressive Liberal Party.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Asmini?
Madam Speaker,
Pay attention.
before I begin, I am constrained to make an observation.
Yes.
Shadow boxing. Shadow boxing. Madam Speaker, Grand Lucayan, SpaceX, Carmichael, Golden Yoke, PHA. Madam Speaker.
All over the place.
Madam Speaker, shadow boxing is deflection. Shadow boxing is evasion. Shadow boxing is, Madam Speaker, the topic here, which apparently is being supported, and I heard the word co-parenting used, right?
Well,
Now let me just ask some parental questions. If I claim, Madam Speaker, if I claim a child, the law says that along with parent having the right of access and to claim the child as he has done on international TV, there comes the obligation of maintenance. And I would have thought,
yes.
if this is my child, I would have used my 30 minutes to provide some constructive recommendation for the maintenance and health of the child. But what we see is you claiming the child, but you know what an opposition is? I've been in opposition for 5 years. You know what an opposition is? Is you use every opportunity to show the alternative, to give constructive, to say, if you have, in this case, it's not if, but having drafted, having done the research, and to go through the arduous task of passing a bill. I would have thought this would have been a perfect opportunity to give a rational explanation as to why I failed to implement the child.
Yes.
Why did I fail?
Yes, that's right.
I mean, at least some reasonable explanation.
That's right.
Because that is what the Bahamian public wants to hear.
That's right. Take him the confirmation. Take him the confirmation.
And then after having failed to support the child by implementing the law that you passed, you're now talking, but I am a co-parent. That's what I call neglect.
Neglect.
That's what I call abuse.
Yes.
Abandonment.
And abandonment. But you know, Madam Speaker, I will not engage this matter any further because the Bahamian public has seen and will judge for themselves. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the people of Fort Charlotte for giving me this opportunity to speak on their behalf. I want to say that we are so grateful for 15 teachers, trained teachers who volunteered 4 weeks of their time to meet every day with approximately 150 youngsters and to pour into them and stimulate their creative imagination. And the young facilitators who themselves only a few years ago were campus and worked for these 4 weeks as facilitators. I thank the parents for entrusting us with 150 young people every day. I thank the students, the campus, for being so fantastic. When I saw the uniform that had been made in 4 weeks, and I saw the craft that had been created and were being sold, and I saw the performances, it just demonstrates how brilliant the young people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas are. And when we come here, our job, Madam Speaker, is for them to see that we are creating, crafting laws and opportunities for them because they deserve the best that we can give in this house. I also want to thank the spouse of our country. Mrs. Anne Marie Davis graced us, but she did not only come to give her presence, she gave an inspiring presentation, inspiring the young campus, inspiring the teachers and thanking them on behalf of the country. And also, I must say it is one of the best public thanks that I have received in my public life. So I want to say on behalf of Fort Charlotte, thank you for the gracious and generous contribution that she made to the closing ceremony of our summer camp. Madam Speaker, today on behalf of Fort Charlotte, I support the Parliamentary Election Amendment Bill 2025. I stand as part of a government that believes in action, not just ambition. A government that sees reforms through to the finish line. This bill before us tonight is here because the Progressive Liberal Party is determined to move the Bahamas forward not only in theory, but also in reality. Let me be clear, Madam Speaker. While the Free National Movement began the process, it is the Progressive Liberal Party that is delivering on it. Once again, we are the party that takes bold ideas and brings them to life, that transform policy proposals into practical, tangible change for the Bahamian people. This bill is proof of that. Securing the right, security, and efficacy of the right to vote has been and remains at the core of the Progressive Liberal Party. Now, what do I mean by that? At a time in our history when voting was limited to persons owning property and companies, on October 26, 1953, the Progressive Liberal Party published its platform in the Nassau Daily Tribune, wherein it stated, and I quote, "We pledge ourselves to extend the franchise to women as enforced in certain other parts of the world, to enact legislation to improve the voting rights of Bahamians, and a further extension of the franchise to all men and women. We also work toward the attainment of a written constitution that will give Bahamians a greater control over the administration of the affairs of the government, striving ultimately for self-government within the British Commonwealth." End quote. From the very formation, Madam Speaker, of the Progressive Liberal Party, there was and is a commitment to create a more fair, equitable, effective franchise. That has been the core of the party. And the history records, Madam Speaker, after the general election in 1962, the Progressive Liberal Party got the majority of the votes, but lost the government because of gerrymandering. And we know right in this House, Madam Speaker, when the UBP was trying to continue the process of gerrymandering. In 1965, Black Tuesday, it was around voting and diluting, having so many seats in the Family Islands when the majority of people were in Nassau. In other words, for the Progressive Liberal Party, this is not a game. This is not a trivial event. This goes right to the core of the party as a liberation party, Madam Speaker. This is not to come and give a flowery speech. We're not here to impress.
No.
We're here to carry out the serious business of statehood, because people gave their careers,
Time and energy.
their lives,
That's right. Yes, sir.
fighting for a day such as this,
That's right.
when their children, that's right, walking from Burma Road, where the white worker doing the same job as our uncles, grandparents, and so on. And they had to say, no, no, no. Slavery was abolished.
That's right.
And walk up to Bay Street, Madam Speaker. And you know what they were saying? I is man. That's what they were saying, I is man. In other words, they were expressing the same position that Pompey, before slavery was abolished, Pompey was saying, I is man. I'm not going to Cat Island. And Black Dick was saying, I'm not leaving Cat Island. So when we stand to defend the franchise, Madam Speaker, when we stand to defend the franchise, we are not engaged in shadow boxing.
Yes.
We are not engaged in games.
No, sir.
We are here to address this particular piece of legislation.
The PLP can do it.
Madam Speaker,
No game.
just to give an idea of the continuum of this process. Having achieved majority rule and independence, it was 55 years later, and I was at this seminar, June 23rd, 1998. The Right Honorable Sir Lyndon Pindling, in opposition now, having been for 25 years as head of government and 19 years as Prime Minister of an independent Commonwealth of the Bahamas, speaking at a colloquium on political reform, constitutional change, and national development at COB, Sir Lyndon advocated for the entrenching the right to vote by including it under the fundamental rights provisions of the Constitution.
That's right.
This is what he said, and I quote, "Experience has taught me that the list of fundamental rights and freedoms set out in Chapter 3 of the existing Constitution should be expanded to include matters such as the right of a citizen to vote and the right to the equal exercise of political choice, the right of a citizen to fair competition." And he goes on to name another. He said, all the laws of the Bahamas, both old and new, should then be required to pass the litmus test of the revised Constitution. And any Bahamian citizen who wishes to institute proceedings to defend or enforce any of the rights and freedoms should be able to do so without having to obtain the prior consent of the Attorney General, end quote. Today, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Elections Act 1992, the principal basis upon which the right to vote is established. Under Section 8 of the Act, a person is entitled to be registered as a voter for a constituency if, on the day of registration, he is a citizen of full age, not subject to any legal incapacity, and B, he is and has been during the whole of the period of 3 months immediately preceding that day, ordinarily resident in premises in that constituency. While the right to vote is not entrenched in the Constitution, Bahamian voters perceive the right as a fundamental right reflected in consistent massive voter turnout since independence. For example, the voter turnout in 2021, the lowest, which was approximately 65%. But that is after the entire world was closed down. In 2017, it was 87%. In 2012, it was 90.8%. And what we see, Madam Speaker, is that Bahamians, this ain't no joke, Bahamians take the right to vote a serious business.
Yes, they do.
We have the highest, one of the highest voter turnout in the world.
That's right.
So when we come in here and we dealing with the serious business of voting,
Yes.
this ain't no time for shadow boxing.
No, sir.
In fact,
Speech was shot.
you know why it is so urgent? And you will understand why. In the case Allison Maynard Gibson versus Brian Woodside, the issue the court had to decide was the lawfulness of the votes cast by 183 voters in Pinewood. In a ruling, and the honorable member of Cat Island, our Prime Minister, was the lead counsel in this case. And the two cases I will mention, he was the lead counsel. And I just want to remind colleagues what our own justice of our Supreme Court had to say about registration that currently exists in our country. Madam Justice Anita Allen and Mr. Justice John Isaacs observe, and I quote, "This case exposed the most egregious failures in the parliamentary registration system. The parliamentary commissioner failed, for whatever reason, to ensure the integrity of the registration process in Pinewood. It was indeed startling to the court that counsel for the petitioner and the first respondent were forced to concede that 85 of 183 votes challenged were unlawful ones.
Wow.
Perhaps the time is appropriate for the parliamentary commissioner to comprehensively examine the practices and procedures of parliamentary registration department with a view to ensuring that what we saw in Pinewood does not reoccur, because it threatens, undermine the fundamental basis of our parliamentary democracy," end quote. But look at this, Madam Speaker. Watch this. That 2 years later, another case comes before the same two justices in the Supreme Court of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, arising out of a by-election in Elizabeth. The case of Ryan Pinder versus Jack Thompson. The issue, the lawfulness of 6 protest ballots. And again, these learned justices had to observe, and I quote, again, this is the judge's writing. Again, this process has exposed failures, omissions, and errors on the part of the parliamentary commissioner and his staff, which may, if not corrected, threaten the fairness of the electoral process and ultimately our democracy. It is not an answer to say that the parliamentary commissioner did not have the resources to do what he is mandated by the law to do. No court can accept that as an explanation for the disenfranchising of voters. We say emphatically that the parliamentary commissioner must be provided with sufficient resources, both financial and human, to ensure he is able to properly discharge the duties imposed on him by law. You see, Madam Speaker, this is why this is no time for shadow boxing.
No.
There should have been an explanation given to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Why did you not implement the law?
There you go.
Right.
This bill
Yes.
introduces the biometric voters card, long overdue as requested by our court. Upgrade to the voter registration system that places the Bahamas in line with democratic best practices around the world, from the Caribbean, Latin America, to Europe, Asia, Africa. We are not reinventing the wheel.
No.
We are simply making sure the Bahamas is no longer left behind. The biometric voters card will incorporate fingerprinting, facial recognition, and digital signatures to prevent duplicate voting, eliminate impersonation, and secure the electoral process with tamper-resistant technology. This is not only about security, Madam Speaker. It is about ensuring public trust and confidence in the electoral process. I'm not here to make any brownie points.
No.
This is about the Bahamian electorate who are watching us.
That's right.
This is what this is about. These cards will contain robust and secure personal data, including the voter's registration details, national insurance number, biometric identifiers, all digitally embedded. The verification process will be faster and more accurate, reducing wait times at the polls, ensuring each eligible Bahamian's right to vote is protected. We are also introducing, Madam Speaker, electronic poll book, or e-poll book, a secure digital record as described by the Honorable Member of Elizabeth. We are also building in layers of accountability and security, fines and prison terms for those who misuse voter data or attempt fraud, periodic voter verification exercises, procedures for secure card issuance and replacement, and protection of voters' rights in the event biometric data fails to register. Madam Speaker, this bill is not just about biometrics. It is about trust. It is about integrity. It is about progress. With a 10-year validity period, built-in safeguards, and a permanent voter registration number, we are designing a system that is efficient, secure, and fit for purpose, not only for the 2026 elections, but for the future of our democracy. This is what reforms looks like in action. This is how we modernize a system that is far too long relied on manual, outdated, insecure methods. This is how we build a 21st century Bahamas.
Yes, sir.
One vote,
That's right.
one person, one nation at a time. So I call on this honorable House, Madam Speaker, let us not delay. Those who want to be a co-parent, contribute your recommendation.
Maintain your time.
Right?
Contribute.
Let us not fear progress. Let us pass this bill and send a clear message to the Bahamian people that under the Progressive Liberal Party, your vote is safe.
Yes, sir.
Your voice is heard, and your future is secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shores.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I get into my debate, I want to take this opportunity really to salute the Parliamentary Commissioner who's been with us all day, overseeing to ensure that we do justice to this bill. So I salute you. I salute your team. It speaks well of your leadership and also your commitment to this transformative bill. Again, thank you, sir. Madam Speaker, I rise today just to lend my support to this transformative bill. And I rise as the Member of Parliament for the great constituency of Southern Shores. I rise not only, Madam Speaker, as a representative, but I rise as a firm believer in the power of progress to protect the sanity of our democracy. I stand today not to provoke, but to clarify, not to divide, but to align. I rise in full support of a bill that marks a pivotal step in the evolution of our democratic processes. This bill, Madam Speaker, which seeks to amend the Parliamentary Election Act, Chapter 7, is not merely an administrative upgrade. It is a fundamental step forward in safeguarding the voice of every Bahamian. Madam Speaker, I am firmly convinced that this bold, visionary, forward-thinking legislation represents a simple policy adjustment, but a defining milestone in transforming the future of our country. It is a moment that demands courage, foresight, and unity, a moment that will echo through generations as a turning point where we chose progress over complacency and purpose over hesitation. This is progress not in theory, but in action. At the heart of this bill, Madam Speaker, is the introduction of the biometric voter's card. This card will incorporate advanced security features, including digitized fingerprint, facial recognition, and digital signature, ensuring that every voter is uniquely identified. This card will be valid for a period of 10 years, replacing the current system of permanent voters card. Madam Speaker, this change is not arbitrary. It is a deliberate move to enhance the integrity of our voters registry and to ensure that it reflects the most accurate, up-to-date information. The biometric voters card is not just a piece of technology. It is a promise that every vote cast is genuine, every voter is verified, and every Bahamian voice is heard without distortion. Madam Speaker, the power of this biometric voters card lies in their ability to revolutionize the integrity of our democratic process. With unmatched precision and accountability, these advanced tools eliminate the shadow of electoral fraud, restore public trust, and ensure that every vote cast is a true reflection of the people's will. And it aligns the Bahamas with global best practices recommended by international observers. We will not be left behind. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, it is a defining leap towards transparent and resilient governance. Madam Speaker, for far too long, our electoral system has relied on outdated method that, while functioning, leaves room for error, impersonation, and inefficiency. In an era of remarkable technological advancement, we must seize the moment to ensure that our electoral system is not only modernized, but resilient, transparent, and trustworthy. Madam Speaker, to support this transition, the bill provides for a voters' verification exercise to be done every 10 years. This exercise will require voters to submit up-to-date biometric data to confirm or amend their registration details. And it is a measured and responsible approach, one that balances security with convenience and accuracy with accessibility. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, this bill introduces an e-poll book, a secure electronic device containing voters registered at the polling station. This innovation will streamline the voters' process on election day. And Madam Speaker, we know what election day could be like. It could either be a civic celebration or it could be a logistical nightmare. Not only so, Madam Speaker, this e-poll book reduces administrative burden and significantly minimize the potential for human error or manipulation. These measures are not just technical upgrades, they are safeguards. They are designed to protect the sanity of the vote, uphold public confidence in our electoral system, and to ensure that every Bahamian voice is heard and counted for. Madam Speaker, this bill reflects our commitment to good governance. It reflects our duty to protect the democratic rights of our citizens, and it reflects our belief that the integrity of our election is not negotiable. It is foundational. Madam Speaker, I understand that changes brings questions. Some worry about privacy, others about accessibility. Our dear friend from Marco City, he mentioned that they don't trust us. I don't know why. I don't know why they don't trust us. As a matter of fact, he urged the Bahamian people, don't trust us. Because they want us to give, listen man, they want us to give them our most sensitive data. Man, listen, you're going to get shooting here. But listen, they want us to give them their most sensitive data, facial images or fingerprint. But Madam Speaker, I want to say this here, and I want to encourage the Bahamian people. Do not become a victim of fear-mongering. Do not become a victim of fear-mongering. And I will say it again, do not become a victim of fear-mongering. This is not new to you. Our member for Golden Gates, she talked about the fingerprint on the phone. We see it in the workplace, Madam Speaker. Not only the workplace, Madam Speaker, whenever you go to the USA, and even here in the Bahamas, when you pass through customs, American customs, they ask for your fingerprint. They ask for your facial images. And here we have our own, Madam Speaker, telling us not to trust your government. So I tell the Bahamian people, if you could trust the American government with your fingerprint, if you could trust the American government with your facial image, I tell you, you could trust your Bahamian government. Let me make this crystal clear, Madam Speaker. This system is optional, encrypted backed by a contingency plan, including paper backups, so that no Bahamian is disenfranchised, even if the lights go off or the internet go down. We are not rushing this process, Madam Speaker, like the side opposite is saying. We are building on a legislation introduced by them in 2020. They enacted this legislation, but abandoned the responsibility. They promised transformation, yet failed to construct the very system that would deliver it. What they left behind, Madam Speaker, was not progress. It was a blueprint without foundation. So today, we are not merely finishing what they started. we are correcting what they neglected. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, we are launching a public education campaign to ensure every citizen understands their rights and options. Let us not allow fear to stall this progress. Let us embrace innovation that strengthens our democracy. These transforms are not about exclusion. They are about inclusion with integrity. They are about ensuring that every eligible Bahamian can exercise their right to vote in a system that is secure, fair, and resilient. Madam Speaker, this bill is not about replacing the old ways. It is about refining, ensuring that every grandmother in McKinney Drive, every first-time voter in Millis Heights, and every hard-working citizen can vote and vote with confidence and dignity. Madam Speaker, the strength of our democracy depends not only on the will of the people, but on the system that protects and reflects that will. This bill, Madam Speaker, fortifies those systems. It is a forward-looking measure that places the Bahamas among the ranks of nations that takes electoral integrity seriously. I urge my colleagues, I urge my constituents to support this bill, not for the sake of convenience, but for the sake of confidence. Not for the day's election, but for the generations to come. Let us reaffirm and recommit ourselves to the democratic process that is worthy of the people that we serve. Madam Speaker, Southern Shores support this bill, and Southern Shores rest. God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? 5?
No.
Okay, I thought I heard 5 minutes.
Spirit, Golden Gates. Golden Gates, stay in the spirit, Golden Gates. Stay in the spirit. Stay in the spirit.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
Sorry, Madam. When I told Marco City that I was going to shoot him, I don't mean literally shoot him.
It was Marco City?
Yeah, it was Marco City. But I'm not going to shoot him. So I just want to, I don't want the paper go out there and say, Southern Shores is going to shoot Marco City. So I just want to make that crystal clear, ma'am. All right? Thank you. Marco, that's fine, right? Okay.
I just was signing off to have you checked. We understand. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Eyes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I want to thank Almighty God for this opportunity to address this body in this historic place. Madam Speaker, I'm thankful and grateful to the people of the Great Golden Isles constituency on whose shoulders I stand. To address this historic bill, I will do my endeavor to be brief, and I shall get right into it, but I would like to reflect on the day, just a few days ago, Emancipation Day, that is close, near and dear to my heart. I believe Emancipation Day, Madam Speaker, is the most significant of all the holidays we celebrate. I am one who believes it should be celebrated on the actual date, August 1st. And I believe it should be observed as a holy day. I believe this should be celebrated as our Remembrance Day. However, unfortunately, it is probably the least understood and appreciated. Madam Speaker, on every Emancipation Day, I take the time to extensively contemplate and reflect on and sometimes discuss what our ancestors experienced and endured. In Ghana this year, the very first of August, a few days ago, they officially launched Panifest and Emancipation Day 2025, reaffirming their commitment to honoring African heritage and promoting unity among people of African descent. This year's celebration was held under the theme, "Let us speak of reparative justice, Pan-African artistic activism." Madam Speaker, a great atrocity was committed, the Holocaust of the enslavement of Africans. I am a firm believer in reparative justice, and I say amend the wrong and reparations now. It is the late Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey who said, "A people without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots." George Santayana said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." Every Emancipation Day, a group of us, we gather and we declare boldly, emphatically, that as long as God gives us breath, we will do everything in our power to see that this wicked, evil act never occurs again. So help us God. Now, Madam Speaker, briefly getting to the bill, at the very heart of the democratic system in our country is the principle of free and fair election of members of Parliament. And entrenched in the word fair is the critical concept that there ought to be no corruption in the process by which each voter casts their ballot in parliamentary election. The Progressive Liberal Party has always been the political and the social force driving electoral reform. I should like to repeat that, Madam Speaker. The Progressive Liberal Party has always been the political and the social force driving electoral reform. The mantra has always been that each and every voter is entitled to one secret vote. Madam Speaker, it was this strong political philosophy of the Progressive Liberal Party acted out over 63 years ago in the form of protests and representations. We've heard of the universal suffrage movement that led to the emancipation of women on the one hand with the right to vote, and the abolition of multiple voting on the other hand by wealthy property owners. But, Madam Speaker, sometimes it simply takes a spark to get a fire going. In this instance, one Rufus Harcourt Ingram, Member of Parliament then for Inagua and Acklands, who after losing his seat in 1949, played a pivotal role in launching the women's suffrage movement. Following that loss, he suggested to his wife, Mary Ingram, that if women had the right to vote, it might have changed the outcome of his election. He advocated publicly for women's voting rights, arguing that male candidates like himself would have benefited if women had been enfranchised. He inspired his wife, Mary Ingram, to mobilize support. Madam Speaker, in response, she co-founded the women's suffrage movement in 1951 and served as its first president. Madam Speaker, though he was not a formal part of the suffragist organization, his encouragement and the early public endorsement helped spark the campaign that culminated in women's enfranchisement in 1962. He is frequently acknowledged as one of the few male supporters of the movement, along with some others, like Sir Gerald Cash, Dr. C.R. Walker, Sir Randall Fox, and Sir Lyndon Pindling. Women leaders of the day, Madam Speaker, were Mary Ingram. She served as president and was described as a tireless organizer. Georgiana Simonette, one of the earliest and most outspoken of the suffragists. Mabel Walker, lawyer and activist. Eugenia Lockhart, educator and advocate. And who can forget Dame Dr. Doris Johnson, who delivered the famous 1959 address to the House entitled A Woman's Plea, which turned out to be the turning point for the movement. And Madam Speaker, just an excerpt of a speech referencing taxation and representation. She said, and I quote, "We women have accepted and paid all the taxes by a government in which we now have no representation. We are forced to bring charges of tyranny and despotism if government further denies us our rights to choose those who must rule over us." End quote. Madam Speaker, the process of modernization of the electoral process did not stop there. For history once again demonstrates that shortly after the historic victory in 1967, approaching the 1972 general elections, the Bahamas voting age was officially lowered from 21 to 18 in 1972 through a constitutional amendment to expand democratic participation, especially leading up to our independence in 1973. And so, Madam Speaker, this bill before us today is a continuation of our party's long-standing commitment to introduce positive change to the electoral process by enhancing its accuracy, security, and efficiency. Every eligible voter must satisfy certain criteria according to Section 8 of the Parliamentary Elections Act 1992, which states, "A person shall be entitled to be registered as a voter for a constituency where on the day in which he applied for registration, A, he is a citizen of the Bahamas of full age and not subject to any legal incapacity, and B, he is and has been during the entire period of 3 months preceding that day ordinarily resident in premises in that constituency." And in Part 1 of the Act, full age, Madam Speaker, means 18 or older. In addition to these two criteria, there's the question of identity. Simply, is the voter who he says he is? Section 57 of the Parliamentary Elections Act further states, 1, no person shall be permitted to vote in any polling division at any election unless, A, he produces his voter's card or other sufficient means of identification, and it is apparent that he has not already voted at the same election in the same constituency or in any other constituency, and B, his name is on the part of the register for that polling division, and the presiding officer has scrutinized the voter's card or other means of identification produced by him and is satisfied as to his identity and his right to vote. Madam Speaker, traditionally, we have used the paper voter's card with relevant information and a photograph fixed. And many of us, Madam Speaker, can recall the era when the voter's card on the family of islands did not have a photograph affixed. So you can imagine leading up what kind of irregularities and compromises and abuses occurred. This bill, which seeks to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act, introduces measures aimed at improving and significantly reduces the risk of fraud or tampering and ensures the integrity of the electoral process. The introduction of a biometric voter's card with digitized fingerprints, facial images, and the signatures, and valid for 10 years, is most certainly a groundbreaking innovation that is worthy of high praise. Madam Speaker, we note that the technology is not yet being employed to show that a voter has voted only once in a particular election. As you are well aware, Madam Speaker, this has been an area with great potential for abuse, given that the indelible ink may be compromised by certain solvents. In the not too distant future, however, it will be possible to capture on the card that the voter has in fact voted only once. Efforts to modernize the electoral framework in the Bahamas clearly must continue to be an ongoing process, ensuring that it remains robust, secure, and accessible for all citizens. Madam Speaker, as I promised to be brief, in my conclusion, it is indeed an honorable privilege for me to have the opportunity to throw my full support behind this bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act. Know your past and honor it. Engage your present and improve it. That's what we're doing. And imagine a new future and forge it in the most ethical, effective, and efficient ways. So says Dr. Malana Karenga. May Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth common. Golden Isles supports this legislation.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Madam Speaker, I know that it's late in the evening, but you can have joy that when I move the motion for adjournment, it's going to be to October.
Yes, some of the members need rest.
Madam Speaker, I rise to wrap up this debate, and I make it a habit now, because the member for Fort Charlotte talked about shadow boxing. But these words, here are some words from somebody in this House. As a member of the opposition, you don't have a ministry, corporation, or board to run. So research the government to death. Ask them every conceivable question you can think of, whether it's important to the voter or not. Don't get caught up in trying to provide a lot of answers. The government may be able to show how shallow the suggestions are since they have more facts, or because your track record was so dismal. That was a bit of prophecy, I think. Instead, ask a lot of questions. This is easier. Plus, it allows you to say in the media, House and Senate, over and over, we have put crucial questions to the government, which they have refused to answer, and then add that you don't believe they have answers. then get extra devious and say that they are hiding information. Say something like, they are as transparent as a safety deposit box. It is nothing short of a cover-up. Questions will force the government to do your homework for you. So, I don't know. We heard a lot of that this evening from somebody. I'll whistle and you point. But, Madam Speaker, what is so devious is you acknowledge that the proper rollout of this will depend on trust. And then, as Southern Shore says, you do your level best for half an hour to seek to undermine that trust. Going as far as saying, we don't trust you. That is amazing. You begin by saying, this is something that will require public trust. And then you move on to tell the public, but don't trust them. And you're doing this to your baby, eh, Fort Charlotte? My Lord. That is what I sat and I heard, and I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe it. I sat and I heard that they set the legal and technical groundwork for this. They passed a bill that did not define what biometrics were being used, and so that had to be done. A lot of the content of this bill should have been in the 2020 bill, because the 2020 bill in section 113 just envisaged that the minister would make regulations to define what the card is, as we have to make regulations. So they did the legal work. They didn't do it correctly. Sometimes what's after your name is important, although some people in here made it seem irrelevant. Sometimes if you pay attention, when you're passing landmark legislation that introduce biometrics, it might occur to you that you have to define what the biometrics are. It's just simple. And then, Madam Speaker, by all accounts, they did a lot of technical groundwork. If that is true, they should have a lot of answers, because they should know the technical background that they left, that they claimed we picked up and used. That is what I heard. But you know, Madam Speaker, somebody says, just ask a bunch of questions. Sometimes because your record was so dismal. And so, Madam Speaker, if in fact, truthfully they did technical groundwork, I didn't see any. Lovato Donkinson, the parliamentary commissioner, didn't bring any to me. He did a lot of diligent work. He was a very diligent man. And not only on this, but on other recommendations by that OAS committee. And every man after him has been very diligent. But it is claimed that they did technical groundwork, but clearly they don't know nothing. And we know they still cool with my predecessor because they nominated him. They didn't nominate Kalani, who was leading when all of this good work was done, but they nominated Mount Moriah. So he still have to be cool with them, and they didn't think to ask him, hey, bro, well, what's the details on this? Because he would have been presiding over all of this legal and technical groundwork. And he is their candidate. He is in favor. But they don't know, so they have to ask questions, trying to persuade the public not to trust. That's what this is all about, and it's pernicious, and it's wrong. Very, very wrong. Pernicious. That could be the word for the day. You know, you got to learn it. Just like apoplectic doesn't mean gleeful. So, Madam Speaker, this is the issue that we face. And truly, that is why we constantly say anything that appears to be good for the Bahamas that is happening, they have a problem with. And the bad thing about it is, Madam Speaker, a lot of what was set forth doesn't fall within the purview of the political directorate. The member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador told him, why are you writing me? You have a parliamentary commissioner who will entertain you. They have a commissioner of police who will entertain them and have entertained them. They have a commissioner of corrections who has entertained them. They have a commander of the defense force who will entertain them. And so they have to get past this thing of degrading the work of diligent public servants seeking to make puerile political attacks on this side. But you know, Madam Speaker, he wrote it, and now he's acting it. And that's how you do it, eh? You write the script, you set the stage, then you act. And I must respect it because I was never a good actor, you see. But questions, 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 try to raise doubt. The one thing that this performance demonstrates, Madam Speaker, as Fort Charlotte says, is there is no productive plan. What we would have expected to hear is, that's not what we left to be done, and here is what we left to be done, and it's better than what you're doing. We didn't hear that. We heard to the Bahamian people, you have to trust them to do this, but don't trust them, which is to say, let's make sure this doesn't work. That is not, as the young people say, cool. Madam Speaker, it is clear that this government believes in the independence of persons as are mandated by law. This is the government that provided and passed the Court Administration Act that gave the courts their independence, that gave even Parliament its independence in the Parliamentary Service Act. And for the Parliamentary Commissioner, as we've said, we've given him his own lawyer so he don't have to rely on us necessarily. And so one must question what legal and technical groundwork did they lay? And you know, Fort Charlotte, I believe if this was Jerry Springer, I think it is, he'll open the envelope and say, Marco City, you are not the father. So let's make that very clear. Very, very clear. They passed something, didn't act on it, and now we're trying to sabotage the rollout of it. I make that bold accusation that from all that we've heard in this House today, they passed, well, Kalani is the baby daddy now. Yeah. But they don't want him now. They cast him out. Yes. But clearly, Madam Speaker, very demonstrated by everyone following politics, and plainly, it is a matter of trust, and they cannot be trusted, and they demonstrate it time after time. And so, Madam Speaker, it's as simple as that. The public knows, the public can tell, and what is more, Madam Speaker, the public can choose not to get the card. And I suppose, Madam Speaker, that they will try to grade themselves by how many people do not get the card. And if I were a prophet, Madam Speaker, I would prophesy that over the next weeks and months, we will see a concerted campaign in social media and other media to seek to push that agenda. If I were a prophet, Madam Speaker, I would say that. But Madam Speaker, it will be available to all who wish to have it. And again, Madam Speaker, I would reiterate that my function, the government's function, as the courts have said in the cases in which the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador was involved, our job is to provide the parliamentary commissioner with the resources that he needs to do his work. And we've committed to do that, Madam Speaker. And so with that, I would ask that the question be put.
It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act.
Further second readings?
No further second readings.
Committee of the Whole?
Yes, I would now move, Madam Speaker, that the House do dissolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with Seabreeze, the member for Seabreeze, in the chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Get closer to the end.
It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Honorable Member for Seabreeze in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Honorable Member for Seabreeze in the chair. Hey, you could be all right. They tired. And then you could ask certain shorts for help.
Committee of the Whole?
Madam Chairman, the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as in favor remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The long title is agreed.
I now move, Madam Chairman, that clauses 1 to 16 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 1 through 16 be agreed. As many that are in favor remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clauses 1 through 16 is agreed.
I now move that clause 17 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 17 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, as many. Madam Chair, I move that clause 17 of the bill be amended to be made at C, delete the word knowingly.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be agreed as amended. As many as are in favor, remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The clause has been agreed as amended.
And I move that clauses 18 to 20 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 18 to 20 be agreed. As many that are in favor remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 18 to 20 is agreed. Member?
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety, as amended, be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety has been amended as agreed.
I now move that the House do resume with the Speaker in the chair.
I agree. Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker will now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The Speaker will now take the chair.
Honorable members, the Honorable Member for Seabreeze and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the bill has been examined, having made one amendment thereto. Third reading and passing.
I now move for the third reading and passing of the Parliamentary Elections Amendment Bill 2025.
Is there a seconder? Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Elections Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Parliamentary Elections Amendment Act 2025. Further third readings?
No further third readings.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the clerk do take the bill passed by this Honorable House today to the Honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate's amendments, resolutions, member statements. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for North Abaco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't wish to prolong the night, but I must address Grand Key, who over the past few days was experiencing some power outage, as well as water and telephone services. First of all, for the record, I would like, through you, Madam Speaker, to have Grand Key to know that the generator that was provided last year was actually a brand-new generator. It was one of the 3 that needed to be replaced at Walker's Key, where the service, where the supply comes from. I was told by the manager that the 2nd unit has been purchased, and we are just working on the logistic and cost in order to ship the 2nd unit into Grand Key. Grand Key would have experienced a surge in visitors. The local residents from Cooper's North Abaco, or from Abaco, who goes down there to fish during the crawfish season, as well as our U.S. visitors, putting extra demand on the service, resulting in some damages to that unit. The mechanics live on the mainland. They had to be assembled and dispersed into Grand Key. Took a while. But once they arrived, they identified the situation, and they began the load shedding. So Grand Key was not entirely out of power, but there was load shedding, which is common method used by BPL when there is a shortage of the supply. I also received information that there was some damages done to the water supply, the unit that they have in Grand Key, and that too required a contractor that does not live on island to do the repairs. However, I understand that there has been some achievement to get the water on. I understand that they're still shutting off to build capacity, but I understand it's off and on. Also, well, I am still receiving information as it relates to BTC. I was under the impression that there was a need for a transfer switch, required a generator didn't automatically comes on, but I received other information by a gentleman who's on Facebook, which I'm trying to confirm. I just want to go on record, Madam Speaker, to say to Grand Key, I read a communication stating that the Progressive Liberal Party has forsaken or forgotten Grand Key. And I have to address that, because since coming to this position as the Member of Parliament for North Abaco and the Progressive Liberal Party becoming the government, we would have met in Grand Key, incomplete government complex. Since then, we've completed that. Within the 2 years, they left it undone, untouched, after Doreen. That government complex, Madam Speaker, that hosts local government, customs, and for the first time, we have immigration presence on Grand Key, stationed in Grand Key, thanks to the Minister, the Honourable Member for Fort Charlotte. We also have the police and fisheries stationed in there. Recently, we would have engaged a private space for fishery who will be moving out to make space for immigration. And I saw in the communication that was released that they mentioned how important fishery is to Grand Key. But for the very first time in the history of Grand Key, there was a vessel commissioned to the fishery department in Grand Key by this administration. You see, Madam Speaker, for you to have a freezer full of crawfish or fish, somebody has to be protecting the catch for you to get there to catch it. That's what fishery does. They now are able to go and to patrol the waters and secure the catch for when the season opens. Grand Key, who thrives on fishing, will be able to have a successful catch. Coming to office, we would have met Cephas Cooper Highway. There was a big gash in the road, some 10 to 15 feet, a concrete road. We would have used constituency funds to repair that road. The dump site right in front of Grand Key, we've met mountains of debris, appliances, furniture, you name it, all kind. We partnered with NGOs, and we was able to clean that dump site down. What could have burned, and what wasn't able to burn, we barged out. Coming to office, there was a smell in the Grand Key's water supply that had an odor, something like an egg scent. Since coming to office, we corrected that. That was corrected. You know, on the school, Madam Speaker, we would have fenced the perimeter of the school. We securing the kids. So we would have supplied the school with backyard farming equipment. We are constructing a chicken coop in Grand Key right now. I heard the mention of the golden egg. That is being done. So when persons go on record saying that this administration doesn't care for a place like Grand Key, for me, it's disingenuous for an administration who, when had the opportunity to express their care 2 years after Dorian, would have left it in the state it did. And, you know, you heard Memo saying about a matter of trust. How do I trust the administration that says, after elected to government, when I was campaigning, I was heading east, but now that I've won, I'm going west, and there's no shame in changing your mind? I mean, help me, isn't west the opposite of east? Yeah. So if I was promising in a campaign I'm going to fix you, doesn't that mean I'm going to destroy you now? That I'm the government? And clearly, when you see persons stand up in this house from the opposite side, every bill we pass, they support, but they find all kinds of excuse what's wrong with the bill. Doesn't that demonstrate conflicting, something is concerning? That's very concerning, ma'am. You find all kind of fault in what you support, but yet you support it? That's okay, you know. It clearly demonstrates that those characters are still at play, who, when in opposition or when seeking election, tells you what you want to hear. But when they get in, there's no shame in changing their minds. So, Grand Key, I say to you, your member of parliament is at work. I was told by the residents that I would have visited Grand Key more than the former prime minister and the former member of parliament together. I haven't been in recent weeks, but that is my commitment to North Abaco. So I felt compelled, Madam Speaker, through you, to convey to North Abaco, I have the support of my ministers. The minister, you know, they, from you mentioned the needs, and again, I wish to say this too. We don't live in a one last man country. We live last man, landmass country. We live in a archipelago of islands. And we have about 30 of those islands inhabited. So everything we do, we have to replicate on each island. And we don't just get to build a clinic and leave it. We have to staff it, we have to supply it, and then of course there's maintenance. So our challenge is great. But this administration, we don't find excuses. We do the work. We get it done. So I just want to say thank you to my colleagues. Thank you for answering your phone. Thank you for responding. There's a lot more to come, and I'm sure as we head towards the election, they're going to bring out the rest. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair, you can get up. I really want you to sit down, but get up. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Talbot.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I didn't get an opportunity to contribute today, but I would just like to say in support of the member for North Abaco. There was a video going around about the neglect of Grand Key, and I join him in clearly articulating the fact that a lot of things is happening in Grand Key, but I want to speak specifically about the Grand Key Clinic. The Grand Key Clinic had some remedial work done, and I want to assure the residents of Grand Key that that particular facility now has been scoped, and the quantity survey work is being done, and very shortly we will be in Grand Key to finish the renovations of that facility. And so I just wanted to join the member of Abaco because I did not like the post, because it appeared as if the member, as well as the Progressive Liberal Party, have neglected some of the responsibilities in Grand Key. At no point the medical services were disrupted, but I do agree that there is some remedial work that needs to be completed. The work has been scoped. It's a part of the Public Hospitals Authority that has the responsibility for Grand Key, and we ensure that that clinic will be completed and ready for those areas that were left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Further member statements? Appointment of select committees, instructions to select committees, notices for future meetings?
I renew all notices on behalf of the government.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I renew all notices on behalf of the opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I'm going to move the date for adjournment to October because from September the 5th to the 13th of September, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association is having a conference here that we are hosting.
Yes.
And so that'll consume some of the time of parliamentarians and the staff of the House and the Senate. And so therefore, Madam Speaker, I will move that the House
Cut it out.
be on its rising to adjourn to Wednesday, October the 8th at 10 a.m.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 8th October 2025 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
And I move that the House do adjourn to Wednesday, the 8th of October at 10 a.m.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn to Wednesday, 8th October 2025 at 10 a.m. Man, stop that. Honorable members, we'll be led in saying the Our Father prayer by the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Our Father, thou art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Brad Mitchell, Glennis Hannah Martin, Alfred Sears, Michael Darville, Dr. Michael Darville, Clay Sweeting, Keith Bell, Wayne Monroe, Vaughn Miller, Jobeth Colby Davis, Ginger Moxie, Mario Boleg, Joe Mo Campbell, Basil McIntosh, Miles Laroda, Pia Glover Roll, Lisa Ramming, Zane Lightbourne, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Jamal Strawn, John Pinder, Marcus Rowe, Leon Lundy, Kirk Cornish, Wade Watson, Leonardo Lightbourne, Leslie Miller Bryce, Leroy Major, Sylvanus Petty, Mikel Bonnaby, Michael Pintard, James Kwesi Thompson, Aram Lewis, Shannon Dawn Cartwright, Adrian Gibson, Adrian White, Kingsley Smith.
Good morning, honorable members. Morning. Honorable members, I'd like to turn your attention to the gallery where we have summer students who have joined us for the month of August. And this is our first time as the Parliamentary Commission where we would have summer students we had last month and this month. So welcome to the House of Assembly. And with them, we have Mrs. Antoinette Clark, who plays a major role in the development of our Human Resource Department. Now we will go down the order of business as we conduct the people's business. Introduction and swearing in of new members, laying of documents by ministers. Thank you, honorable member. Statement and communication by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Caroline, Rumpke, and San Salvador.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, last week, the world paused to listen to the International Court of Justice. And for the first time, I add in a very long time, the world heard with clarity what they had been hoping, asking, and demanding. We can all agree, whatever our politics, whatever our profession, whatever our standing or calling, that the Bahamas has a God-given right to survive, to live in safety, to fully enjoy the earth we occupy, to raise children without fear that the next storm, the next flood, the next silent rise in sea level will erase what generations have built. The court confirmed that this is not simply an emotional claim. It is a legal one, and that matters. It matters to the family in Moores Island, still recovering from Hurricane Dorian.
Yes.
It matters to the children in Maguana, learning about climate change, not from textbooks, but from their own lived experiences. And it matters to us here in this chamber, tasked with the highest responsibility of all, to defend the right of our people and our nation to exist. Madam Speaker, the court ruling confirms that states, countries, have legal obligations under international law to protect the environment. That failure to reduce emissions, failure to regulate polluters, and failure to assist those harmed by the climate crisis are not acts of omission. They are breaches of law. This is not just a scientific judgment, although the science is clear. It was not just a moral appeal, although the moral case is overwhelming. It was a legal finding, built on decades of treaties, legal principles, and growing recognition that the damage done to small island states like ours is not theoretical. It is real, and it is unjust. Madam Speaker, I would ask the House to reflect on what this means for a country like the Bahamas. We are a nation built on coastlines, on low-lying land, and on fragile ecosystems. Every flood, every storm surge, and every piece of coral lost to warming seas chips away at the physical foundations of our country. But it also chips away at something deeper, our confidence that we will be able to hand this place, these islands, to our children as our parents handed them to us. We were hit by 4 major storms, Category 4 and Category 5, within just 1 decade. Every hurricane leaves us less fiscal space to invest in our people, our economy, and in our future. Think about what happens when these massive storms wipe out homes and schools and roads and businesses and hospitals and electricity lines. The impact to our economy lasts for a long time. We lose revenue. Then we have to borrow to recover and rebuild, which increases our debt burden. At least, Madam Speaker, 40% of our national debt is directly attributed to the loss and damage resulting from these hurricanes. Then, as the size of our debt grows, we pay higher interest rates. And the risk of future hurricanes is priced in as well. Insurance premiums are higher, and our interest rates would be lower if those who hold our debt were not worried about the most intense storms coming our way. We are paying for storms we have suffered through, and we are paying for the storms of the future as well. As an administration, we have worked hard for fair climate finance because we want to exit from this climate debt trap. We want to use our resources to invest in our people and our future rather than in recovering and rebuilding. That is why this ruling matters, because for once, the law sees what we see. For once, the law speaks the truth we live with every day. Madam Speaker, I must take a moment to recognize the efforts of the Honorable Attorney General, Ryan Pinder Casey. His submissions to the court. You ought to be proud of him, man. He appeared before the court. His submissions to the court were thoughtful, grounded in the lived experience of our people, lengthy and robust. He did not stand alone, I must add, because you have another Bahamian voice there, our Ambassador, Cheryl Bazard, representing the Organization of American States, who brought a Caribbean voice and a Bahamian sensibility to those proceedings. 2 Bahamians, Madam Speaker, before the world's highest court, giving voice to a cause larger than any one country, but rooted in our own story. I want to thank our Attorney General for his advocacy before the highest court in the world, and of course, our Ambassador, Bazard, who represented the Caribbean and the Organization of the American States for their sterling job before that court. No doubt their voices helped to persuade the court to the findings that they arrived at. It is often said, Madam Speaker, that small countries must shout to be heard. Last week, we were heard, not because we shouted, but because we spoke with clarity, honesty, and purpose. The ruling is advisory and not binding. That must be acknowledged. But its authority is unquestionable. It draws from the entire body of international environmental law. It provides guidance to future courts, and it offers countries like ours a firm foundation on which to build our case, make our demands, and exercise our diplomacy. It confirms that climate change is a human rights issue, that the right to life, to housing, to health, and to culture are all affected by environmental degradation, and that those who contribute most to the problem must shoulder the burden of solving it. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for fair treatment. We're not asking for favors. We're asking for the law to be upheld. And we're not seeking confrontation. We are seeking justice. Madam Speaker, this ruling changes the conversation. No longer can support for climate adaptation be seen as aid. It is a responsibility. No longer can compensation for loss and damage be described as a moral gesture. It is a legal consequence. And no longer can the right of nations like ours to exist be treated as negotiable. It is fundamental. We're not the cause of this crisis. We did not build the factories or dig the coal, but we are facing the consequences. Rising tides, lost shorelines, salt intrusion, vanishing fisheries, and broken infrastructure. We now have a legal basis to say to the world, this is not acceptable. This cannot go unanswered, and this must be addressed in the framework of law, not charity. Madam Speaker, this ruling must inform our foreign policy. It must shape our climate diplomacy. It must guide our engagement at COP negotiations and in every bilateral discussion where the question of climate justice is on the table. But it must also inform our domestic choices. We cannot demand action from others and remain static ourselves. We must continue to invest in climate resilience, strengthen our disaster response, protect our marine resources, and shift our own systems towards cleaner, more sustainable practices. Not because we are to blame, but because we are determined to survive, not as victims, as leaders. Madam Speaker, there will be those who say that nothing changes, that the emitters will continue, that the global system will delay, that the oceans will still rise. But something has changed. A principle has been clarified. A truth long whispered in back rooms has now been spoken aloud in the grandest courtroom in the world. We have a right to survive. That is not rhetoric, that is now law. And it is our duty, this Parliament's duty, to ensure that that right is protected. Let us go forward then, not with anger, but with resolve, not in bitterness, but in justice. Let us take this ruling and build with it policy, diplomacy, and action, so that when our children ask us what we did at the moment the law spoke, we can answer with confidence. We listened and we acted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the communication be brought up. Oh, the spring. Spring. Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the document be brought up. Thank you.
And powerful voice at those proceedings, represented by our Attorney General and Ambassador Prasad.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and my congratulations go to both of them for representing the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Order that both documents to lie on the table. Further statement and communications by ministers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise this morning to give a tribute and to extend condolences also to the member for Central Grand Bahama on the passing of Mr. Harvey Tynes Casey, his father-in-law. While we mourn the passing of Mr. Tynes, we knew him as an exceptional legal mind and a fearless advocate, and someone who has been touted as a true patriot. His commitment to justice and the rule of law left an indelible mark on the Bahamas. Mr. Tynes was not only a brilliant jurist, but also a voice of reason and courage in times that demanded clarity and conviction. So on behalf of the government, we say that may his legacy continue to inspire generations of legal professionals and public servants. May he rest in peace. We extend condolences to the entire family, especially our colleague, Mr. Lewis, who sits in the chamber with us, and his entire family. May his soul rest in peace, rise in glory.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also wish to join and to speak on behalf of the Free National Movement, those of us on this side. We also wish to pay our condolences to our colleague from Central Grand Bahama, as well as to the family of Harvey Tynes, his wife Ingrid, and his daughters. Madam Speaker, Mr. Tynes was in set with my father, James Thompson, and one of a number of senior lawyers in Grand Bahama. And I can recall going in and out of his law office. I can recall many times attending their house for dinners, and his family attending our house, coming to play tennis and fellowshipping. Madam Speaker, he was a giant in the legal profession. And as a young lawyer, sitting with him, I can recall a case where, he used to have to travel from Freeport to Nassau. And I can recall sitting with my father in a case against him. And it really epitomizes the attitude that senior lawyers had, where they could argue fiercely before the court. They could argue a number of points fiercely, and if you didn't know them, you would think that they are at each other's throats. But the ironic thing about it was they were such good friends that at the end of their, the time that they spoke, they would get in the same taxi and drive to the airport and have to fly back to Freeport, and they would again be the best of friends and the good friends, Madam Speaker. The day Mr. Tynes died, we came on the same flight along with the member for Central Grand Bahama. And we had a heartfelt, meaningful conversation. And that speaks to the fact that you never know when will be the last time that you get to speak to someone. And he shared some things. He had a fierce loyalty for people. A fierce loyalty. He was loyal to the member for Central Grand Bahama, his son-in-law. He was fiercely loyal to some of us in this place. And so, Madam Speaker, when you had him on your side, you had him on your side. But if he wasn't with you, he wasn't with you. But, but Madam Speaker, I grew up with his daughters, and they themselves now are going through their own challenges. We pray for them. His daughter, one daughter who is in the UK, I believe two are now in the UK, and they have their challenges. And we most certainly, I know on behalf of myself, my wife, my family, my father, my mother, on behalf of the leader of the opposition, Michael Pintard, and all of us on this side, we are praying for his family, we are praying for Ingrid, praying for the rest of the daughters, the entire family. We support them. We are praying for the member for Central Grand Bahama, and we are supporting him. So again, on behalf of all of us, our heartfelt condolences.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Speaker, it would be remiss if I were not to lend my voice to the chorus of condolences being expressed on behalf of a friend, a confidant, and a warrior in the vineyard of the legal profession, in the name of Harvey Tynes. Speaker, he was at Tynes, Hannah, hasty lineage, hailing from the great island of Acklins. I met Harvey, I suspect, in or around 1974, 75. He had been admitted to the bar. Can't remember the year it was. 75. I was admitted to the bar around the same time. 75. But my journey in the study of law was in the chambers of Wallace Whitfield and Branwell. And there was a stage in my career that successful as he then was attempting to have me work with him in his chambers. But I was already wanting to be free from, just be on my own, and I was then already committed to Hubert Ingram, and firstly, and then Barry Christie when he came along. Therein formed the firm of Christie Ingram, and then as it later morphed to where it is today, Davis & Co. And I met Harvey, because that's where he joined Sir Cecil in his chambers. And he was junior to Sir Cecil for years. I was an associate in his firm until he went on his own. I can always say that he was quite the character. He was witty, he was funny, but oh boy, as the member for East Grand Bahama said, that if he's with you now, he's with you, and if he isn't, you never want to be on the other side of that, what I call sharp tongue and aggressive. He took no prisoners when you are at war with him. And but he had a heart. He was compassionate, and he was a fierce advocate for the poor. And he never forgot from whence he came. Despite how he would have climbed into profession, and despite how successful he became, he always remembered Ulu Corner. And it was so ironic that hours before his passing, or even an hour before his passing, the last spot he was in was Ulu Corner. He came in that morning from Grand Bahama for the purposes of getting a checkup with a doctor. But when he landed, he told his daughter, before I go anywhere, I want to do two things. I need to go get some canep. I like my canep. When I go to Cat Island, I go to my auntie tree. God bless her soul, she's just passed. She had the sweetest canep tree on Cat Island. So when I go down this weekend, I go straight there, get my fill of canep. He went to Ulu Corner. That morning, his daughter took some canep. And then his next stop was to go to see his sister, Edna Ejoma. And I'm very familiar with the whole family. In fact, I had not seen Edna in years, only to run into her a couple of weeks ago when we had the occasion to fellowship and talk about the old times and her Cyril. And she was telling me about her vacation she's going on. And she's on vacation, and I don't know that Harvey knew that, because I think he was going to try to surprise his sister and visit her. And on that journey, he passed away. And so he still wanted to climb his canep tree. Canep. That speaks to who he was. And very often, you would see him flying in the face, and even, pressing the envelope to stand up to the right of another person. He could not stand by and see a vulnerable person being taken advantage of. I saw it myself in him. Even if he's walking down the street and he see a bullying someone, he wanted to get in that bully face and say, pick on somebody your size. See me here. Now he wasn't big now, he was just short. But that's the nature of the man. And so I had the occasion to speak to Ingrid. I had the occasion to speak to Nisha and to convey my condolences, but he's going to be sorely missed. And it was a shock to me because the profession has lost quite the advocate for the disadvantaged in this country. The country has lost someone who understood what it meant to not forget from whence you've come. Now, some say he was very arrogant. I say, no, he was not arrogant. He was just confident, and he had the conviction of his belief, and he pursued that conviction without fear, without favor. And as I said, and whoever's in that way, he'll clearly came from out of his way. I want again to convey my sincere condolences to his son-in-law, a member from Central Grand Bahama. I spoke with him on the morning, and he gave some of the update as to what had happened. And I convey my condolences to you, Iram, and to the family on an untimely passing of a great advocate for the poor and a good exemplar for understanding that regardless of where you started in life, you're only limited by your own circumstance if you allow it. You could climb to the top, but also from climbing the top, don't ever forget from whence you came. That helps you to be the better person and the person that we speak of this morning. Thank you. May his soul
Thank you, Honorable
rest in
Member.
peace.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Madam Speaker, and I want to say thank you all for the very kind words, East Grand Bahama, and to the member for Cat Island and Ronki. I have not lost a father-in-law, I've lost a father, a good friend, an advisor, someone who I walk with every morning, except on Sundays, and after our walk, we go for a swim in Coral Beach. So the moments of reflection and advice is really priceless. I want to say how grateful I am to my colleagues in this chamber, those who sprang into action immediately upon receiving the news, member for Tall Pines, Angliston, Fort Charlotte, Exuma, East Grand Bahama. Everyone just came and embraced me and gave me and the family the support that we needed at that time. And I can tell you, our walk through Sorrow's Valley is being that much easier because of the love and the support that you would have given to us via physical contact, telephone calls, and by any means. I want to say again special thank you to the staff. The Bahamian doctors are the best. I was saying to Dr. Indira Grimes, who was there, who was really an angel at that moment, who took over when Tanisha and I really couldn't stand on our own. But thank Angliston and East Grand Bahama immediately going to the hospital. Exuma loaned us his driving this car to get there as soon as possible. And like I said, everyone just came in and offered support. So more will be coming. I respect the details of the funeral. And to Cat Island, unfortunately, his sister, she is on vacation. She still doesn't know yet. Our children couldn't come to tell her exactly what's going on because that's her hobby. And my daughter's also having a hard time because when daddy's not home, grandpa is there. And he was happy sometime when I'm not around, he said, I'm king, where she make me feel I'm worthy of being called grandpa. So once again, on behalf of the family, I cannot express how grateful we are. And no matter what they say out there about us, the unity, the divide, the polarization just disappeared last week. And I believe that will continue. So that's an example that when we need to come together, we push our political differences aside and we come together. So thank you all again for the love and the support, and I will be updating the chamber as plans are made. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And Honorable Member, on behalf of myself and the staff here at the House of Assembly, we would like to express our condolences and wishing your family comfort during this time of bereavement. Further statement and communication by ministers. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Angliston.
Thank you. May it please you, Madam Speaker, maybe I'll have another opportunity, but I can't get to my feet without joining all of the voices and condolences for Harvey Tynes, King's Counsel, such a iconoclastic figure so distinguished in terms of his own personality and the way in which he expressed his presence on the planet. And there was no one like him. He's also family to me. We're from the Hannah Hastie Tynes lineage, and he always embraced me like a little sister or member of the family. And through all of my, my public expeditions, particularly on the convention floor, he would always send encouraging words to me, and his loyalty is just unmatched, and his mind is brilliant, and a man who moved to the beat of his own drum. And so this is a huge loss to his family, because he's a very colorful and engaged personality in that family as a leader, but also to the nation and to his extended family. So I want to send condolences. Madam Speaker, I wanted to, I'm rising to lay two reports. If you recall, Madam Speaker, you referred on an urgent basis matters to the Privilege Committee on two incidents or exchanges that happened on the floor of the Parliament several weeks ago. And with your leave, I would like to, first of all, present the report of the Committee of Privilege on the matter concerning the Honorable Leon Lundy and Mr. Shannon Dawn Cartwright. He's not here, but I would like to lay it. He's here? Okay. Okay, he's in the precincts, I'm told. With your leave, may I proceed?
You may proceed, Honorable
Thank you,
Member.
thank you. Madam Speaker, present at the meeting was held the 23rd of July, 2025, Wednesday. Present was myself, Honorable Keith Bell, and Mr. Iram Lewis, Member of Parliament. Absent was Mr. Shannon Dawn Cartwright and Mr. Leroy Major. The missing members gave apologies for their absence, and a quorum was in place. Madam Speaker, on the 18th of June, 2025, two matters were referred to the Committee on Privilege. The committee has met and examined both issues, and its reports are as follows. The substance of the matters referred to the committee are as follows. At the conclusion of the Honourable Member for South and Central Andros's contribution to the 2025-2026 budget debate, certain questions were posed to him by the member of Fort St. Barnabas concerning increased charges and rates of charges on water supply. The member for South and Central Andros gave an answer to the member, which the member did not accept. The member for South and Central Andros then tabled a document in support of his position. A dispute arose between the two. The following day, the member for South and Central Andros sought to further clarify the response he had given on the previous day. The member for St. Barnabas accused the member for South and Central Andros of misleading the House. He used more colorful language, which we will not refer to. In so doing, the member for St. Barnabas used words that the member for South and Central Andros found objectionable. The member for South and Central Andros complained to the chair and requested a withdrawal by the member for St. Barnabas. The member for St. Barnabas refused to withdraw. Other members became engaged in the argument, disregarding calls for order from the chair. At this point, the Deputy Speaker referred the matter to the Committee on Privilege. As the issues at stake involved matters of privilege and an amicable settlement between the two members could not be reached, the presiding officer referred the matter to the Committee on Privilege. Subsequently, the committee met and fully investigated the matter using transcripts from the Hansard and video clips from the House. The committee's findings are as follows. 1. The dispute arose out of the member for South and Central Andros's contribution to the 2025-2026 budget debate, which commences 1st of July 2025. His statement were about the transition from quarterly to monthly billing with the support of the smart readers. The member for South and Central Andros statements were futuristic in that regard. The member for South and Central Andros made this point when he addressed the matter in the House on the 19th of June 2025, the day after the dispute arose. The committee has had the opportunity to review the minister's statement and watch the video of the proceedings. The committee has found harmony in both sources of evidence. The committee has also examined the documents tabled by the member for St. Barnabas and found that they clearly refer to matters of the past and do not contradict the statements of the member for South and Central Andros on the matter, which was a projection of the government's fiscal policies commencing 1st July 2025. Conclusion. The committee found the request for an apology from the member for St. Barnabas by the member for South and Central Andros reasonable. The committee found the words used by the member for St. Barnabas to be unfounded or unsupported, and in the circumstances, unwarranted. In the circumstance, it is the view of the committee and its recommendation that the member for St. Barnabas take the high road and apologize to this House for accusing the member for South and Central Andros of deliberately misleading the House, as the evidence he used to support his claim failed to do so. On examination, those documents were irrelevant to the discussion. And it's signed by myself, Honorable Keith Bell, and Hiram Lewis, Central Grand Bahama. The second report of the Committee of Privilege on the matter concerning Honorable Miles LaRoda and Mr. Adrian White. Absent again, both matters were dealt with in the same sitting, were Mr. Shannon Dawn Cartwright, Mr. Leroy Major. Present were myself, Honorable Keith Bell, Mr. Hiram Lewis, and the missing members gave apologies for their absence, and a quorum was in place. Madam Speaker, the substance of the second dispute referred to the committee are as follows. During his contribution to the 2025-2026 budget debate, the member for St. Anne's, Mr. Adrian White, displayed a poster-sized photograph purporting to show a cabinet minister's vehicle parked in a slot reserved for disabled persons. While a small photo of the minister whose vehicle was illegally parked was in fact on the poster, a larger-than-life photo of the Member of Parliament for Pinewood, Minister Miles LaRoda, dominated the display, making him the subject of the photo and suggesting that he was the minister whose vehicle was parked in the slot reserved for disabled persons. The following day, Minister LaRoda rose on a matter of privilege and complained to the chair about the deceptive and unfair tactics that had been used by the member for St. Anne's. Again, an argument erupted between members that could not be settled on the floor of the House, as members were unwilling to concede their positions or the actions they had taken. This too was sent to the Committee on Privilege. The committee met and examined all of the relevant evidence and found as follows. 1, the member for St. Anne's did in fact display a poster in the House as set out in the claim. 2, the poster was designed in such a way as to make the Member of Parliament for Pinewood the subject of the poster, when in fact he had nothing to do with the matter under discussion. Conclusion. The committee is of the view that the design of the poster was a deliberate attempt to bring the minister's reputation into odium and contempt. The committee has no doubt that the member for St. Anne's was deliberate in his actions. The committee is of the view that the member for St. Anne's should apologize to the Member of Parliament for Pinewood, and indeed to this House, for his acts of deception. Finally, Madam Speaker, it is the view of the committee that the House should take matters of this nature more seriously, and formal resolutions of condemnation should be agreed by the House in any future acts of deliberate deceptions of this House or the viewing public. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Ordered the reports be brought up.
What, today is the 30th, 31st, 30th? Thank you.
Thank you. Order the reports to lie on the table. Thank you, Honourable Member for English.